Thanks for that. 109, back 8, 112. Right, good morning ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Harewood on behalf of BARC Yorkshire Centre. My name's Steve Wilkinson, I'm one of the commentators today. I'm joined in the box by Chris Ponsford, your regular commentator here at Harewood. We currently have the second set of practice runs for today for the British Hillclimb Championship meeting. Currently rounding quarry is Dave Bickley over the finish in 64.26. So I stress again, this is practice. For those of you online, welcome aboard. As it says on the caption, final practice runs of the weekend. So it's all about to get serious. We do have a few changes to the programme. I believe we've got to, what time is it at the moment, 10:27 till 11 o'clock for any more changes to come through. So I'll give you the ones that we've got at the moment. In Class A1, that's on page 27 of your programmes, we have two additional runners. Number 820, Robin Wood, and number 120, Anthony Wood, and they're driving a Suzuki Swift. If you then go to page 28 in your programme, you'll see in Class I, 820 Robin Wood, 120 Anthony Wood with a Force PT Suzuki. Technical issues yesterday meant it was withdrawn. The only other change that I've had been able to glean from the Paddock walk in Class M, that's on page 30, we have an additional runner, and that's number 125, David Tatum, and David is driving a McLaren M12C, 7.6 litres instead of the 1100 little DJ Firehawk that he entered at the beginning of the week, but didn't make it into the programme. If there are any more changes, we'll bring them as we go through. So, lovely day yesterday. I was watching on the live feed at home and listening to Alex and Chris warbling on. And coming to the line at the moment, we have the Raysons Empire 00. I'm assuming this must be MAS, I think it is 119. sharing the car this weekend with husband Scott. There is a slight delay at the moment. We have a marshal going to adjust the thwacker posts in the S's by the look of it. Oh no, he's gone past those.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Chris. Good morning.
How are you, mate?
Well, I'm here.
We haven't worked together since the end of last season, have we?
No.
Lee Corbett, he's in the Channel Islands, isn't he? Yes. Good morning, Lee. How you doing? He reckons you're a ledge, by the way. He told me that in a private conversation on Facebook.
Yes, I'm a leg end.
He'd like to work with you again, he said. He'd like to work with you.
Yes, Lee is, how should we say, uncontrollable. When
is he really? Oh my goodness me.
To the commentary box.
Goodness
it's an experience and a half with Lee.
Wow.
Alan Swinton, morning stroke evening from Sydney, Australia.
G'day. And what about Wayne Penrose, our old chum, WPV Australia, who brought the Super Beetle here last year? I expect Wayne's looking in at some stage.
I would imagine he will be.
Big up to Wayne and his team.
Kisses from B and Tom in Munster, France.
Munster in France? That's interesting, because I always thought Munster was in Ireland.
There is a Munster in Ireland as well.
Yes, they got a rugby team, haven't they?
They have indeed.
Gosh, yeah. Well, yesterday, of course, we had a bit of a moment here when Pasquale exited the scenery.
Stage left.
I hope he's okay, Pasquale, if you're looking in.
You can still see the wheel tracks in the grass.
Yes, it's not great. But
so Emma Rayson on track at the moment with the Empire 00 dropping down into the S's.
Come all the way from the Channel Islands, haven't they?
Yes.
Well, this coverage today on the live stream is brought to you by Rich Danby of HillClimb.TV on YouTube. We're live streaming all over the world, apparently, Steve.
Well, it happens every time.
Amazing.
You start watching it and you see people dialing in from California, from Germany, from Australia, from New Zealand. It's great and highly appreciated coverage, actually. So Emma out of Farmhouse, heading up to the final corner at Quarry. Good tight line through the corner and over the finish. Stuart Bickley now out of Orchard.
Rapid is young Stuart, little 1100 class car. He's incredibly rapid. You'll certainly not miss the car either, but he drives it very well. Bickley Motorsport, he's 100 mile an hour through the speed trap. What's he going to do?
51.63.
Now we're going to have a look at Jonathan Flesher in the OMS. Jonathan was in the runoff last week at Cregan.
Yes, he was.
Fantastic
achievement. There were quite a few of the tiddlers, as I call them, getting into the runoff.
So Jonathan is a retired dental technician from Harewood.
Yep.
And he's sharing with Tim Thompson, isn't he?
That's right, Tim Thompson of Harewood fame, and Guyson, of course, who were long-time sponsors of the British Hillclimb Championship. So Jonathan heading up towards the top of the hill in one of the very smart OMS 28s. This running a 1 litre Suzuki GSXR engine. 52.36. Tom Morgan.
Yes, Tom's one of our young chargers, isn't he?
Yep.
He's here with his dad, and yesterday we were getting mixed up, but Tom has got the fluorescent helmet.
Yeah, so, pink helmet for Tom.
Yeah, pink helmet for Tom, or fluorescent pink. Very rapid little 1 litre engine in the back of that one. That's a new engine this year. Quick, isn't it?
He had a little rotational delay on practice earlier. So Tom over the finish 52.9. Tom Weaver out of Orchard.
Young Ludlow driver here with his father Richard. They've really taken to this little car. They've had 2 or 3 single-seaters, but this is their current quickest car without a doubt. The little OMS Hornet, they had one of those before. They had another Empire, but now they've got this one, and going very well too.
51.3. Now we have that Suzuki Swift now in the hands of Robin Wood. Not, as it says on the caption, ladies and gentlemen at home, a Force PT, but this is a Suzuki Swift. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
You do, and this is Emily Wood's car. She's here today, watching Dad.
Used in rallying.
Yes, it has got the rally lights on.
I'm going to say, hence the additional weight at the front end.
Hastily prepared in the paddock last night. They gave it a wash. They changed the wheels.
Did they empty the ashtrays?
Well, I don't think there's any smokers in the family, but they said it's quite an experience. They're not used to driving this little car, so there we go. Don't bend it, chaps.
You can see Robin there urging it on as he goes out the corner. And he's followed by John Wood in the GSW Mini Classic. Now this is, I believe, in a modified series production, so that'll be a full fiberglass front end, looking more like a Cummins style front.
This is the one, of course, with the BMW cylinder head, Steve. So
that's
it's
right.
It comes down from Scotland.
Off a motorcycle.
Yeah, and the next trip is out to Shelsley Welsh, so they'll have a long run there, won't they?
Yeah, it's a long run.
Lindsay Summers in the Van Diemen, sharing this with Sarah Boswell.
Yes, and we'll see Sarah a little bit later. Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911 Carrera, left-hand drive car. I saw Jonathan driving a Porsche decades ago at Three Sisters Sprint Course. That was the first time I encountered him.
Now, would this have been the same car? Because he's had this over 30 years, hasn't he?
No, this was his earlier
one.
Yes.
Wow.
And at that stage, he was sponsored by a dairy in Cornwall.
Ah, interesting.
Heading up into Farmhouse, Bernie Kevil in the OMS 28. They're having a few issues with his car, including a misfire. You'll hear that every so often.
Yes, they come up from the Team Valley, actually. They were regulars at Shelsley. Finishing a 56.48. Lynn Owen will be the next one we'll see in the little OMS, and she's just coming in to Orchard there now. Now she's married to Steve Owen, who builds these cars in York, and he's built many. I don't know how many he's actually built, but an awful lot. This is the OMS 28, so this is the latest model. And rapid it is too. Doesn't it look good as well?
Yeah, runs one of the RPE V8s, which is an engine built up from 2 Suzuki Hayabusas. On the line at the moment, that's Nicola Minguez in the Gould GR55B.
Is she currently the ladies' record holder, Steve?
That is right, with a 50.74.
Yes, and she's married to Wallace Minguez, who will be up later on in his lovely Gould. Wallace has won the championship 4 times now, and you won't miss his car, the GR59, the bright red one, isn't it, with the fluorescent yellow wheels. Looks amazing, bit of kit. Yes. And the HillClimb Championships looking really good this year, Steve, isn't it? Really exciting.
Well, we've got a very tight bunch at the top at the moment. We've only had 4 rounds. So Nicola into Farmhouse Bend with the Gould. Heading up towards Quarry. And over the finish, 53.96. Sean Gould now picked up, exiting Country Corner. Now en route to Orchard. This is the GR59B with the Judd V8, 4 litre. Very quick car.
Yeah, very rapid indeed. Sharing, of course, with Matthew Ryder this year. Matthew won the championship in this car last year. Watch out for Matthew later on. There'll be a shared drive. He holds the Hill record here as well, doesn't he?
Which does indeed.
Was it 2 or 3 years ago, and he said they haven't been able to get near that record since for whatever reason.
No. Well, the problem at Harewood is it needs a little bit of rubbering in to get the grip. Anyway, we've now got on screen Joe Mackerel in the Tiga SF83. This started life as a Formula Ford 2000 chassis, so had the Pinto engine in the back. It was converted to hill climbing by Terry Davis, who put a 1.6 Peugeot in it. It now runs a 1.9 Peugeot.
Spot on information as ever.
Into the Formula Fords again with Jimmy Harris in the 1985 Van Diemen.
Now Jimmy is currently the class of the field, isn't he, in this little Jamin?
He won the class yesterday, and he's followed on the hill by Rob Spedding in the 1993 Vector. And Rob was the serial class winner, but he's had a few issues with the car recently.
Yeah, I think they got it sorted, always rapid. This, of course, is one of the last of the Formula Fords, isn't it, with a 1600 engine in it? And
yeah, it was sort of like the transition model. This was the last one with the Kent engine before they went over to a different unit and different tyres.
61.83, so at the moment Jimmy is still the quickest at this is practice. Yep. And real stuff will start very shortly, won't it, Steve?
Yeah, Rob Clark over the finish, 53.35. We've picked up Darren Gumbley in the 1.6 litre Force TA.
Darren's from the Team Valley, sharing the car with Paul Jones. And these 1600s are always quick, but we can't believe the pace of the 1100s lately, can we?
No, the 1100s are probably pound for pound, both in weight and value, the most competitive class in the Hillclimb Championship.
They're always exciting to
David
watch.
Warburton out of Farmhouse. Car number 8, so 8th in the championship last year, and David quickly over the finish, 50.85. So he's been the quickest on both of the practice runs this morning. Ian Tucker now heading into Farmhouse with another OMS 28.
He ends up from Cornwall. He's a regular competitor and he's long travelling. Paul Crute was, I think, here yesterday, but unfortunately I think he's gone home. I think he had a problem with the car. We didn't see him run. But Ian's holding the Cornish flag today. No Terry Graves either.
So Ian through the finish, 61.17. Aaron Colborne in the Van Diemen next, heading towards Farmhouse. You know all about this, Chris.
Well, I do, but it's an ex-Formula Ireland car. But I mean, Aaron actually went to Craigantlett last week and qualified and did really well in the runoff. So that's the first time we've really seen that car in the runoffs. But it's quite a heavy car, but very well put together. Maynard engine.
You do find that the cars built for circuit racing are generally heavier than the ones used in hill climbing.
Yeah.
Because they are, being Formula Ireland, all the chassis were the same, so it didn't matter if they weighed 200 kilograms or 250, because they were all the same car. So
John Cottrell, just gone by a minute.
Oh yeah, John.
Yeah, in the Pilbeam, beautiful car, 2 litre Millington in the back of that one.
And now we have a car returning to Harewood after a long break, now in the hands of Gavin McLaren.
George Bleasdale,
Richard Walker, the other driver. George Bleasdale's old car, runs the Rover K V6.
That's a really unusual unit. I've not seen much of those before.
They were very popular at one stage. Tom New ran one for a couple of seasons.
Did he?
Also in a Pilbeam chassis.
Because they were fitted as sort of standard in that Pilbeam, weren't they, apparently?
I think the MP88, it was the engine of choice, as it were. But other engines were available.
Interesting, yeah, that's it. Well,
Terry Davis now picked up at Orchard in the Force TA. This is the first Force TA built with a V8.
Now, yes, Terry, of course, builds these engines from scratch. He makes them out of basic 2 motorbike engines. He's got the same engine in Jonathan Varley's Predator car as well. And Terry sharing it with his wife, Tricia. And, yeah, doesn't it make a lovely sound and go extremely well, doesn't it?
Yeah, very good indeed, and sounds lovely. Andy Borgard now coming out of Farmhouse in the Force PT. Another of the Channel Islanders. Big puff of smoke as he went into the final corner. Now we pick up Les Much in the GWR Raptor.
Now this is pretty, isn't it? This is a very rapid bit of kit. He got into the runoffs last week at Craigantlett, and you can see why. That's anything built by Graham White Jr. is a seriously good car, isn't it?
Yeah, very beautiful. Another big puff of smoke as well going into quarry for Les Much in the GWR Raptor. Now we've got Alex Coles.
Alex Coles, well, our sensational young driver from Plymouth. Alex, 1300cc supercharged Force. Absolutely incredible.
And on his last practice run, he didn't quite make it all the way around quarry. He flattened the flapper posts. But he's done all right this time with a 50.33. Jonathan Varley on the hill in the GWR Predator. This started life with an Arrows V10 engine. Now running a TKD YV8. And Jonathan really the pick of the 2 litres.
Yeah, he's a current Midland Hillclimb champion. And again, this is a Graham White Jr. car, and I remember when Graham had it with the Formula 1 engine. My goodness me, that was a weapon of choice, wasn't it?
It sounded magnificent.
Amazing.
Picking up now, Paul Hames dropping down into the S's in the Gould GR59, 1.3 litre turbocharged Hayabusa unit. Out of Chippies, passing the old start line. And up into Country Corner. Country Corner is very tricky because it's you come up to it and it's a blind corner. But back in the day when the start was at the bottom on cold tyres, it was horrendous. You used to see people skating off left, right, and centre. Anyway, Paul around Farmhouse.
Serious competitor is Paul. He's got number 10 on the back, so he was 10th in the championship last year, and. I was going to say, another one of these little bike engines in the back with a turbocharger, it's always going to be a combination that puts you up the hill quickly, isn't it?
Very quick, yes. Sarah Bosworth now back into the Formula Fords. This is a 1985 Van Diemen, sharing with Lindsay Summers this weekend. Sarah, the Demon Barber of Sheffield.
Yes, don't confuse a big corner hairdresser. Shoot, that would be cross swords, wouldn't it?
Very nasty.
The Demon Barber, and she can pedal a racing car, can't she?
She's very quick, yeah. And over the finish 62.63, good enough for 3rd place, but that's only practice.
So, Steve, the conditions are very good for Harewood, aren't they? You've been coming in many years.
Yeah, it looks good. The hill looks good. It's just a question of whether or not it's fully rubbered in. We had a meeting a couple of years back where on the Saturday it was glorious weather like this. It rained overnight, and the following morning people were about 4 or 5 seconds slower. So it does get changed very, very quickly, the conditions here.
This is the first time I've seen all these lovely crops in the field early in the season, really, you know, and obviously I was chatting to Stephen Moore yesterday, and I asked him, he's a farmer, and
yes.
I said, what do you reckon all the crops are then, Stephen? And we've obviously got the oilseed rape.
Yeah.
But then we're looking at that slightly greeny, purpley sort of crop, and we wonder whether that could be linseed or something like that, or it could be beans, couldn't it? You know. And then a slightly lighter green. There's lots of different colours, isn't it?
It's a lovely patchwork, really, of
what a lovely sight. What a perfect sight. And it's a great photograph, that. And, of course, Harewood has a brilliant view all around the hill, doesn't it, of the action?
If you want to get closer to the action and you're up at the top of the hill, I can recommend the outside of Farmhouse. You can see people stood there by the railings. There are slots. If you're more adventurous, carry on down the footpath and get down to Country Corner, where you can see a group of marshals next to that green toilet down there at Country, or down at Chippy's. Chippy's is very good if you've not got an expensive telephoto, you've got a wide-ish angle lens, you can almost shoot down into the cockpit as they go around Chippy's.
I can see a few down there, Steve, so not many venture that far, but it does look a really good place, doesn't it?
Yeah, the other place, which you can see if you're up in the top, if you look to the right, you can see the outside of Orchard, and there's an area there that's fenced off.
How do you get there? Because you'd have to walk down through the woods.
If you've got a four-wheel drive, you can drive down through the woods and park up down there, or you can walk down. There's a footpath behind Quarry Corner that takes you down to that area, and that was my favourite spot in the 1970s and 80s.
Oh, right, okay.
When I used to come here spectating.
Gosh. So tell me this. How long have you been coming to Harewood as a commentator?
Oh, well, there you go. Hang on.
There's a thing, isn't it?
Have I written down the dates? No, I haven't. About 20 years.
20 years.
Something like that.
Gosh.
There was I was asked to come one weekend to do the Saturday and Sunday end of season. And after the Saturday, they asked me would I do all of next year. So I said yes. And
I'll just interrupt you quickly.
Andy
Tippett. So we've got the live stream cameras on. And I can see David Tatham's McLaren to the left. So Andy's never had a camera on before, has he?
Well, not one of Rich Dampy's.
No, absolutely.
That'll be great. That'll be fun and games in a proper hill climb car, as the saying goes. But the big single seat is going down to the start. Now that BT30X that's on the screen, that was bought by two chaps to go into the HillClimb Championship. Excuse me. And they fitted a 2-litre Coventry Climax engine. And we switched away now, so more of that later.
So at the moment we're into the quick runners, aren't we? The sort of the cream of the cream. The big engine cars, and this is still final practice.
Yeah, that's Simon Jenks on the start line with the Force TA. This runs a Cosworth V6 engine, so that's the first time a TA's been fitted with a V6, 2.5 litre, and
yeah, this is Ian Dason's latest car, isn't it? And Simon used to race a Caterham. He was very quick in a Caterham, wasn't he? But this one is work in progress at the moment. It seems to be getting quicker and quicker, doesn't it, Steve?
Well, again, you've got a combination of new car with a new engine in the back and a new driver, so it's all up in the air, as it were. So Simon, neat and tidy through Farmhouse. That sounds glorious on full power. And Simon up through the finish in a 55.17. Simon Andrews now in the OMS 28 that he shares with Bernie Keble, heading towards Farmhouse.
Yeah, Simon Andrews and Bernie Keble come from near Worcester, and as I say, they campaign this car together. They've also got a Formula Ford which they bring out early season to get their eye in, don't they?
They also run it at the end of the year as well at Kerborough for a couple of sprints. Down in the S's we've got Stephen Owen in the Works OMS 28. This runs the RPE V8.
If you had a guess, how many cars do you think Steve has built?
Ooh, crikey, it's a lot. We're talking hundreds. I can't remember. I think it's over 200.
Yeah, and I think he's like a one-man band, isn't he? Is that right?
I think there's a couple of people who help out.
Is there a couple there?
But I think some of them are part-time.
Right.
So Stephen up towards the top of the hill through the finish, and we now pick up Harry Pick in the Cosworth XD powered OMS 28.
Yeah, young driver from Leamington. Seriously quick bit of kit as well, and he can drive it, so good to see him going so well.
He was out at the tail end of last year with the car. Going quicker and quicker as the season progresses. And Harry up through the finish, 53.08.
Now we're going to get a look at Jack Cottrell. Jack's here with his parents. Yeah. This is the little Delara, but it's got a seriously Cosworth V8 in the back of it. Yeah, 2005 Formula 3 Delara chassis. And I believe it was DJ who did the conversion to put the V8 in the back. Oh, interesting. Yes, Andy Smith, I suppose. Yeah, Andy was here yesterday in his Clio. But look, here's young Jack. You can't miss it. It's a lovely looking car. Drives it very well. Been getting into the runoffs as well. So he's 120 miles an hour through the speed trap. I think that's pretty sharp in that car.
That's good enough.
Yesterday, Matthew Ryder was over 130 on his last run.
Dave Uren now picked up, coming into Country Corner. Heading over towards Willow. Now charging up towards Orchard through that nasty little kink. Now through Orchard. Up into Farmhouse Bend. Dave Uren, 6th in the championship last year. And over the finish, 30.46. Going back in the classes to Mark Shalanka in the Force TA.
Yes, this is the XI Price car, isn't it? Runs a little 1600 Hayabusa in the back of it, and usually on methanol.
I think this is the first time that Mark's had this car at Harewood.
Okay, yes, he's normally on the Midland Hills more, isn't he? And
yes, I think it's his first appearance with this car at Yorkshire's finest hill climb.
Well, it's a fabulous place, isn't it? I know Alex has loved his day here yesterday.
55.88, good, I'm glad he did.
Yeah.
On the start line and away is Wallace Mingies.
Well, what's not to like about this? 4 times champion Wallace is on the hill at the moment in this glorious Gould Cosworth. Look at it down there, all the way down there at Chippy's now, and you won't miss it. You'll certainly hear it, and my goodness me, can drive it. And it's probably one of the most recognisable hill climb cars we got at the moment, and it won't be holding back. So he's going to be a serious contender for today's runoff, isn't he?
I would imagine so. Wallace is the class record holder for the over 2 litre racing cars. But he has been quicker up the hill in the runoffs than his class record. On the start line now, Will Hall in the latest of the Gould GR59Js to hit the hills. This will be a 59B.
Yeah, Will Hall from the Midlands. He's been competing many years. One of the nicest, loveliest chaps you'll ever meet in the paddock.
Yeah, I gave him a photograph.
Oh, you did? I saw that.
Of himself in a Westfield.
I saw that, Stephen. Was that taken on film, that way?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he'd be pleased with that.
Back in the day.
Back in the day. Well, you're a great photographer. So, but this one here, folks, this is the latest Judd Gould V8. As I say, seriously, I like the colour scheme. It's a bit Williams-esque, doesn't it? What do you reckon of this, Steve?
Well, I do like this shade of blue, but I do think this is possibly the car that could give Will Hall the championship. It's going to be a close run thing between him and Matt Ryder this year.
Is that 132? I saw it flash up 132 miles an hour over the speed trap.
Have a look on there.
I will.
Yes, 132.
Well, Matthew was at that pace yesterday.
So Matthew Ryder down in the S's now with the Works Gould GR59B. Our reigning Hillclimb champion. Outright record holder here at Harewood. Through Orchard, charging up through the shadows of the farmhouse buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Hard on the brakes into Quarry, and over the finish, 48.54, a little bit slower than on his first practice run. Now we have one of the nicest cars here today, Richard Jones in this Elva Mark 7. This runs a Ford twin cam engine with a BRM cylinder head. And when this car was new, it was exported to America, and the company importing it were Haas.
Well, now I'll tell you what, just to interrupt you there, Steve, Richard Jones is on the hill now. He's in the...
This is Andy Tippett in the Brabham. We're on board on the live stream with Andy Tippett dropping down into the S's. This is the Brabham BT30X. Originally running a 2-litre Climax engine, but now with the Buick V8. And Andy through Chippies, heading up towards country. Sweeps through country, now heading towards Willow. Heavily cambered corner. Now charging up through this little elbow to the left, and now we're into Orchard. Sweeping through Orchard. Here come the farm buildings. Into Farmhouse Bend. Sweeping through Farmhouse Bend on the power. Charging up towards Quarry. And into the final corner, climbing over the finish line, and it's a 62.89 for Andy Tippett.
Wow, that was great to see. You remember, folks, you can tune in on your mobiles and watch the live stream. YouTube TV, HillClimb TV, YouTube, HillClimb TV. Here comes David Tatham in this beautiful McLaren. This is his dad's old car, 7.5 litres of V8 power. It'll be about 90 odd through the speed trap. In fact, he's done a 99, so that's pretty sharp, isn't it?
That's not hanging about. And he's over the finish in a 58.93, which is about 0.8 of a second shy of his class record. Moving on to Class N, and this is Joe Mackerel. Oh, sorry, Robin Johnson. They're running in the other order, these two. So this is the what would normally be the second driver, Robin Johnson, in the Tiga.
Quite fond of the little Tiga with a little Peugeot engine in the back.
A car built by Tim Schenkin and Howden Ganley back in the day. We're now picking up Hazel Petit in the Volkswagen Up TSI. Hazel and her husband sharing this car. They had a little Mini last year, but they've upgraded to an Up.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what they were driving. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, didn't she work in the medical profession? Is she a paramedic or something?
Oh, I can't remember now. I was chatting to her in the paddock earlier. We were watching the cars round Quarry. So Hazel heading up towards the top of the hill. This is still practice. I keep reminding everybody. And
now we've got the Ferraris on the hill. They're come to entertain us. They were here yesterday as well. Some extremely valuable bits of kit, some of these, and they are all shapes and sizes, aren't they, Steve?
Yeah, Martin Jones in the 360 heading into Farmhouse Bend. All these cars have to be driven to the event and be in road legal condition. So there are no trailer queens in the Ferrari Championship. And we now pick up John Kennedy in the California Turbo.
This is one of my absolute favourites. A front engine Ferrari. John is from America, and he's into venture capitalism as his main income, and he spends lots of the summer over here racing his Ferraris and his Ford Focus.
Yes, yeah, 6665. Steve Flymo Nunny now in the 430 heading towards Farmhouse.
Yep, so Steve Nunny heads by us here in the commentary box. He's doing 79 miles an hour through the speed trap. Yep, okie dokie. So Steve's just been handed some information. He's going to simulate that. And we've got Rob Samuels in the 458 Speciale. Now, this is a special Ferrari too. Doesn't that look stunning? When he bought, it's gone up a massive amount since he bought it. It's a very special model, but it's incredible that he still drives it up the hill, drives it to the event, going over the finish line in a time of 63.96. That takes him quickest of our Ferrari runners thus far. We've got Stuart McCabe on the hill now in the older 328 GTB, and they do run a handicap system with the Ferraris, because obviously some of these older models don't have as much horsepower, bigger engines. So this is an older model. I think it reminds me of the type that was it PI Magnum Force Tom Selleck used to have, but his was a soft top sort of version from memory, was it red? I think it was red. But anyway, Stuart McCabe heads over the line now. He does a 75.19. That's takes him in about 5th place. And we got Pauline Goodwin on the hill now. Pauline, married to John Goodwin the astronaut. She's in a 328. Regular competitor too. They've got a nice collection of Ferraris at home. And this is the one I think she enjoys driving up the hills the most this year, and we'll see what she finishes with very shortly, as Brian Jackson in the 308 GTB. 72.88 for Pauline Goodwin. It looks a 4th, quickest so far. Brian Jackson in the 308 GTB comes around Farmhouse now, the yellow one. Looks good too, doesn't it? Older school Ferrari, but still very desirable. He's heading up towards the finish. We've got David Snelson down there at Orchard at the moment. David, of course, is a big enthusiast. He's got good collection, but also this is one of his more modern ones. This is an absolute beast of a car, actually. Looks absolutely amazing. Goes through the speed trap there. He's through the speed trap at 92 miles an hour. That's pretty sharp. David's heading up towards the finish. What's he going to beat? He needs to beat a 63. Does a 62.59 to take him top of the pile on the Ferraris. Excellent stuff. And then we're going to go down to see Nabil Zallan in the Mazda MX-5. So we've now Ferraris have finished. So we're now going back through the card now from the start, effectively. So if you've not been to Harewood before, right, Steve's just going to give us some information. What's that? So Steve has just told me we're now into the Harewood competitors now. So it's not back to the start. So these will be time runs, Steve?
No,
still practice. Okay. Righto. So still practice, folks, and then after we finish with this lot, we will then start on our timed runs, where competitors will be also trying to qualify for the British Hillclimb Championship runoff. So at the moment we've got on the hill, we've had Ian Downey just finished in a 71.57. We've got Mick Wilkes in the Volkswagen Polo GTI. Very rapid little GTI there. Very quick little road car. Now, are these driven to the circuit, Steve, these ones? Most of them?
I think you'll find the majority of the road-going cars in the Harewood Championship are driven to the event.
Yes, so always good. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yes, there's Tony Booth. He was here yesterday in his Evo 5, and his daughter India was driving yesterday as well. I don't know if she's driving today, but anyway, Tony's having a go in the Evo 5. It's been repainted over the winter. The Evo 5, the Evo 6, I think are particularly good looking models in the Evo range before they got a bit bigger and a bit more bulky. Turbocharged, 4-wheel drive, lots of horsepower, 2-litre engines. Look at that, doesn't that look good? Coming around Farmhouse, and he rotates it onto the grass, just gives it a little bit too much coming out, so there's going to be
a delay.
Stoppage, a sloppage, but not for long. He's got 4-wheel drive. Look, he's on his way again, so he's straight off the grass, and he'll head to the finish. Just slightly overcooked it out of that long Farmhouse bend. It seems to go on forever, doesn't it?
Yes. When will it ever end?
Now we got Kevin Dodd. This is in the Lotus Elise. Oh, and he's stopped now. Is that because of a red flag? So
I think it is.
Kevin's sharing with Caroline Ryder today.
Yeah, I think the red flags are out.
Right, and Kevin is the father of Kirsten Dodd, of course, who's married to Matthew Ryder.
Oh, right.
So it's Kirsten Ryder now?
So
Kirsten Ryder Dodd?
It's the in-laws sharing
Definitely the in-laws, definitely the in-laws. And
or if depending on who wins, it could be the outlaws.
Well, I think they all get on very well indeed. It's nice to see that, isn't it? Because Caroline's having a drive in that.
Yes.
Often drives her Formula Ford. Sometimes, what else does she drive? I've never seen her in the Gould yet.
No, I haven't either. I first saw Caroline driving an Argo single-seater.
Oh, wow.
In the 1980s in the British Sprint Championship.
So we've got a slight delay here, Steve. Is that because...
I think that's basically to clear the course because of the off.
Okay.
The two cars that were behind Tony Booth were red flagged. Now, what was... The first one was Kevin Dodd. He had got past Orchard, so he has to go to the top of the hill to go back down again, which he's doing as I speak. But Steve Markham in the other Elise, who was on track, he's taken the shortcut behind the farm buildings.
Ah, yes, indeed.
So, yeah.
So actually, today, driving one of those little soft-top Elises is not a bad job, is it?
It's quite all right. Although I can remember a friend of mine, Phil Short, had one of the Honda S2000 GTs, and he took it to Aintree, and he ran the first two practice runs with the hard top on. Then he took that off and put the soft top up and ran the next two runs with the soft top up. Then he took the soft top down and ran the next two with the soft top down to compare the differences in performance.
And what was the difference?
The best one was with the hard top on.
Yes.
Less drag.
Yes, that makes sense.
Anyway, we're back underway. David Wingfield. We've been prattling on about Hondas, and we've got a Lotus Elan on the hill. This is a Series 3. My Elan was a Series 4. And but the very, very rapid little cars handle perfectly. Glorious little cars to own. I wish I'd not sold mine now.
I guess there's a few people in that boat, Steve.
So David Wingfield out of Farmhouse uses every millimetre of tarmac on the way out of the corner, heading up towards Quarry. Car leans into the corner, dab of the brakes, over the finish, 69.7. And on the start line, Glenn Collier in the Davrian. This is your favourite car, isn't it?
I do like it a lot, yes. He's got a best time at Harewood of 69.7.
Let me just check that.
Well, that's what he's put on his sheet. He's actually very kindly given us a commentator's sheet. Thank you, Steve.
He is correct.
Thank you, Steve.
I was talking to somebody today who said, I'm glad you keep a track of my PBs because I always get them wrong.
Now, you're going to like this. You're going to like this. So, finally named his car.
All right.
And what's he calling it? Money Pit.
Money Pit.
Money Pit.
Not Money Penny. But
Money Penny on a good day. Yes, that's indeed right.
So Glenn Collier away. This is the little imp-engined Mark III Davrian. These morphed into the Darien company. Towards the end, I think when Darians took it over, production went to Wales.
They did, because I think these were originally made in London.
Yeah, certainly somewhere down in the southeast. That's
That's what somebody was telling me the other day. And actually,
he was on three wheels.
He was on three wheels.
On three wheels.
3 wheels on my Davrian.
He was pushing hard through Country Corner.
He does actually. Goes very well, doesn't he?
Well, this is one of the things you find with people who do a single venue championship like Harewood. The guys really know where they can cut corners and where they can't. And it's what catches out the once a year visitors. Yes. So Glenn Collier heading up towards the top of the hill.
Now we have the up on the hill, don't we? This is Chris Petit. Did you say this is husband and wife?
Yes.
Combo, is it? Yep. Chris Petit, yes, and the little VW up now. In later, not today, but yesterday, Adam Riley broke his own class record in his little turbocharged VW up. They are pretty effective little hill climb cars, aren't they?
They are. And Adam Riley's is super effective. He was out yesterday winning the class with a new class record.
He was.
And Chris heading up towards the top of the hill. Following him, Steve Markham in the Lotus Elise on a rerun. And following him down at the bottom at Chippy's is another rerun for the Lotus Elise of Kevin Dodd.
Again, the Lotus Elise is a package that's become very popular on the hills, isn't it?
Yeah, the Series 1 seems to be the one to have because it's lighter and more set up really for competition.
So that's really interesting. So the Series 1, when were they started producing these?
Oh, you ask these awkward questions.
I do, don't I?
I haven't a clue.
Hello, Susan. How are you? All right? It's a struggle. I'd be exactly the same. I struggle to get down it. See you later.
Right, so I think we've concluded practice. I've just had some updates on the program situation, so if you want to turn to your programs, I'll run through the program changes again. On page 27, Class A1, the 2 additional runners, 820 Robin Wood, 120 Anthony Wood, and they are in... Various cars congregating in the driver exchange. Might have been yesterday actually. Right, so for those of you down on the hill who probably didn't hear the announcement in the paddock, we're now going to have the competitors in classes 10 and 26 take their first set of timed runs. And once those time runs have been concluded, there will be a lunch break. So that's the schedule that's been settled on. So Harewood started back in fact they started construction back in 1961 and laid out the track. First event was in September 1962 when Tony Lanfranchi, who those of you who remember the 60s and 70s was a top class Formula 3 race driver. He set fastest time of the day in an Elva. The British Hillclimb Championship first visited Harewood in 1964, and then in 1992 the track as it exists now was started to be used. The extension from the current start line down to Chippies was added. So heading down to the start line, the Ferraris, and we'll see all the Ferraris rattle through their first class run.
So I was up the top then, Steve. Is there a runoff before lunch or is it going to be after lunch?
No, there'll be just the classes for Ferraris and the Harewood competitors, and then we'll be breaking for lunch.
Okay.
So we just get the group of Ferraris and all the Harewood people, then the lunch break. Then we'll start at the beginning of the programme, Class A1, and run through Class A1 through to the end.
So the runoffs will be when?
In the afternoon.
All in the afternoon
yes,
today?
So
right, okay.
Everything after the lunch break is going to be competitive,
yeah,
but just to give the interclub runners, the Ferraris and the Harewoods, a bit of an extra bonus. They're getting an extra time run before lunch, and we're actually up and running with Hazel Petit on the hill with the Volkswagen Up TSI. Dropping down into the S's. First season for the Petites with this little Volkswagen. They ran a mini classic before. And Hazel into Willow. And Martin Jones leaves the start line in the Ferrari 360. So Hazel Petit heading into Orchard, through Orchard, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. Sweeps out of Farmhouse, now the run up to Quarry. And Hazel just Quarry to negotiate, and through the finish in a new personal best, 78.63 for Hazel Petit. Martin Jones.
Yeah, Martin, yeah, this is good. Coming through the farmhouse now, isn't it? Lovely to see these Ferraris and hear them as well, isn't it? Ferrari red, of course. Is that the only colour for a Ferrari? Or you could argue different colours, but isn't that look great? That engine sounds sweet too, doesn't it?
Oh, it's lovely.
Absolutely. So we're on competitive runs now, folks. So David Snelson was the quickest in practice this morning. What's he going to do? He's going to do a 75.62 as our long-travelling John Kennedy comes to see us now in this gorgeous front-engine Ferrari California in black. Doesn't that look stunning? I said to him, that is the car I'd like to drive to Monaco.
Well, it's the sort of car that you can drive on the roads and compete in without any problems. And John Kennedy, 65.79.
So that takes him quickest thus far. We're going to look at Steve Nunney in the Ferrari 430. Again in black, this one. But they're always head turners, these Ferraris, and they certainly sound fantastic. That one's got a bark to it, doesn't it? He's 81 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading to the finish.
Yeah, and here we go over the finish. And stops the clocks with a new personal best, 69.84. And Rob Samuels now. I don't appear to have Rob Samuels on my list.
Well, Rob's in the 458 Speciale, the very, very exotic car indeed. He finished in a time of 63.43, which takes him into the lead in amongst the Ferrari runners. But they are on a handicap system, so it isn't necessarily the quickest car on the day that wins their handicap. But Stuart McCabe's following him up now. He's in the 328 GTB, rather old school car, but rather pretty, isn't it? Rather pretty. He's 72 through the speed trap, and he's heading up towards the finish now. He's going to finish in a time of 75.18, which takes him into fourth place in actual times.
And it's a new personal best for Stuart. Pauline Goodwin now in the 328, heading towards Farmhouse.
Yes, Pauline, she's got a lovely collection of Ferraris with her husband John Goodwin, who was the astronaut that went into space last year, or the year before, the oldest astronaut. Anyway, Pauline is carrying on the family tradition of racing the Ferraris, and this is, I think, her favourite one to bring up the hill, I think. She's going to be finishing very shortly. She's finished in a time of 71.58. which puts her fourth actual timed position. Will be followed by Brian Jackson.
Now this one is my favourite. I love this car, the 308 GTB. It's in fly yellow, so that's acceptable as an alternative to red. And Brian sweeps through the finish and over the finish line, 73.34.
Now this is one of my favourites. This is David Snelson, of course. He's in the 488 Spider. What a piece of kit that is. That's a real modern Ferrari. 89 through the speed trap. He was the quickest in practice. He's going over the finish now, and he is going to do a 63.01, which makes him the quickest of our Ferrari batch here today.
But he's half a second shy of his class record. So we're now looking for the next car to come into screen. It's Nabil Zarlan in the MX-5 RF, a new car for Nabil this season.
What was he driving last year, Steve? Can you remember?
A Seat of some sort.
Seat, right.
Yeah. I think it was a 1.8 turbo. I can't remember the model off the top of my head. Nabil Zarlan then, new car this year. This is his first competitive run with the new car, so we'll establish a PB at 81.86.
Excellent. So Ian Downey in the little Clio 197, again, a hugely popular little car for hill climbing these days. You can pick these up relatively cheaply. This one's got nearly 200 brake horsepower, got all the right kit on it as well. Lovely little hatchback as well. You can go to the shops, you can drive it up the hill, and you can do a time of 71.20.
200 shy of his PB. Mick Wilkes in this very rapid Polo GTI heading up towards the top of the hill. 1.8 litre turbocharged engine. And Mick over the finish, 69.13. Now here comes Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi. I think this is an Evo 5, not an Evo 8. And he's rounding Farmhouse, where he had a little momentary rotational delay in practice. So Tony charging up towards the top of the hill. not going to beat his PB with the car. And 72.27 the time.
Now we're going to pick up on Kevin Dodd. He's on his rerun, isn't he? So
no, this is
his actual,
this is the actual run.
Gotcha. Now he's in purple sectors. He's really flying, isn't he? Come on, Kevin. He's 75 through the speed trap. He's heading up round Quarry now, heading in towards the finish. Now he's going to do a time of 68.59, which takes him top of the class so far.
And carved 2 seconds off his personal best time. Excellent run. Steve Markham in the Series 1 Elise.
Yeah, he had a bit of a moment around Farmhouse there, Steve, didn't he? Yeah, my goodness me, he's certainly trying hard. Well, Kevin Dodd, that was a sensational run, wasn't it? You're happy with that?
Yeah, 68.59. Leading the class at the moment. Steve Markham, 70.32. Now we've got David Wingfield in this very pretty Land Series 3. Up into Quarry. Nice clean run, 69.34.
Third in the class.
Glenn Collier in the Mark III Davrian into Farmhouse Bend.
Now, can he get near his PB? If he can, that would make it extremely good. 71 through the speed trap. Glenn is already heading up towards Quarry, piling into.
It's going to be very close.
Not much in it.
And
69.
it is.
29 makes him third in the class.
New personal best for Glenn. And I think this is our final runner before the lunch break. Chris Petit in the Volkswagen Up TSI. So wife Hazel's just done a 78.63, so that's going to be Chris's target. On his way into Quarry. And up through the finish in an 80.78 for Chris Petit. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the timed runs before the lunch break. Now, for those people watching the live stream, there will be a paddock walk shortly with Chris Ponsford on the microphone and Rich Danby on the camera. And I'll be trying to catch up to date with everything that's been going on. So we'll be back with the paddock walk shortly, and then back with the timed runs after the break.
Is that working now, Rich? Okay. Well, we're starting my little paddock walk, and just so you see, that we're at Harewood Hillclimb today. This is the 5th and 6th round of the championship, and we're in sunny Yorkshire, and in the best conditions I've ever seen, actually. Fantastic. Got sunshine, it's not cold, and look at the hill, look at the view out there, isn't that terrific? It's a hill that you can watch from the top of the hill here, and get to see so much of it. And of course, with Rich's live stream, we're bringing you some fabulous hill climbing, and people are walking back here now. They've had the morning session. We're going to have time runs after lunch. We're going to have runoffs after lunch, 2 runoffs this afternoon. And if you maybe just pan to the right, Rich, you can see all our lovely spectators enjoying the hill here at the moment. They're all stopped for lunch, and I think there's a lot of people here today. It's lovely to see, because sometimes it can be a bit bleak and cold here. We are at the top of the hill, but today you can see people are in their t-shirts, eating ice creams, beef burgers here for sale at the moment. So we're just gonna wander around this way and see if we can have a chat with a few of our competitors. And we've got about a 45-minute lunch break today. As you can see at Harewood, where the public park is right at the top of the paddock here. So you get you're straight into where all the action is. I see some top drivers running away from me right now, and they don't want to be on camera, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. People here now enjoying the day. My goodness me. I might try taking a word. How, we got a young man here. Hello, young man. How are you doing? All right? Are you enjoying it? Is this the first time?
Yeah.
Is it? Do you like the really fast cars? What's your favourite one?
The one what says gold on it.
Oh, yeah.
The gold.
Yeah, the gold car. Yeah, and what's that you got? Is that yours? What's that then? Is that a milkshake thing?
Well, it's got ice cream in it.
It's got ice cream in it. So, where have you come from?
Sheffield.
Sheffield.
Yeah.
You're very local, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been before?
No, it's our first time.
So what do you think?
Yeah, so far we're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Our friend and neighbour, she races, so we've come
Yeah.
to watch her today, haven't we?
Fantastic. See, this young man, he might say, I want to drive one of them big racing cars when I'm bigger, he says. When I'm a bit bigger, you might win the Hillclimb Championship, eh? Do you play any sport now?
Well, I do play it on television, like bowling.
Football on the telly? Yeah? Taekwondo. Oh, I'm not going to mess with you. I'm going to mess with you, Taekwondo. Right, well, listen, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Amazing. We're going to go into the paddock now and see what we can find. So as you can see, real family sport, this hill climb. And you can see there's lots of families here today, all eating their ice creams and milkshakes and all sorts. You can see in the paddock here we've got the Yorkshire ambulance service. They're part of the medical service here, that if there's an incident they can deal with that straight away. And if we look over here, we can see people in Farmhouse Ice Cream and Garrison Grill, and they're all queuing for their beef burgers and chips. It's a real family day out. The car parks are full. It's a great day to be at Harewood. Now, let's have a wander around. There's usually a few shy competitors that don't want to talk to us, but we'll go and see what we can find. So at the moment, sometimes the drivers are sat back in their motorhomes, or they're sat out the way. The cars are all in the sunshine, cooling off here. And as you can see, as we walk around the paddock, on my right hand side, these are the 2-litre cars, and then these are the big single-seaters with big V8 engines and the serious contenders for the British Hillclimb Championship. Now at the moment, what we need to do is try and find some drivers and some people to talk to. So let's just, we'll have a wander over here and see who we can find. Oh, here's a young man here. Hello, gents. I'm mucking up your lunch break here, aren't I, eh? So, yeah, great to see you guys. So you're all having a bit of social.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sort of all deciding who's the slowest. I think I've won. So.
Now, you've got a lovely car, haven't you?
Yeah, we're very proud of it.
Now, you were telling me it's a very famous car. Tell us about it.
Yeah, because it was George Bleasdale's car, who was a local guy to here. He commissioned it in 2003 and kept running it all the way through to 2019. Then there was COVID, and then he put it away, so it hasn't run since 2019. And Richard and I have gone in partnership with it, and it's a second outing in it. But it's a very well-known car, especially in this part of the world.
Now you had a 1 litre car last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And so this is quite a step up. You've got a 2 litre V6 Rover engine, which is quite unusual, but fitted as standard or the engine of choice to this car, wasn't it?
It came from Bilbeam with that engine. There are 2 or 3 other cars I think had the same spec originally 20 years ago. A number of them are still around, but they've been changed for 4-cylinder Bilbeams and Millingtons and such like. But we've kept it original. It's as it came from Bilbeam, as George ran it for thick end of 20 years. It makes a lovely sound. I think it's probably a little heavier than the 4 cylinders, but it's a beautiful thing to drive. But we're acclimatising to it. It's
old school Bilbeam. What's not to like? Now, Richard, last time I saw you was Farmers Market at Nightwick, wasn't it? Buying various cheeses and bits and bobs and vegetables and stuff like that. That's Nightwick in Worcestershire. Tell me, what's your experience of the car?
It's great. I mean, it's obviously very different to the bike engine car, and it's been a bit of a steep learning curve. But the car's so user friendly and so nice. We've settled into it, I think, very quickly. I'm just hoping to, with a bit more practice, to sort of start trimming the times down a little bit and get on the pace of the class, really.
I think it's great, and I love seeing it. It's a famous car. It looks magnificent still. When was it built?
2003. So it's just over 20 years old now. So
amazing. Well, listen, we look forward to seeing you later on. Good luck,
thanks very much.
and enjoy the afternoon. We're going to wander on, and lovely to talk to you. Fantastic. So we have the Van Diemen here. This is a lovely bit of kit, isn't it? Aaron and Andy Colborne. Now, at the moment, Andy, he's scraping the tyres. Now, hi, Andy. How you doing? All right. So, what are you up to?
Cleaning all the old rubber from the last 2 runs off the tyres.
So, where's this rubber come from?
It's just where the top of the tyre moves around and you wear it off, and it's just what you've used is left on there.
Oh, so this is other competitors' rubber?
There's probably a little bit of that as well, but mostly it's what you've just used, so you get it back off to get to the virgin rubber underneath.
Excellent. And what tyres are you running this year? Because there's been a few changes, hasn't there?
We ran Avons this morning, and we're going to have a try with the Hoosiers this afternoon. So we made the setup changes to the car, so we'll give it a go and see how they get on with it, really.
Now, this car here, you did really well in Ireland last week in the runoffs, didn't you? And
Aaron did.
well, yeah, but it's a team effort too. And
The car went very well.
so this one, if I remember rightly, was something like an ex-Formula Ireland circuit car.
That's right, it was an ex-Formula Ireland car that we bought in. Then we built our own engine, completely redesigned most of the engine. It's not much Ford left in it anymore. It's our own crank rods, pistons, cams, valves, everything really. And then it's running on a life management system, quantum suspension, and it's got all the electronic gizmos on it to read what everything's doing, so we try and figure out which way we're going with it. But it seems to be working well, and Aaron's driving it fantastically, which is great. And yeah, it's good to see.
Aaron's your son, yeah? He is. So it's always difficult when you got sons. They tend to be rapid, don't they?
Well, if he isn't beating me, something's wrong. He needs to be beating me, or Dad will be having words.
I love looking at the setup there. You know, when the engine covers off and everything, you can see it stripped back there. But it's a beautiful setup, and the whole car looks absolutely stunning, I think. And have a great afternoon, and see who can get in the runoffs. So, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I'll have a go, see how we get on.
I'm sure you'll have a go too. But thanks very much indeed, Andy. Cheers. Bye for now. So we wander on this lovely little Reynard, Van Diemen rather, little Van Diemen. Here's the little OMS. This is Ian Tucker's car. He travels up from Cornwall here. Here we have Mr. Warburton, Alan Warburton, of course, sat mercurially. Sat in the car. You're looking very chilled there.
I'm chilled. I've just been sat in here holding the brake pedal down so we could tighten the rear wheels. Not the most sophisticated job in the world, but someone's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it, so you've got to tighten the rear wheels. So what's...
I've done that now, but I just can't be bothered getting out.
I don't blame you. David, what are you up to then? You're doing all the hard work, he's pressing the pedal, are you?
Well, he does all the hard work during the week, and I could just come around and have a play. So any opportunity I could do some work, I'll do it during the weekend.
Do you know what? I had a chat with you guys earlier today, and you told me a lot more about the car. And what did surprise me was this Gould, which is running a Hayabusa bike engine, but the weight of the car is extremely light, isn't it?
Yeah, so this, in the configuration that we've got it at the moment, we're around 306 to 310 kilos, depending what parts are on the car, on which weekend. So it's one of the lightest around, and that's all down to, expertly packaged and designed by Gould, and then we've had it for several years now, and we've done tweaks to it to improve it in certain areas so it works better for us, and it's come to the accumulation of 306 kilos, so it's good. It's good.
Now, just walk around with me here. There's something we were talking about earlier, because I know that these were incredibly difficult to get the engines in and out of, and there is a little component here. It's what did you call this here?
So we called that the world's most expensive letterbox. Because that originally didn't come with the car. It wasn't originally designed that way, but because of the way that this engine is, in terms of, like, for the viewers, most of the bike engine cars, they have them so it's a chain drive, whereas ours is drive shaft driven. So that means that our engine, instead of being this way in the car, is that way. So, and with it being a fully closed chassis, front to rear, the monocoque ends at the back here. So there's a very small hole in the top to be able to do any work. The engine has to come out the bottom, which is very different to the rest of the usual bike engine cars that you see.
Just this one here, Darren's car.
Yeah.
This would be a lot easier to get the engine out, would it?
Yes, it is, but then it's also easier to get to things like spark plugs, coil packs, injectors, things like that. So what that letterbox does for us is it allows us to get to things like the injectors, where, like, for the added complication that we're running methanol, which is more harsh on systems like the fuel injectors. We have to change them. If we have that problem at an event, before the letterbox, we couldn't do it. It was an engine out job, and like I said, you have to drop it. We can't do it here. We haven't got the time. We haven't got the equipment. So what that letterbox does is allows us to change items which we couldn't have done before, like the injectors.
So, running the methanol, do you have to drain the fuel after the event?
No. Methanol, you used to have to do that in sort of the 90s, early 2000s, but now that the additives have got so good, and also now we know what all the hardware should be made out of to make sure that the methanol doesn't eat away at everything.
Is it expensive, methanol?
It's more expensive than pump fuel, absolutely, maybe about 3 times more, and you're using it twice as fast.
What's your gain?
The gain is around 30 horsepower.
Oh, excellent. 30 horsepower. You've got a car weighing 300 odd kilos. Very competitive. You've done extremely well in this car in runoffs in the past, haven't you? Against 700 horsepower cars. Well,
we try to. The difference between what we've got to do compared to against the unlimited class is we've got to try and keep the minimum speed at its highest. So whereas the bigger cars, they're doing the same thing, but they can also, if they do drop a little bit lower than they should be, they can accelerate out of it. With this, it's all about momentum. If you lose it, you can't gain it back. We haven't got the power. So that's where weight, really, really efficient aero on this car as well, which means that we don't have a lot of drag. So we do get into the higher speeds compared to maybe some of our more close competitors, and that's when we can fight better, especially when it's wet. We can fight better with the big boys.
David Wilburton, thank you very much, and good luck to you and Alan this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
All right, see you later. So we're just going to wander on. That was a very insightful little look, actually, at what is a fabulous car, the little GR59, one of Sean Gould's first 59s, and in those, the capable hands of Alan and David, a very, very competitive car indeed. And again, only a 1600 class car, so but very rapid. So who have we got around? Let's have a wander on and see. Traditionally at lunchtime, people tend to be hiding out the sun, getting themselves a burger and stuff like that. And as you can see, we've got a lovely varied paddock. We've got the Formula Fords here.
on the left-hand side here, little 1600 Formula Fords, always great to watch. You can see there the engines of these little Formula Fords. They're just a cooking Ford engine basically, but they do run a dry sump oil system through them to keep them nice and cool and lubricated. But very sophisticated little cars without lots of aero on them. So as you can see, it's very much down to the driver. And when you look inside the cockpit there, all conventional gear changes and everything. And it's a real driver experience and an incredible way to learn driving single-seaters, and always very, very close amongst all our competitors here. So if we have a look around here, and you see on the right-hand side, we've got, goodness me, we've got some more Formula Fords. We've got Alan McDonald there from Scotland in his little sports car force. Simon Bainbridge is here today with the big Kronos, this monster Audi engine Kronos. He's a farmer from up in the northeast. He's feeling a bit poorly today, so he's getting over a bout of something a bit nasty, so he's justifiably out of the way, having a bit of a rest. But this car is a seriously fast car, and it's quite unique. I've not seen anything like it on the hills. Twin turbocharged Audi V8, got four-wheel drive as well, so it's just the beast, isn't it? Isn't that a fabulous bit of kit? As you can see here, it's got all these British sprint round winners here, 22, 21, 23, 23. Serious winning car, this one actually. And if you look inside the car, look, we've got this very, very, very light car. Here he is, the main man himself. Yeah. Have you feeling a bit better now, Simon? How you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. I'm a few more headache tablets and feeling a bit better. So the car's go well this morning. Half second off a PB on low boost and all tyres. So to be honest, happy with that, to be honest, yeah. Good.
I noticed through the speed trap you're very quick, so yes, I know you get quicker and quicker too. I've seen you do it time and time again. Tell us about the evolution of this car, if you could.
Well, we had a four-wheel drive version of this, a space frame version originally, and then we decided that two-wheel drive would be the way forward, except in extreme conditions. So that's what this was about. This was now a carbon tub version, same engine, V8 twin turbo in the back. Central gearbox driver in the rear axle, and to be honest, other than the initial launch, it's pretty much quicker everywhere.
It is quite unique. I've not seen anything like it. I mean, would you say it was loosely based on an Audi A8?
Yeah, it was only side silhouettes really, in case we wanted to do any kind of circuit racing. You needed some kind of silhouette, and it was the R8 is what it's. Squint one eye in the dark, and it's an R8 sort of shape, but it doesn't matter for that. For hill climbs and sprints, you don't need to comply to that anywhere.
Simon comes in a great big Volvo bus, which he's converted into a car transporter and sleeping arrangements. You're a very busy farmer from up in the northeast. Mostly, is it pigs you're into?
That probably sounds bad, but yes, we've got 3,000 pigs, or up to 3,000 pigs, fatteners, bed and breakfast. So yeah, that keeps out of mischief. And then we've got a bit of arable as well. So yeah, keeps us.
I also know that in previous years, I've known you're very keen on marathon runners, and you do this triathlete business, and you're like a super fit farmer. I know you're not feeling quite your best this week, but nevertheless, I mean, fitness is a factor, isn't it? You know, how tiring is it to drive these things?
I think because it's so short duration, it's not too bad. But yeah, you can start to imagine how physical it would be if you were doing a longer race of an hour or more.
How long are your sprint races you get involved with?
Not too long. Typically, maybe 2 laps of a circuit, so a couple of minutes tops, I would say. And we're off to France in a couple of weeks' time, St Guino. That's 3.2k, I believe. So that again, it'll be around the 2-minute mark.
Is that a hill climb? Is it in France? Yeah.
It is, yes, that's right, yeah.
Have you been there before?
Bit of a sore subject. We went last year and had nothing but problems, so we're going back to try and put things straight, yeah.
Well, listen, mate, thanks very much for your time. I know you're not feeling 100%, but have a great run this afternoon, and we look forward to hearing those mighty V8 burbling up that hill and thrashing the opposition, eh? Good for you. All right, see you later, yeah? Thanks again. So, what do we got here? So we're just looking up here. We've got various people sat around. They're very chilled, actually. It's great to see, isn't it? Oh, I think we got Becky Crocombe here. Hi, Becky. Can you spare us a moment? How are you? All right. This is Becky Crocombe, comes from Wiltshire.
I do, Wiltshire, yes.
You're farming lady?
My parents farm in Devon, so I actually moved to Wiltshire, but my parents farm in Devon.
Wow, and you've got this lovely little Formula Ford you're driving, haven't you?
I have, yes.
Is that the second season in this?
My third season, and it's owned by Lawrence Marks, who's unfortunately not driving this weekend, but he's definitely a big help to me setting it up, so yeah.
So what I like, ladies in motorsport. We don't hear enough ladies in motorsport, do we?
No, we don't. So we're actually involved with the BWRDC and something called Interspeed, which is to get more women into hill climbing. So you can start with your road-going car and then work your way up. So yes, if anybody's out there watching and wants to get involved, absolutely go to the BWRDC.
Wow. And your local hills would be Wiscombe and Gurston?
Gurston's my local. That's about half an hour from me.
Yeah. And what's your favourite hill?
That's a really tricky one. They're all favourites for different reasons, so very difficult. Gurston is my local one, so I think that's always going to be special to me.
Yeah, you cut your teeth at Gurston, didn't you? Yeah, absolutely. So tell us about these Formula Fords. There's no aero on them, of course, you know, no big wings, and they're literally, you're all in the same sort of car, the same sort of engines. Can you really feel it when you drive it?
You can, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's such a great car to drive. It's really fun. The fact that everybody's cars are so even, it's just down to driver then to do your best and try and work your way up and get faster.
I love it. I love it. Well, you keep up the great work, and we will catch up with you soon, and good luck this afternoon, all right? Thank you. That's Becky Crocombe. That's right. So what a pretty little car it is, actually, as you can see. Shared drive. Lawrence Marks owns the car. And the drivers are really very close, aren't they, to the front wheels there? So they're very low. They're going to see exactly what's going on, and they'll feel every movement of the car and every braking action and all that sort of thing. This is here we got the Weaver car here. This is Tom Weaver and Richard Weaver. This is one of these very rapid little up to 1100cc class cars. There's a row of these cars, as you can see here. Got the Morgan car there. Stuart Bickley there, and Emma Rayson's car there, the yellow one, Jonathan Flesher there, the purple one, and you can see how chilled our hill climb drivers are. These are very rapid young drivers. There's Tom Morgan, Richard Weaver, Tom Morgan, Tom Weaver. So they usually like to be very shy when cameras are on them, but they're all laughing. They know we're here, but why wouldn't they? I'll just bother them a minute. I'll bother them. Hello, guys. How are we getting on today? Young Tom looking very chilled, mate.
Yeah, no, really happy with this morning. Just about a second quicker than I went yesterday, which is weird because the runs didn't feel that quick. Only a couple of tenths off a PB and 3 tenths in the class lead after practice. So, but the pressure's on now to try and do it again in a timed run.
So you said it didn't feel that quick. That's really interesting. So it didn't feel that quick, and yet it was quick. So is that often the case on hill climbing, that runs you didn't think were great actually turn out to be very good?
I think especially here, when there's far too many corners for my liking, you can overdrive very easily. And you get it in your head that you've got all this room to go off and not hit anything. So you get all giddy and try too hard. So I think, particularly because that was a practice run, pressure's off, you just try and be smooth, get the lines, get your braking points, and then you pull a pretty decent time out of the bag without really expecting it.
Yeah, I do like this little car of yours. This is your second Empire. You had a Hornet, didn't you, as well? Which, but this one, it's so closely matched, aren't you, on engines, and everyone's absolutely dicing. There's only tenths between a lot of you most of the time, isn't it? And of course, you guys have been qualifying for runoffs in the British Hillclimb Championships in a 1 litre car.
Yeah, I got into the first runoff at Prescott, whenever it was, 2-3 weeks ago. Messed the runoff run up, but I still got in. So yeah, no, I was really happy with that. And that was, you know, there was no big cars missing. Nobody really had a problem. So it was, you know, pretty much absolutely on merit. And without, I don't want to say it, but you know, this is always the place where you feel like you've got a bit of an outside chance of qualifying, because this isn't so much of a power hill as anywhere else really. power's always going to help you, but a lot of this place is momentum and keeping momentum and just attacking the corners as much as you dare, really. So I've no idea. I think I'm probably not quite there today. I did get in at this meeting last year for the one runoff, but there were a couple of people missing and a few people had problems. So it's unlikely today, but yeah, we're never too far off. So it's bang for buck. It's really, really good, and the times are so close with the class as well.
I love it. Well, I know you'll be trying your best. Look, we got eat some. What we got beef burgers there and stuff like that, eh?
We got sausage sandwiches. Dougie's dad's special sausage sandwiches.
Dougie's dad special. So we got two dads here, Stevie Morgan and Tom here, and Richard Weaver, of course. So, what's it like when these young upstarts of yours start beating Dad, eh?
I love it, to be honest. I absolutely love it. These guys have been with us. Tom has been with me since he was 4 years of age, and then for him to come through as he's coming through now as a parent, fantastic.
I think it's fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, and I think this promotes the hill climb family. Everyone comes most weekends when you come to the hill climbs, don't you? So you help each other out with parts and things like that.
Absolutely. I mean, we were helping people yesterday. I'm sure people will help us today if we need it. It's a big, one big family, and the 1100 class is just fantastic because the youngsters are in it. It's bringing us old boys on as well. We're still loving it. We're getting slower and slower, but we're still loving it.
You're still quick. Trust me, you're still quick. And Richard was driving the breakdown truck. What was all that about, Richard? What are we doing in this now?
I was making money then, now I'm spending it. It's very different. But we're making memories, we're having a great time, really enjoying it. Really enjoying it.
Now, I know you've gone old school this weekend. Lovely Helen's not with you this weekend, is she? She's probably saying, I want a weekend off. And so you've got to do it all yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, the catering facilities have gone downhill badly and the washing up's stacking up.
Brilliant, isn't that lovely? I tell you what a helmet you've got there, young Tom. You won't miss that one. That's beautifully put together, isn't it? So fantastic. Well, look, I know you've got a new engine in your car this year, so no excuses. You're going like the wind as well, so fantastic. Great battle between these young chargers, as we call them. And yeah, and these guys are getting into runoffs against the big machinery and beating 1600 Hayabusa cars as well, which I know they're probably not very happy about that. Hey?
I think the technology now in the 1100 engines is so good because obviously World Superbike is dragging that along now and giving us the technology, and we're just taking that technology and transforming it into the cars. So it's fantastic. They're doing the work thanks to Suzuki and everybody on a global scale, and we're having the benefits, and it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and there's a few engines, Suzuki's, and we had a BMW engine car here yesterday that was going extremely well, and well, of course, Robert Kenrick, he's retired currently, but he could well be back. But he had a BMW car that was still actually got all the class records from memory, So, guys, lovely to see you. Great luck this afternoon. Go and smash it up this afternoon. No, don't say that, Ponzi. Don't say that. No, that's a stupid thing to say. But I do say stupid things sometimes, so excuse, it's just me. So lovely to see you boys. Take care. Sarah, what a stupid comment that was, eh? But never mind. That's what we do, isn't it? Yeah, we've got, where are people hiding this afternoon then? These are all the four-wheel drive monsters. These are the Evos and Subarus. Very impressive. This is Stephen Darley's new car here. This is four-wheel drive, turbocharged, got over 700 horsepower. Look at this. It's a piece of engineering and a half, isn't it, really? Fantastic to see. He'll be sharing with Damien Bradley this year. Damien's got his car, the Subaru Legacy, on its way to Pikes Peak to do the Pikes Peak Challenge, which is a major concern, to be fair, and that's in America. So they'll be sharing this. This is Stephen Moore's most developed Evo. He's got 3 of these, but this one is his quickest one. It's going again, approaching 700 horsepower when it's all tuned up. As you see, they've got the doors open because these things get incredibly hot, to be fair. So, again, good close competition between all these cars here. Serious money's worth, serious development, and of course, as you can see, they all look fantastic, don't they? Beautiful paint jobs, not really road-going cars as such. These are highly modified ones here. But we walk up the paddock a little bit further here. People are fettling their cars. There's Robert Clark there. He's from Shropshire. He's got a slight problem there. Looking at that, they're puzzled a bit there. I'm not quite sure what's going on. We could have maybe interrupt them a second. Robert, how are you, man?
All right, thanks.
All right. So, are you okay? Problems, or are you okay?
No, I think Richard's doing his usual thing of fixing things for me. So.
Good, Richard. Well done to Richard. Well, he knows a bit about these, doesn't he?
Yeah. No, he's had the car over the winter and he's got most of the gremlins out of it. So yeah, we didn't have a particularly great year with it last year. A couple of problems with it. So it's a really, really quick car, which which is why we bought it. But yeah, we only really got one event in it last year, so we're properly getting some seat time this year. And yeah, it's a great car, loving it so far. So.
Yeah, it is a little weapon, isn't it? I know you come up from Shropshire in it, and yeah, just looking at the size of the inside there, the seat's obviously out at the moment. So, but it's quite deep, isn't it?
I don't fit very well, to be fair.
Well, you're quite a broad-shouldered lad, like me. I probably wouldn't fit it in at all, but well, great to see you back out on the hills and going well, to be fair. You told me when we first drove the car this year, I think it's like a missile.
Yeah, it's a missile. We've taken 6 seconds off the PB today, so...
6 seconds? That's astounding, isn't it?
Well, it just shows how slow we were going before, to be fair, so...
No, I think that's brilliant. That's terrific progress. Well done to you. Enjoy the rest of your day, Robert. We'll catch you soon, yeah? OK. So... we got young Gary Warren. Gary comes all the way from Aberdeen way. My goodness, he's here with his partner Susan. And Gary, you were struggling up that hill earlier when you were walking up by my commentary box.
Yeah, I was a wee bit out of breath, Chris. It's rather hot today, and I kind of went down the hill quickly to get my battery down there and get back as quick as I could, because I thought we were a way to go in the batch. But yeah, I was breathing out my back end slightly.
Well, I can tell you folks, I'm not going to shout because I am very unfit and I struggle up these hills, but I do like your little car. This is an early Empire. I think it's a 2000 car, am I right?
2011, chassis number 2.
Oh, I got that totally wrong there. It's only 11 years out. But unusually you got this high back on it, haven't you? But you're still running a little motorbike engine?
Yeah, 1000cc Suzuki K8. A little few tweaks to the cylinder head. Running about 187 wheel horsepower, so it's no slouch, but it's not the big 1070 power or the methanol power that could be potentially got from it.
Oh, got methanol, yes, because I know your local hill is Doon, which for me is a jolly long way, but for you it's still probably a couple of hours.
Like 3 hours from my house.
3 hours from, so you're up in Scotland and it's still 3 hours to get to Doon in Scotland?
Yeah, so I have got a local hill climb, which is in 2 weeks' time, which is Fintry, which used to house the British Championship back in the 90s. And Roy Lane was the hill record holder for about 22 years, I believe. And it got the hill record got taken in 2018 by the Napiers.
I love that story you were telling me yesterday. When you go to Wiscombe, you set off the week before. Yep. And then you sort of have a bit of a holiday on the way down, do you, Susan?
Yeah, it's nice to break it up. We're going to do the same again this year when we go over to Ireland. We're going back over to Cairncastle, so we're going to have a nice few days there and then head back over to get the next round here when we come back over on the ferry. So it'll be good.
I admire you two guys because I see you at Loughton Park, seen you at Prescott, haven't we? Yep. Yeah, so that's a heck of a way for you guys, a hell of a commitment to do it. And, you know, I think as spectators and fans, we love you doing it, and thanks very much. Well, listen, have a brilliant afternoon, Gary.
No, thank you, Chris.
Talk to you later. Good luck, Susan. Very much a team effort, of course. Susan accompanies them all over the place, and they got a motorhome, as you can see. This is now this is interesting. Oh, this is the old love god himself, eh? The old love god. Doogie Cant, eh? Doogie Cant. Come on, mate. All your fans will be wanting. You've got to sign some autographs soon, eh? Look at him, eh? You're a pretty boy, isn't he, eh?
Thank you very much.
Hey, yeah. My goodness me. Yeah, absolutely. So I hope you've... I was telling you, if you get some caps, you could charge a tenner each for the caps to sign the caps from, you know, eh?
Not a problem, yeah. Make an orderly queue and, yeah, I'll sign them.
Well done. Listen, he's a lovely bloke. He's from Worcester. He's got this lovely little single-seater. How long you had this one?
So I bought this last May, campaigned it at a few events to sort of gather my national licence, and then entered the British this year. So Yeah.
Going straight in with the big boys.
Well, yeah, it's a tough competition, but yeah, no, good fun. Really enjoying it. First time at Harewood, and yeah, there's a lot to learn, but yeah, we're getting on all right. We're pushing, so.
Tom Weaver was telling me it's very like a lot of bends. It's quite tricky, isn't it? Really, you know. Yeah. This is, but it's a competitive little car. You drive it very well. Have a great weekend, mate, and we're going to wander on, but we'll see what we got coming up here. Who you got? You got one of these rather rapid little cars next to you, haven't you? Little OMS here. Good afternoon to you, sir. Can you spare us a moment, or are you just putting the car back together?
Well, no, I'm just checking the water and a few other levels before we go off this afternoon.
Well, you were very rapid, Will, weren't you?
Will, it is Will. Yeah, Will today.
You're changing the name a bit, you see, but Will Hamer.
Change me first. Now.
No, that's true, Will. So, Will, you were quickest in practice yesterday, weren't you? You were showing these other 1100 runners the way home yesterday.
I was quickest in timed runs yesterday. Yeah. We had a really good run yesterday. Yeah, so really happy with that.
Now, this car, I remember you had a 750 turbocharged Kawasaki engine. You've done something different now. What have you done?
Yeah, correct. We spent probably 10 years trying to develop the 750 engine, and then it just come to the point where we couldn't get it going without blowing it up quite a lot, so we decided to go with something different, go for normally aspirated, and it's a BMW S1000 RR engine, normally aspirated, straight out of the box, off eBay again, and yeah, seems to work really well.
It absolutely does work very well, doesn't it? And of course, I remember Robert Kenrick used to have the BMW Grand Prix bike engine in his, and it was extremely rapid and class records. So, you know, the way it's going, I think you're ruffling some feathers.
Well, I think it's got to the point where it's we've got to drive it better now, so we've really got to sort of get back to thinking about what we're doing with the steering wheel, whereas the L car you're always worried about getting to the top without it blowing up, or just being careful with the temperatures and all that kind of thing, whereas this, just get in, jump in it, drive it and just push it. So.
Well, I call this the camo car because it's got this rather nice. Is this a wrap?
Yeah, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap, yeah, green wrap, and I liked it from the moment I first saw it, actually, even with the old Quacker engine in it.
Well,
so
it's going as well as it looks. So
it is, and you're going brilliantly. You boys can certainly drive it, and keep ruffling them feathers.
Well, keep all these young boys, keep all the young boys keen in it. So. Yeah.
Keep them keen, keep them mean. That's right. Well, listen, look, good luck. We'll catch you later, yeah? Fantastic. Alrighty. So we're just gonna quickly wander through here and see what we find here. Now, this is the way through. So on the other side of the paddock here, we've got all these big runners. We've got Wallace Mingus here. There's that fabulous Gould. He won the championship 4 times in this car, this Gould Cosworth. And if you want to look at a beautiful hill climb car, you're looking at it now, folks, aren't you? Tilly Coultry Quarries, new techniques, engine and race preparation. Isn't that the most beautiful thing you see? And of course, it is extremely quick. It's about 700 horsepower from a 3.4 Cosworth V8 engine. And Wallace drives it like the wind. To be fair, you don't win championships without driving it quick. And next car along there, that's the Gould GR55, Nicola Mingus, that's Wallace's wife, David Duren, and that's the ex-Martin Groves car that when it used to be in yellow, it held hill records all over the country, and Martin Groves won the championship in that car, and it's still going extremely well. I'll just have a quick word with Nicola and David, if they can spare us the time. Nicola's doing the tyres here. She's cleaning them off here, and there's the accumulation of this hot rubber here. She's got a load of it here on the end. Hello, Nicola. How are you? All right, you're cleaning those tyres up then? And these, of course, are big tyres to do, aren't they?
Well.
Yeah. Nicola, of course, married to Wallace, and a very successful hill climber herself. She holds the ladies' hill record here amongst other hills, and loves driving these big cars. This is a seriously powerful car, real history car, and it's great to see it still doing the job, because I remember watching this car breaking hill records right back in 2008, I think it was, at Shelsley Walsh with Martin Groves. So great to see. What have we got here? We've got this is the car. This is Matthew Ryder and Sean Gould's. This is the championship winning car at the moment. This is the car that Matthew won the championship in last year. His dad, John Ryder, at the back there. Hello, John. How are you? All right. Can you spare me a second, old chap? John, of course, is the power behind the driver, hey?
Is that right?
John, I better
Yeah.
get down. I'm making
Yeah,
you look like a blue. I'm looking like a giant up there, which I'm not. So, John, what's it like having a British Hillclimb champion in the family?
It's very good, actually. Yes, it's. We just got to try and stay there, haven't we? You know, that's.
You're doing all right.
We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Staying there.
Matthew has won the last 4 runoffs.
Yes, we've had a good couple of runners, 3 of them anyway. Yeah, we're pretty good. Yeah, so yeah, we're just we've got lovely weather here today, so we'll see.
This is the best I've ever seen here. It's amazing, isn't it?
Beautiful. Yes, it was, and Ireland was nice and sunny last weekend as well in Belfast, so that was a first.
Well, yeah, that's good. And so you obviously spend a lot of time travelling around with the car, because we've got quite a lot of rounds that we do in the Hillclimb Championship all over the place, don't we?
Yeah, we do actually. Yeah, we cover a fair few miles every year. To be fair, in motorhomes and trailers, yeah, it's takes up quite a lot of time.
Do you have a favourite hill?
I quite like this hill, really, from the point of view that you can actually see what's going on. I know it's difficult when the actual drivers leave at the top of the hill to get everyone and people down the bottom to actually sort the cars out if there's any issues. But up here you can see a lovely view and see all the hill.
Yeah, you can. It is quite unique because we park our cars as spectators just literally on the same level as you guys, and then we come walk straight into the paddock to where all the action is, to watch all the cars going down the road to the start, and then they go through the start, up the hill, back into the paddock. So it's a constant cycle.
Yes, exactly. And obviously, as you as a commentator as well, you can see everything from what the commentary post as well, can't you? So it's quite good from your point of view as well.
It's unique because when I'm at Chelsea, there's 3 different boxes and they're all got various blind spots, haven't they?
Exactly. And once the car leaves you don't know what's going on further up, or vice versa. That's right.
Absolutely. No, that is spot on. And sometimes at Chelsea, we've only had 2 of us or 1 of us, and you're very much fishing in the dark then.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But you work as a team, and you know what to do, don't you, nowadays? But yeah, it's good. It's good.
So Matthew is currently leading the championship again. He's a hill record holder here today. He looked very good in practice yesterday.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we're all right. We're hopefully we had 1 or 2 issues with the master switch. Decided to give way on us halfway up the hill, but we changed that. So yeah, hopefully we just stay out of trouble and have some good runs this afternoon.
That's what it's all about. John, great to see you. Good luck this afternoon.
Lovely,
Team Rider looking to hang on to their championship here. I tell you what, I wonder if we could have a quick chat with young David Tatham here, Farmer David. He's got his dad's George's lovely old McLaren Hillclimb car here. This is old school Can-Am technology, and young David here, ever the racing driver, all dressed up for the job as usual, eh? I'm liking the hat. How are you, David?
I'm very well, thank you, Chris. Yes. What a lovely chilled out event this is. It's brilliant, What a great atmosphere.
Oh, it's blooming marvellous. I've come to Harewood today. The sun's out. I can't believe how beautiful it is. It's stunning, isn't it? You see, I call you Farmer David, but you don't really like that, do you?
No, that's accurate. Yeah, that's accurate. I wouldn't say I'm sort of a great farmer. I think Clarkson's better than me, but anyway, yeah.
Well, he's got Caleb, or you had Caleb, didn't he? So,
Yeah, well, I've got the equivalent Caleb's.
Caleb's in Yorkshire, yeah. Well, it's a lovely place to be doing your thing, and you do other stuff as well. But tell me, now this is special. This is Dad's old car, isn't it? Tell us about this.
It is, yeah. He got this. It was built by Phil Scragg. Well, he commissioned McLaren to build it in 1970 for hill climbing, specifically for hill climbing, and then turned out he didn't really like it, so ended up getting a Lola. Somebody else ran it a couple of years, and then it was at Hepworth's, and they sold it to a chap who blew the engine up. Dad went, now I can afford it, and told Heppy when they're talking silly cheap money, then he'll have it. And Heppy called him up a few months later, and so he got it in 73. First event he did was 74 here at the April event, and he ran it till 6 months before he passed. So his last event
Good
was
afternoon,
Shelsley.
ladies and gentlemen. I've got a quick
2013
message. The owner of
I
car
don't know when that
registration
photo was dated. You know the photo you got in your office?
Yes.
because that was the one I took it when I was a photographer, not a commentator, and I took that photo at Top S at Shelsley, and he was bursting into the sunlight, wasn't he?
Beautiful photograph. Yes, I love that photograph. I think that would have been probably not 2000s. I can't remember.
No, and I can't remember. At my age, I can't remember anything. So, you know, but no, I mean, this isn't your average hill climb car, is it? This is 7.5 litres of like a Can-Am car, isn't it?
It is based on a Can-Am car, basically. So it's an M12 McLaren. It's known as an M12C, but Phil Scragg had an M6 body customised, which is smaller, to fit the car. Took off the high wheel arches so you got better visibility, and then also insisted on a centre gear change. So there's many links in the gear linkage. I've got tractors with more precise gear change than this car, but that's how it was built, that's how it's got to stay as far as I'm concerned.
I love it because you've got these old school type tyres on. You've got you hold the class record which had stood for years before you brought this one out, including James Baxter and his Rapid Cooper and Jolyon and his Surtees, and you snuck up the hill in this in a 58.31.
58.05.
05, yeah.
That's the Harewood club record.
Right.
And today we're obviously at the British Championships, so there is a separate British record for Class M, which I think is at 61.09. So I have a little target this weekend.
Cheeky target.
Yeah, I certainly won't get anywhere near the club record. The tyres are far worse, and it's probably too warm today for the tyres. But there is a little target to aim for this afternoon.
You'll be having a little go, folks. We love David a bit. He's a great driver, and to see this machinery on the hill, fantastic. David, good luck this afternoon, old chap. Aren't you, buddy? All right, we'll catch you soon, yeah? So let's have a wander on, and as you can see, this is the other end of the paddock. It was full up yesterday, and we've got a whole bunch of Ferraris down there today, haven't we? And we got various. Maybe we'll have a quick wander down if that's all right with you, Rich, or maybe not.
I don't think we can go that far.
No. Okay, shall we wander back this way? Okay. So we're going to wander back this way now and see what we can find. Now, these are historic cars here. This is Andy Tippett's lovely. Yeah. So this is Andy Tippett's lovely Brabham. Big Rover Buick power in the back here. Hi, Andy. How you doing? All right? Burbling up the hill as ever. Yeah, fantastic to see. Of course, ex-commercial airline pilot in the day, and captain and all that stuff, trainer and all that stuff. But now you pilot what can only be described as a beautiful old Brabham.
Well, yeah, it kind of, it flies, yeah. It's kind of, everybody tells me it sounds really good going through the going through the farmhouse, but I can't hear it when I'm in there. But it's a privilege to drive, really.
It's an old school car, isn't it? I mean, you've got this lovely bit, but the engine, of course, is part of the chassis in this car, isn't it? So,
well, it's actually not a structural part of the chassis, but it's kind of the chassis had to be modified when Mike McDowell first put in the Coventry Climax engine. So it's got a modified chassis at the back, which allows this V8 to go in there really easily. So, it's kind of it really does kind of lend itself to some really good historic times, anyway.
Big V8.
Not quite as quick as these new.
No, but this is 50-year-old technology. A car like this would have been one of the first cars to go sub 30 at Shelsley, I think.
Indeed, yes, it was with Mike. Yeah, this has always been a hill climb car. So Mike campaigned it for 3 years with Bob Jennings, and they did some good times in it. And I can tell you a good story of around here. Mike McDowell used to smoke a pipe, apparently. He was a really nice guy, but he used to smoke a pipe. And he used to go down the chute here, going down to the start, smoking his pipe. And the marshals never knew whether he was on fire or just going down to the start. But he used to get to the bottom, tap his pipe out, and away he'd go. And he'd probably be way up in the kind of, in the top 12.
Isn't that lovely, smoking the pipe? Well, of course, actually pipe smoking cigars, but particularly pipes. My dad had a pipe, and, they were sort of like popular then, wasn't
it? People have come up to me and said they remember Mike doing that. So the car's been up there more than I have, put it like that. The car's been up and down these hills far more than I have. So it's a privilege to drive, as I say.
Well, Andy, have a great run this afternoon, matey, and enjoy the day in this lovely sunshine. We absolutely can't. Oh, look, we got past drivers: Mike McDowell, Bob Jennings, David Fife, Murray McGrath, Alex Brown. So it's had a few runners and riders and owners. Yeah.
It's got a good provenance, yeah.
And the classic nostalgia sticker from Chelsea 2018 competition. I know you're a regular there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, lovely, great day. Lovely. Talk to you later. Ta-ta. So, sun's still out at sunny Harewood. Wow, that's an absolute treat, isn't it, really? Everyone looks very chilled, don't they? They're just thoroughly enjoying themselves. Some are very busy. Some prefer not to be on camera because they're just not particularly fond of the camera. But that doesn't stop them being great drivers. Oh, there's Lynn Owen there, polishing the tyres there. Lynn, of course, is the wife of Steve. And how are we doing? Hello, Lynn, you busy? Yeah, you are very busy. She's very busy cleaning the tyres, folks. We're going to leave her in peace because she's a busy lady and they've got things to do to get ready for the things that matter, really, this afternoon. As we're heading up here, we're getting into some very quick machinery. It's Bernie Cavill and Simon Andrews at OMS. How did it go this morning?
We've had a troublesome weekend, so it's just been one thing after another, little glitches that we've been trying to track down. Trouble is, it can be electronics, it can be mechanical, it can be suspension, so we've had a little bit of everything, but we think we might be getting there, so we're winning.
Good man. Well, listen, we're going to leave you in peace because I know how difficult it is to get these things sorted. Complicated racing cars indeed, very rapid, but can get the slightest little glitch. How are you doing? All right. What are you up to then? How's you getting on here?
Second in class so far. So I'm 0.15 behind him, the Porsche. So we've just got to get a bit faster this afternoon. That's all.
So yours is a little. Simon Price, yeah? Did I get that? No, I got that wrong, didn't I? Richard Price.
No, Hayden Spedding. I run the.
What an idiot I am! What a total idiot! But Hayden Spedding, yeah, we've seen you out in the big red E-Type. Your lads are here today, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Richard's helping out, and Rob's got the Formula Ford.
Yes. Oh, yes. So is Richard racing this season?
We should get the car together later in the year, hopefully for him. We'll get him over to the Channel Islands at least.
So. Local men, Barnsley way, aren't you?
We are.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is your local here, isn't it?
Well, it's handy for us because we're only 40 minutes away, so it's good. So yeah, for us, it's nice to come somewhere that's close. Longer tows for us later in the year and earlier in the year.
Hayden, thanks very much. Sorry about the name getting wrong here. Getting confused in my old age, but there we go. Lovely to see you. Okay, fabulous. So we keep walking up here now. Oh, look, we got people posing there in Will Hall's car. That was the young man that was eating that ice cream that we interviewed earlier on. And Will's very generous. There's Will Hall here. Will hates being on camera, so we won't bother him too much, but that's a lovely family photograph, isn't it, eh? This incredible Gould GR59 Judd. Amazing bit of kit, really. And this is this lady's first visit to a hill climb, so she gets to sit in one of the very best cars here. Look at that, eh? Getting out now. Fantastic. Will Hall there. He's second or third in the championship this year. And Will's put in the steering wheel. But that young man, there he is, sat on the ground there. He could be a future HillClimb champion. Wouldn't that be lovely? He gets inspired by coming here to Harewood. Jonathan Varley's Predator here, this lovely car here. Paul Hames here, and this another motorbike engine car. So this is Paul Hames. This has got a 1300cc turbocharged. Hello, Paul. How are you doing? All right.
Well, afternoon. How are you?
Yeah. Tell us a bit about your car. What is it?
So Gould GR59, and it's the third chassis that was built. Hayabusa turbo engine running on methanol. Lots of electronics, trying to keep things in one piece, keep it under control. Lightweight car, great fun. Great.
Warby's car, we're telling me, was just over 300 kilos. What's yours?
Yeah, about the same. Yeah.
Oh, about the same.
About 320, about 328.
Yeah, very light, aren't they? I mean, these cars, you've had some seriously wonderful results. You've got number 10 on the car this year, which means 10th in the championship last year. Mm-hmm. This is in a 1300cc car, and this is a turbocharged one, isn't it?
That's right. Turbocharged, running on methanol. all sorts of trickery going on with an active wastegate, and the ECU controlling what the boost does in each gear, because you simply can't use it all in first, second or third, so you have to sort of bleed the boost out. Yeah, and it's a great thing. It's
what sort of horsepower?
450 and a bit.
450 and a bit in a car that weighs 300 odd kilo. That's giving you some serious power to weight, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's a great car. Yeah, and you know, just fun to drive with the traction control, launch control. Getting it set up takes time, but in the end, it's all worth it. And yeah, we're having a bit of fun.
Yeah, you have a lot of fun. You come from, is it Surrey way? And
yeah, I'm a long way from home here. So yeah, I come from just outside Guildford. So it's a long trek, but it's worth it. It's a fantastic venue when we get up here. The weather's good. Yeah, it's a wonderful place. So enjoying what we're doing. We're on the Hoosiers for the first time this year, and they're taking a little bit of getting used to. They're a different tyre to the Avons, so we're working through with those, and yeah.
So we're hopeful of getting in those top 10 runners.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We're always hopeful.
I'm sure you could. Great driver, great car. Thank you very much, Paul. We'll see you again soon, and we'll look forward to cheering you on from the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so this is Jonathan Varley's car here. This is the Predator. This is the car that runs the 2-litre Terry Davis V8, but it originally started off life with a Arrows V10 Formula 1 engine when Graham White Jr. had the car. Jonathan bought the car from him as a tub, and then decided to get one of these 2-litre V8s put in the back, or put it in himself. And of course it is winning the Midland Hillclimb Championship 2 years on the trot in this car, so absolutely tremendous. So here's two of our young chargers here. Oh, and Ian Dayson. I'm going to have a quick word with Ian. I didn't know he was here today. Ian, how are you? How are you? Don't run away, don't run away. This is the builder of these cars, folks. Yeah, what about Ian Dayson? And this is one of your most successful cars at the moment.
It is at the moment, yeah. Yeah, with young Alex driving. He's
young Alex Cole's over here, folks. We've spoken to Alex before, and we got Stuart Bickley over the back wheel there, thinking, I wish I had one of these, he thinks. Yeah. So tell us, you build these cars in, is it Lichfield?
I do, yeah. All hand built.
Yeah, all hand built. So Simon Jenks is here, of course, this weekend in another one of your cars. But these ones here seem to be absolutely brilliant with these motorbike engines, don't they?
They do, yeah. Yeah, they're nice and light, lots of power. So very, very just what you need.
What sort of weight will we be talking in this car?
350, are we?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, about 350.
350 kilos. Little 1300, yours is supercharged, isn't it? Yeah, as opposed to Zach's other car is a turbocharged thing, but with the same engine. So what's the difference, Alex, what's the difference between the turbocharged and supercharged? Much in it?
It depends. You can you can run different turbos, different superchargers. Just depends how much you're willing to push the engine. You know, the more power you put through it, the more chance it's got of going wrong. So it's whether you want reliability or power, really.
You have really got this car running well. I mean, you had one or two issues last year which you got sorted out, and you're sharing it with Kelvin. Is Kelvin here this weekend?
He's here, but he's not driving. He's just coming on to help.
How's the electrician stuff coming on?
Well, it's still going. It pays me to come here, so that's all that matters.
That is wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, we've got no Terry Graves here this weekend, our other electrical contractor from Cornwall way. But listen, I'm looking forward to you young guns. You young Stuart.
Yes.
How's it going today?
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah, it's tough on the tyres, but yeah, we'll manage. Yeah, we were quickest this morning. We slipped a second on that last run. Tom put in a good run, so yeah, got a couple of tenths to find just to nip back in front, but we'll see.
These 1100 runners, this is Stuart Bickley over there, and they are really troubling the scorecards. In fact, they're mixing it up with the 1600 boys and causing a lot of embarrassment, and you certainly are as well, young Alex, aren't you? So keep up the great work, guys, and Ian, lovely to see you, and thanks again, fabulous. So we've got, how many we got over here? We've got this little group of drivers here. This is Trevor Willis over there. There's Lindsay Summers there, Sarah Bosworth, David Uren, and they're having a little chill before they
they start back. Young Will Hall sat back in the back of his transporter there, and Will is going incredibly well. He's such a lovely bloke, but he's not a big fan of being interviewed on camera, so we're not going to bother him. And but he's a great driver, and he's one of the nicest men you'll ever meet around the paddock. And I saw him bought a load of bacon rolls this morning for his team, so he keeps them well fed and watered. Comes up from the Midlands, and Vanity Hall is his business based in the Midlands. This is Trevor Willis's car here. This is the OMS. This is the most successful OMS currently on the hills. Trevor's won the championship 3 times now in an OMS, and this car is down on power, perhaps against some of the very big runners, but Trevor's skills as a driver more than counteract that. And as you can see, it's a very, very purposeful machine. And Trevor's one of these incredibly clever people. He can make all this stuff. He can make all the wings and all the fabrication, wishbones. There's not much he can't make, actually. So he's very often building bits and pieces for other drivers and mending their cars. So fantastic. And over the back here, we've got some of the 1600 runners. Andy Bugard here. He comes from the Channel Islands. We spoke to her. There's Neil Coles. That's Alex Coles' dad over there in the white T-shirt there. Neil was driving up until a couple of years ago. He had I think a hip replacement recently, but he's now itching to get back into the car. But they sold their OMS that they had, and he's really concentrating on supporting Alex, as Alex is one of the very fastest young drivers on our current British Hillclimb Championship. So up here, this is an old school car. Look at the view. Look at this view over here. This is what you get at Harewood on a lovely sunny day like this. Absolutely. Look at this Pilbeam here. This is John Cottrell's car, and I mean that's an old school bit of technology with a 2-litre Millington engine in it. And doesn't that just look lovely? Pilbeams, of course, were the cars to beat back in the day, but now they've been superseded by the Goulds. And isn't that lovely? There's Nicola Dearden over there. Hello, Nicola. How are you? All right? Have you got a weekend off, have you? Aha! Oops, gosh. That's a good start. I'm blundering around the paddock at the moment.
How are you doing, Chris? All right?
I'm doing very good. So you're having a weekend off?
Having a weekend off, and we're coming out with the Formula 4 next week at Blyton Park, and then we'll be down at the Midland Lawton Park in the Van Diemen RF 921. So we haven't used it since 2017, so it'd be good to get it back out, really.
It is. And Nicola, weekend off for you?
Yes.
We did that today, so happy days?
Yeah, definitely.
Ladies in motorsport, we love to see it, don't we?
Helping Jack try and get in the runoff?
Yeah.
Yes, well, Jack usually runs well at Harewood, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's gone well this morning.
Yeah. So is Jack going well this morning?
Yeah, it's gone well, yeah. Under Nicola's instruction, it's gone well, yeah.
Well, obviously.
Not quite.
You know, you're the chief engineer.
Not quite.
Fabulous. Well, it's... what's the time now then? How are we doing for time?
12. I think they're sort of getting ready to...
Are they getting ready, are we? Yeah. I think we're going to wrap it up now, folks. Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. Take care. All right. And we're going to wrap it up now. We're going to contest the rounds 5 and 6 of the British Hillclimb Championship at Harewood, at a very sunny Harewood. And we look forward to joining you on HillClimb.TV after the lunch break.
Right, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. We're about to restart and it's going to be the Ferraris and then the Harewood competitors in Class 26 kicking off proceedings. We're just getting online. Greetings from Argyll, Scotland, from Stephen Wilson. And on to the start line goes car 717 Hazel Petite in the Volkswagen Up TSI. On her first run before the lunch break, she set a new personal best, 78.63. So Hazel off and running, heading towards Clark's. Very late apex at Clark's, dropping downhill now into the S's. Sweeping through the S's, now into Chippies, past the old start area. That area of tarmac down the bottom is where the start was, and into Country Corner, which used to be the first corner on the track, and on cold tyres you used to see a lot of cars skating off. Not so much these days. Hazel meanwhile heading up towards the nasty little left hand elbow before Orchard. Through Orchard, now heading through the farm buildings and into Farmhouse Bend. Heading up the straight now towards Quarry. Hazel going to be a little bit slower than she was earlier with an 80.24. Into the Ferraris now, we pick up Martin Jones at Orchard in the 360. Was less than a tenth away from a new PB on his first run before lunch. So can he carve a few tenths off that to set a new personal best time? Martin into Quarry and over the finish in 75.5, which is a new personal best. Coming out of Farmhouse at the moment, John Kennedy in the Ferrari California Turbo, 4.3 litre turbocharged front-engined Ferrari. Big dab of the brakes, and he's through the finish in 65.78, a hundredth quicker than he was on his first run. Looking out now for Steve Nunney in the 430. He's rounding Farmhouse, known to the Ferrari group as Flymo for obvious reasons. Set a new PB on his first run before the lunch break, and Steve over the finish with a 71.38, fractionally slower than he was earlier. Charging up towards the top of the hill, Rob Samuels in the 458 Speciale. And Rob over the finish, 63.51, slower than earlier. Stuart McCabe, the next one we pick up in the 328 GTB. He's heading through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Set a new personal best on his first run before lunch. Can he improve on 75.18? Stuart is not going to do it. No, 75.54, fractionally slower than earlier. Pauline Goodwin into and out of Farmhouse Bend in the 328. Pauline up through the finish, 71.58, exactly the same time as she set on her first run. Brian Jackson now in the 308 GTB out of Farmhouse. Posted a mid-73 second run on his first ascent before lunch. Big dab of the brakes at Quarry and over the finish in 72.94. So a good improvement for Brian Jackson. Rounding Farmhouse, David Snelson, class record holder in the 488 Spider. Leading the class at the moment with a 63.01, and he's over the finish 62.62, increases his lead and gets to just over a tenth away from his PB. On the hill at the moment, Nabil Zarlan in the Mazda MX-5 RF. A new car for Nabil this season. His first run was an 81.86. Nabil heading up to Quarry and over the finish with a 79.75, so that resets his PB. Already en route to Quarry, Ian Downey in the Clio 197. Got to within 200 of his PB on his first run before lunch. 71.04 is a new personal best for Ian Downey. Mick Wilkes out of Farmhouse in the very rapid Polo GTI. 1.8 litre turbocharged engine. Mick swings it over the finish line in 67.72. A new personal best time for Mick. Tony Booth, meanwhile, heading into Farmhouse in the Mitsubishi Evo 5. Turbocharged, and he's over the finish 76.73, somewhat slower than he was earlier. Kevin Dodd flying up the hill in the Elise. He set a new personal best on his first run at 68.59, and the clock's still running. That can't be, well, there we go, 68.62, so not quite as quick as before. Steve Markham passing the commentary box in his Series 1 Elise. Heading into Quarry and over the finish in 69.64. That's an improvement over his first run time. David Wingfield in the Series 3 Elan. Heading up to Quarry, 69.34 on his first run. This looks like it might be a fraction quicker. No, 69.63. No improvement. Rounding Farmhouse, Glenn Collier in the Mark III Davrium. Set a new personal best on his first run before lunch, 69.29. So can he make inroads into that? And it's a 69.68, so no improvement. Now we're back to number 17, Chris Petit in the Volkswagen Up. Time for Chris to beat will be that set by wife Hazel of 78.63. As he heads to the top of the hill, we have the first of the dual-driven cars, Morgan Hamer in the 600cc OMS Hornet into Farmhouse. Chris Petit's time, 78.57, which is a new personal best for Chris. So Morgan Hamer, 59.24. In the little Hornet, heading into Orchard at the moment, Ben Hamer. And Ben in the RMS28 with the BMW S1000R engine. And over the finish in 52.17, a new PB for Ben in that car. Picking up Scott Rayson in the Empire 00, sharing the car with wife Emma. Scott normally drives a great big huge Chevrolet Channel Islands Special. So having a season sharing with Emma in her car. And Scott sweeps over the finish in 55.3, which is a great new PB for Scott in that car. Tim Thompson in the OMS Suzuki into Farmhouse. Tim sharing his car with Jonathan Flesher. Tim heading into Quarry and over the finish 57.88. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment is Stephen Morgan. Car 123. So this is the father. We'll see the son a little bit later. And Stephen over the finish 55.99. Picking up another of the fathers, Richard Weaver, in the Empire Evo 2, rounding Farmhouse. So he's looking to beat 56 seconds, and Richard over the finish 54.91. Superb new PB, well over a second quicker. We now have on the hill number 120, Anthony Wood, not in a Force single-seater, but a Suzuki Swift. This is a last-minute change of car. This is the car that is normally rallied by the family. And Anthony now running in Class A1, just for the fun of competing. Anthony up towards the top of the hill. He's followed by Andy Smith in the Clio 172. And Anthony Wood over the finish, 80.43. Andy Smith, meanwhile, quickly into Quarry and over the finish in 68.71, a new personal best for Andy. David Leach into and out of Farmhouse with the Lotus Elise Series 1. He's the class record holder in A1. And David over the finish 64.24 takes him into the lead. Coming to the line at the moment, this looks very much like the Lotus Elise of let me get the correct Christian name, Kevin Dodd, being shared by Caroline Ryder today. Caroline off and running. So she's running in Class A1. Caroline heading up towards Country Corner. Sweeps through Country Corner, through Willow. Heading into Orchards, through Orchard now, heading through the farm buildings towards Farmhouse Bend. Caroline head down running for the finish. Can she beat 70 seconds? And over the finish in 69.62, a new PB for Caroline in that car. Past the commentary box already, Tony Adams in the Porsche Cayman, 2.5 turbocharged engine. First visit to Harewood with this car for Tony, so 66.05 becomes his personal best. Peter Herbert now into and out of Orchard in the Porsche 911 964. A left-hand drive car that Peter bought to compete in European hill climbing. Peter's also an instructor here at Harewood Hill Climb Academy. And Peter up through the finish in a 66.1 to go second. Richard Andrews charging towards Farmhouse in the 718 GT4. His personal best at Harewood is inside the class record, so this could go. It currently stands at 62.29, so can Richard break that time? He's very, very close to it, and it's over the finish in 62.27 and a new class record. Tim Elmer into sight at Farmhouse with the Alpine A110. Very pretty little cars, these new Alpines. And Tim into Quarry already and over the finish in a 65.97. Heading towards Farmhouse, it's Tim the Taxi Higgins in the Vauxhall powered Westfield. 2-litre Vauxhall red top powering the wide-bodied Westfield. Tim up towards the top of the hill and over the finish 70.07. Looking out for John Pick, and John in the AMS Murtaya. This has Impreza four-wheel drive built in Cornwall, and it was bought as a kit. And a 1993 Impreza WRX was sacrificed to build it. And over the finish in 64.68 for John Pick, takes him into the lead. What can Richard Price do in his Caterham 7? Richard leads the Hillclimb Cup Class B. And over the finish in 63.43 to go into the lead ahead of John Pick. On the hill at the moment, Stuart Wood in the JSW Mini Classic. Full fiberglass front end. And fitted, I am reliably informed by my co-commentator, with a BMW motorcycle cylinder head. So Stuart Wood out of Farmhouse, head down, charging up towards Quarry and establishing his personal best at 70.64. Hayden Spedding now in the Jaguar E-Type into and out of Orchard. Hayden been campaigning this E-Type for many decades. He's the class record holder in the Jaguar Drivers Club class here at Harewood. And he's up through the finish in 64.68. Picking up Laura Wardle in the Porsche 911 Carrera that she shares with Jonathan Williamson. Lovely sounding Porsche. Laura just Quarry to negotiate and over the finish in a 69.45. Next on the hill is Jim Herbert in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. So Jim setting purple sections on the scoreboard, and over the finish in a 62.61, which is about a second and a bit away from his personal best. Richard Hampstead in the Impreza RA. First visit to Harewood for Richard with this car. Richard looking to get into the low 60-second bracket, and over the finish 65.77. Stephen Moore, former Gurston Down champion, current leader of C4 in the Hillclimb Cup with his Evo 6, and Stephen over the finish 60.47 takes him into the lead. On the start line, Stephen Darley. Right, I mean, rightly informed that this was having a little bit of a misfire earlier, so hopefully it'll be cleared. This is Steve Darley, Harewood member, committee member as well, in the Red Baron Subaru Impreza. So I think that must make Steve Darley Baron Bumpurst. So Steve, oh yes, I think he just lifted a rear wheel going through country, so he's on a charge. He's setting purple sections, which means it's the quickest run so far in the championship meeting. Or is it in this class? I'm not quite sure. But out of Farmhouse, little puff of smoke as he went up through the box into Quarry, and over the finish in a 59.26 takes him into the lead, and that is a new personal best for Steve in that car at Harewood. We've still got a couple of dual driven cars in those classes, but we're now into Formula Fords. And on the start line, Rebecca Crocombe in the RF84. She was down to be sharing with Lawrence Marks, but Lawrence has pulled out, so Rebecca's on her own today with this 1984 Formula Ford. And I think those purple sections must be to do with the class. So this is the first Formula Ford we've seen, so all the sections on the screen online will be showing up as purple. So Rebecca heading up towards Country Corner. Through Willow. Now heading towards Orchard. And when she's not driving the Formula Ford, she's a marshal. I think mainly at Gurston Down. So Rebecca through Farmhouse. Can she break 70 seconds? Rebecca through Quarry and over the finish, 70.55. It is a new personal best by just under a tenth of a second. Heading towards the top of the hill at the moment, Lindsay Summers in the 1985 Van Diemen. And Lindsay over the finish, 67.36. Picking up Paul Harris, the third of the dual-driven Formula Fords. This is an RF85. Paul shares the car with his son Jimmy. Paul over the finish, 65.35. Paul Jones on the hill now, heading into Farmhouse Bend with the first of the Force TAs. 1600 booster engine, 58.63 for Paul Jones, new personal best. Alan Warburton out of Farmhouse Bend in the GR59. And he's setting purple and pink sections, and it's a 52.86, so that takes him into the lead of Class J2 for the time being. Into the 2 litres, Andrew Colburn in the Van Diemen. This is the RFO2 FX Formula Island car running a 2 litre Z-Tech. Out of Farmhouse on the run up to the top of the hill and over the finish, 61.76. Richard Walker comes into view now on the online feed into Orchard. This is the Pilbeam MP88 with the V6 Rover engine, ex-George Bleasdale. And Richard charging up towards the top of the hill. This is the first time he's competed in this car at Harewood and sets his personal best, 57.96. Trisha Davis now heading towards Farmhouse. This is the Force TA with the TKD YV8 engine. Can Trisha break 57 seconds? No, she can't. It's a little bit slower than I anticipated, 59.22. We're into Sports Libras now. And this is David Bickley in the Radical SR1. He leads Class F in the Hillclimb Cup. This class, and David over the finish, 62.83. Now on track, heading through Willow, Alan MacDonald. This is the Force SR4 with the 1300cc supercharged booster engine. Rounds Quarry over the finish in a 58.27. He's followed by Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono V8. 4.2 litre turbocharged Audi V8 in this. Sounds fabulous as it heads up the straight. And what is the time for Simon? It's a 56.65. Heading up towards Orchard at the moment, Archie Kerr, the second driver in this little 600cc OMS Hornet with the Suzuki engine. And Archie up towards the top of the hill. This is looking competitive. It's a 59.5, so fractionally slower than his co-driver. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Will Hamer in the BMW-powered OMS 28. And Will sweeps through the finish in a 51.52 to go into the lead of the 1100cc class. Dougie Cant in the Force HC. I think this is Dougie's first weekend at Harewood. Competed yesterday in the club meeting to get a bit more practice, and he's on the finish. New personal best, 55.19. Gary Warren in the Empire Evo. another of the Scottish Raiders here this weekend. And Gary sweeps through the finish with a new PB, 53.44. Robert Clark now in the Battleship Grey Empire Evo 2. And can Robert break 55 seconds? Oh, clock's still ticking. Emma Rayson now heading towards Orchard. Emma already up into Farmhouse. And we get a 53.49 for Robert Clark, which is a new personal best. Emma Rayson, meanwhile, already into the final corner with the Empire 00, 54.97. That's a very good time, but more importantly, quicker than her husband. Stuart Bickley now. He's the Hillclimb Cup class leader in the 1100s. Time to beat at the moment is a 51.52. And 51.29. So takes the lead. Jonathan Flesher, meanwhile, rounding Farmhouse in the RMS 28. He'll be looking to get into the low 50s. And it's a 52.33, a new PB for Jonathan. Now we have Tom Morgan in 8.23, the Empire Evo 3. He and his father have swapped running orders. So Tom charging up towards the top of the hill. Trying to get into the low 50s. 52.02, new PB for Tom Morgan. Last runner in the 1100cc class, Tom Weaver, slides out of Orchard, charging his way into Farmhouse Bend. Powering his way up towards Quarry. Can he break 50.98, his previous best here at Harewood? 50.85 will do very nicely indeed for Tom Weaver. And I think that takes him into the lead of the class. Yes, it does. Back to class A1 with Robin Wood in this Swift, the Suzuki Swift that he's sharing with his brother Robin. Oh, sorry, this is Robin. With his brother Anthony. Can't read my own handwriting. So Robin Wood having a fun day with the family rally car. It's not showing up on our screen that he's actually been moved in class, so that's on the live feed. So this is not an 1100cc race car, as you could probably gather from the what appears on your television screens. A 79.73 for Robin Wood. We're mopping up the dual-driven cars. This is John Wood in the JSW Mini Classic. First visit to Harewood for Stuart and John. And John over the finish in 71.68. Heading into Farmhouse, Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Time to beat in the class, a 64.68 to take the lead. So Jonathan through Quarry, and it's a 65.06, so only good enough for second place. Bernie Kevill now past the commentary box. This is the dual-driven big single-seaters, and Bernie with the RMS 28 through the finish, 56.47. Lynn Owen Another OMS 28, this with the RPE V8. And a rounding farmhouse.
Well, good afternoon, Steve. Well, thank you very much, Steve. Fantastic job as ever. And Steve will be with me all afternoon. We'll have runoffs to come. Lynn Owen, of course, heading up towards the finish in the husbands-built OMS. 58.55. So there's lots more cars to come. We're going to get some. These are dual driven, and now we're going to go back to more single seaters. Where we're waiting for them to come down the hill very shortly.
Well, yeah, we've got a few more big single seaters to run, the dual driven cars.
Okay, more dual drives, yeah.
Finishing with Sean Gould, and then we'll go back to where we were before.
Oh, well, there is Sean Gould driving down the start line now, down to the start.
Well, there should be quite a few down there already.
Yeah, I can see one down there. There's a few of them hidden from view, isn't it, Steve? But what a glorious day.
They're very sneaky.
They are. Now, I think I'm going to have a punt. That could be Nicola Mingers.
It is.
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. You see. Well, in fact, if I look on your screen, I can see even better than by looking through my naked eye down from the hill here.
That's what I've been commentating on.
Well, of course.
Live feed.
You see, I did my little paddock walk at lunchtime, so obviously still getting over that and
reeling.
Anyway, Nicola Mingers in the Gould GR55 Ladies Hill Record Champion, comes from Alloa in Scotland, husband of Wallace, wife of Wallace, and here she comes. Well, I know. It's a long day, Steve. It's a long day.
It's getting longer.
It's getting longer. We've still got a bit to go. So, Nicola, what can she do? She's looking good. She's in purple sectors at the moment, which means she's going very quickly indeed. So let's have a little look. Where can she? Here she comes now into Orchard. Heads between the farmhouse. This is the ex-Martin Groves car, Hill Record car, and British Champion car as well with Martin. And that car is an absolute quick car. It's got a V8 in the back of it, big 3-litre Cosworth 3.4, I think. 105 through the speed trap, and she finishes in a 56.06.
And that car also won a round of the Hillclimb Championship, driven by Paul Ransom.
Yes, I remember
Martin
Ransom.
Groves,
Yes, I do.
co-driver.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sean Gould off the line.
Sean Gould, well, what can we say about Sean other than the fact he builds these magnificent Gould cars at his Newbury base? Matthew Ryder, of course, will be driving this later on, who's currently leading the British Hillclimb Champion. Let's not take this away from Sean Gould. He still holds the hill record at Chelsea. It was a 22.37 extraordinary run. I've seen him break other hill records as well. This one's got 4 litres of Judd V8, so that's a pretty potent package in the back of it. The car is only around about 400 odd kilos, so it's very light, and Sean still drives it incredibly well. He blasts it out of the farmhouse now through the speed trap. What's he going to do through the speed trap? 120 miles an hour, heads up towards the finish, going to finish in a time of 49.02. Well done, Sean.
Right, we move on to Class N at the moment. And that's on the hill is Joe Mackerel. And these two have switched running orders today as well. Joe going first in the little Tiga SF83 with the 1.9 litre Peugeot engine. This car originally prepped for hill climbing after its Formula Ford 2000 era, and a 60.84 for Joe is a new personal best.
Okay, we got Sarah Bosworth to have a look at next. Sarah Bosworth, the Demon Barber from Sheffield. Here she comes now, my goodness me. Little Formula Ford car, she can drive anything actually, very adaptable. But this little Formula Ford, such a great little package, isn't it? She's 114.71 through the speed trap there, heads through the finish in a 63.39, and will be followed by the very rapid Jimmy Harris. Jimmy Harris is leading the way earlier in practice and yesterday.
And in fact, he's the Hillclimb Cup class leader in Formula Fords. So he's heading towards the top of the hill. Is he going to beat 61.31? Ooh, yes, he does. 61.14. A new personal best for Jimmy Harris. Now that has laid down a marker for Rob Spedding, who's on the hill now in the Vector.
Well, Rob, this is a bit... Oh, he goes pretty wide there, just out of Orchard there. He's heading through the farmhouse. Here he comes into Farmhouse Corner. He gets his way round, sliding it about. Yeah, that's terrific to see. He's very rapid. It looks great in that silver. It's like a little Mercedes, isn't it? 74 miles an hour through the speed trap. Heads it up now. This is the last of the Formula Ford runners in this batch. 62.40, which means that Jimmy Harris still leads the way with a 61.14 and second for Rob Spedding.
Mark Shalanka into and out of Farmhouse Bend in the Force TA. A new car for Mark this season here at Harewood. And he's up through the finish in 56.69, which establishes his personal best time. Darren Gumbley.
Darren Gumbley from the Team Valley. Good old Darren. He's sharing with Paul Jones. This is in the little Force TA, little Hayabusa engine in the back of it. And I tell you what, yeah, running on methanol, got the orange sticker on it. Pops and bangs through there. He's at 95 through the speed trap. He's been looking to improve on earlier times. He's going to finish in a time of 56.78, takes him third at the moment in that class.
I think he's had a semi-rotational delay on that run because he's well down on the pace. David Warburton streaking past the commentary box, heading to the top of the hill. This should take the lead in the class, and it does with a 50.1.
50.1 was his runoff territory, Steve, isn't it?
Definitely, although he's still a second away from his PB, but that was set in a runoff. Ian Tucker on the hill now with the OMS 28. This runs an oversized Busa.
Yes, this is about as stretched as you can get a Hayabusa, just over 1600cc, comes from Cornwall, long-time competitor, travels all the way up from the Cornwall. It's a long old way to come in here, but he's heading up towards the finish. He's going to be over 60 seconds, 61.33. Aaron Colborne, we're going to look at him here. He comes from Orchard, qualified for the runoff and got in the points in the runoff at Craigantlin last week in Northern Ireland. This beautifully turned out Van Diemen. It's a stunning looking car, isn't it? It's got highly modified Z-Tech engine in that one, 92 miles an hour through the speed trap. What's he going to do? He's going to be in the low 50s, 56.27, puts him top in that class so far.
And it's a new personal best. Round the Yorkshire at the moment, John Cottrell.
John Cottrell, well, don't you love this car? This old school Pilbeam runs a Millington 2 litre in the back of it. Look at the paint scheme on this. It looks stunning. I opened the Paddock earlier. It looks like it's going 100 miles an hour, sat still. Absolutely fabulous. 84 miles an hour. And of course, John is the father of Jack Cottrell, who'll be up later on in the Dallara.
62.47 for John Cottrell. Now we look for Gavin McLaren in the Pilbeam MP88.
Well, I do love this car. This is a history car for Harewood, isn't it, Steve?
Yes.
Previous owner?
George Bleasdale.
George Bleasdale.
Campaigned it for quite a few years here at Harewood.
That V6 sounds fabulous, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. They're loving this car, and Gavin's heading up towards the finish. He's going to be just over 60 seconds, 64.63. And then we're going to get a look. We got a replay on the live screen here. What happened here, Steve?
Something's going to happen. That post is going.
Something's going to happen.
I reckon that post. No.
He went very wide. So
we missed that.
We
earlier.
Absolutely did.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he went grass tracking.
He did, and look,
and Terry Davis has come to a halt at the first corner,
which explains why we haven't seen young Terry yet. He happened right down there at Clark's. So Terry's getting going again. I think
that's going to end up as being a failed run.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. So Terry Davis, well, he was trying, wasn't he? Yeah, he's definitely. They're all getting. They're in the sunshine now. This is some factor 50 weather, isn't it, for Harewood? This is right up there.
This is lovely.
We're not complaining.
No.
So So now, Steve, you found out what those crops were in front of us.
That's right. A gentleman came in to let me know that the yellow ones are definitely oilseed rape. But the two tones of green you see, one will be winter barley and one will be winter wheat.
Well, there you go. You
So
see,
there you go, a little factoid
we've
for
been
you.
puzzling over that one over the weekend.
Well, you have.
Well, I have. Yeah, I'm obsessed by such things, aren't I? You know.
I just think it looks pretty.
Yeah, I know, but I'm curious. My curious mind tells me I should know what it looks, what it should be.
Well, you see, this is your curious mind gets you into all sorts of problems. Because he asked me what Boost was, and I told him it was a chocolate bar.
Ah, yes. Indeed, I always, my mouth, when I did my paddock walk, I made a few Murrayism gaff type things, you know, which I think is part of the course. Look, look, well, we got a bit of a map here.
That's
a map of Harewood, the hill record 46.39 to Matthew Ryder.
A view from the gods.
And the hill length is 1.45 kilometres, 0.9 miles. And it is a good walk round this hill, isn't it, Steve?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and Rich has just put a map up here on HillClimb.TV. We're waiting a few cars. Well, who can we must have a few good old chums that we promised to shout at. Martin Bannister. Bannister.
Right, I know Martin,
Marshall God from Shelsley Walsh, all right? Taking over the mantle of Westy, who's now become a driver.
Oh.
A driver. Yes, and so
is
Martin...
Is that a driver as opposed to a putting stick or a chip?
Yes, well, yes,
wedge?
Westy is, of course, Team Valley Motorsport. Hey, lads, how you doing? You enjoying your day? Just walking by the commentary box here. Fantastic to see such a big crowd here today. I'm thrilled to see that, Steve, aren't you?
It is.
And lots of young people.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it is due to HillClimb.TV.
Yes.
Because when people see this on their feed, they see what it's going on, they think, oh, we ought to be there, not watching it on telly.
Yeah,
anyway, meanwhile, on telly, Andy Borgood has gone straight on at the S's, and I think that is classified as a sat-nav failure.
Well, he comes from the Channel Islands.
Ah, well, that accounts
so that
for
really
a lot.
makes
That accounts for a lot.
Yes, it does. And
he was fastest up to there.
Yeah,
in the class.
He'd endured a long sea voyage from the Channel Islands, hadn't he?
Yes, that was a bit choppy going through the crowds.
It could have been. It could have been. And
anyway, he's touring to the top of the hill, and I'm going to go to my little sheet here, find Andy Borgood, and I'm going to put fail against Andy Borgood, even though the clock's running, because he had all four wheels off the track.
Well, actually, we literally, with Terry Davis going off at Clark's on the first corner, and then Andy Borgood going off before the S's straight onto the grass. Well, they're having a go, aren't they?
I've got my fingers crossed that Jonathan Varley will get to the top.
Well,
because I don't want it to be three in a row.
Now that we don't want a hat trick, do we?
Anyway, Mr. Varley is off and running.
Reigning British Midland Hillclimb champion for the last 2 years in the very famous Predator.
And also the Hillclimb Cup class leader.
Well, there you go. So Steve is, as ever, my mine of information, which is really good, actually, because I'm not the best man for that game, for information. But anyway, here he comes. I can tell you, it's Jonathan Varley coming into Orchard. Hear that little 2-litre V8 screaming in the back of it. Here he comes down now, Farmhouse Straight into Farmhouse Bend, gets it round, so far so good, lovely, lovely. Power goes down, he'll be around about 100 miles an hour, 111 miles an hour. He's on a mission, he's in purple sectors, his time is 50.67. He goes top of the pop so far.
Well, that was a very nice run there from Jonathan. Probably get him into the top 12 runoff. On the hill at the moment, Les Much, the mustachioed Scot in the GWR Raptor.
I tell you what, this is a lovely looking little thing too, isn't it?
Yes, it's the junior version of the Predator that we've just seen.
Yes, little motorbike engine in the back. He's got a very fine mustachio, as you say. He's showing purple sectors. What sort of time are we going to get from Les? He's going to finish in a time of 54.10, and he'll be followed by one of my favourites, and should be yours, Alex Coles from Plymouth, in the little supercharged Force 1300cc, flying like the wind. He is an absolute young driver to watch. He's getting into runoffs. It's gone already up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 50.29. Well done, Alex, and that takes him top in his class.
More importantly, a new personal best as well for Alex Coles, and this time he managed to get around Quarry without knocking the posts over. Paul Hames on the hill at the moment in the Gould GR59. This is a 1.3 litre turbocharged.
Well, what a little bit of kit this is actually. This is very nicely put together. It runs a little turbocharged bike engine in the back, a complicated package with about 400 horsepower, 116 or 18 through the speed trap. He's just about to finish in an excellent time of 51.47. Second to Alex Coles.
I'm going to say goes second to Alex Coles. Simon Jenks off the start line. Now this is a newish Force TA. I think it came out last year with a V6 Cosworth engine, and it's the first Force TA with a V6 fitted.
Yeah, I tell you what, Simon Jenks, he's had a bit of problems. Ian Dayson, the builder of the cars, up in the paddock here today as well, keeping an eye on things. So where are we looking for Simon? Where is he hiding? Oh, here he comes into Orchard. Thanks very much. Right, but you can hear it now. Doesn't that sound good? See, it's unpainted as well. Simon used to have a Caterham, a very quick Caterham. And as he's, that's sounding on song now. I tell you what, that's got 109 through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish. Going to be in the low 50s, a 54.14 for Simon Jenks.
So Simon Andrews into Farmhouse Bend in the OMS 28. This runs the TKD SV8, a V8 based on two Suzuki Hayabusas. And Simon Andrews cruises over the finish in a 56.02.
Okay.
Goes ahead of co-driver Bernie Kevell. Stephen Owen now heading towards Country Club.
Stephen, who builds these OMS cars near York, but we've decided he's built literally hundreds of cars. The OMS 28, this is his latest model. Got a potent V8 in the back of it. He's here with his wife Lynn, who was scrubbing the tyres furiously when we were doing our paddock walk earlier. But here he comes now. Stephen's also mad passionate about motorcycles as well. He's built some and owns a lovely collection. 101 through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish. Going to be in the low 50s. 54.22 for Steve Owen.
On to another OMS 28, Harry Pick at the wheel. This runs the Cosworth XD.
Yeah, it does indeed. Harry Pick from Leamington Spa, 2.8 Cosworth XD. Potent combination, isn't it? Young driver as well, sounding sweet there. 105 through the speed trap. What can he do? Can he qualify for the runoff? Does a time of 52.56. Excellent.
Now that's about 1.3 away from his PB, so the track I don't think is that quick today. Jack Cottrell meanwhile is winding his way through the S's in the Dallara 305, so a Formula 3 car from 2005, but now with an XD engine.
Yeah, the very potent little combination again. Jack, a talented young driver, here with his father John, and here he comes now. You can't miss it, that bright orange. He does like Harewood, he goes well here. I think he had a good practice as well. So he opens that throttle and he's going to be over 100 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading off up towards the finish. He's going to finish just over 50 seconds, 51.02. That takes him second at the moment to Sean Gould in these fast cars times. David Uren on the hill.
Yes, David Uren in the GR55B. Currently lying 5th in the British Hillclimb Championship. Goes very wide on the exit of Orchard up into Farmhouse Bend.
Wow, look at this. This is a history car, isn't it? Ex-Martin Groves, but absolutely flying as well. Sharing it with Nicola. He's 119 miles an hour, so still huge amounts of power. Oh, he's going to be a good time here. 49.9. That takes him second fastest so far in these competitive times.
On the online feed, we're on board with Trevor Willis in the OMS 28. He's just coming towards Farmhouse at the moment, sweeping into the corner, keeping it online, powering up the straight, heading towards the finish, taking a couple of bites to get the car around the corner, and over in 49.84.
Second so far, so this is hotting up now. Wallace Mingus is on the hill. From Allared, Scotland, 4 times British Hillclimb champion too. What a driver he is, and what a lovely chap he is. He puts so so much time and effort into the sport as well, and sponsorship as well. So have a look at this one. You won't miss it, will you? Look, there's that fabulous Gould down there in the distance, just come out of country, heading up towards Willow now. Coming up towards Orchard, popping and banging. Look at the colour scheme in red with those fluorescent wheels. I don't think there's a better looking car out there at the moment. And he's got a Union Jack on his helmet. Fair play. Powers it now. I bet that's 120 miles an hour. It is 123 miles an hour. He's on a mission. His Wallace is in purple sectors. He's going to do a 48.79 quickest qualifier thus far.
Will Hall on the hill with the latest Gould GR59B. He's into and out of Orchard, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. He will be looking for a 48.49 second to qualify. So just quarry to go. And he's over the finish in a 48.88.
Second at the moment to Wallace on qualification. Terrific time, but Matthew Ryder's on the hill. My goodness me, he's already gone through Willow, heading up towards Orchard. Matthew, our current British Hillclimb Championship. He's won the last 4 rounds of the Hillclimb Cup at the moment, currently leading the way. He's one devastatingly quick driver, such a quiet, calm young man as well. 124 miles an hour through the speed trap, already heading up towards the finish now. What's he going to do? Oh, 47.63 takes him fastest qualifier to date.
And only a tenth shy of the class record.
Wow, so that gives us a little guide of our top 10 runoff, Steve. We'll confirm when we know a bit more about who's qualified.
Richard Jones on the hill now with this lovely Elva Mark 7. This runs a Ford twin cam engine with a BRM cylinder head, and when it was first sold, it was sold via the American dealers who were Haas Racing, who you might know from Formula 1. So Richard Jones up through the finish and over the finish in 63.72. Now what can Andy Tippett do with the Brabham BT30X?
Well, it's a real history car, one of the first cars to go sub 30 at Shells, the old school technology, big V8 in the back in there, big huge tyres and wheels on that thing. Andy Tippett, ex-airline senior pilot, captain and all that stuff. 62.79. We're going to look at David Tatum.
David Tatum in the McLaren. This is an M12C chassis fitted with an M6B body. 7.6 litre Chevrolet engine. More power and torque than you want to shake a stick at. And David Tatum over the finish in 58.61.
That's only just outside his class record, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got the little Tigger now. This is Robin Johnson driving it this time, sharing this car with Joseph Mackerel. And as Steve said earlier, a little 1.9 Renault 16 valve, Peugeot 16 valve engine.
This car started life as a Formula Ford 2000, which would have a Pinto engine in the back, and it was Terry Davis who converted it to Peugeot power. And then after Terry Davis, it was the Goodyears who had the car.
Oh, the Goodyears had this
Robin, 68.68. Yes, it is the
Mark Goodyear and Annie Goodyear.
No, Josh Goodyear.
Josh Goodyear.
And his dad, whose Christian name eludes me for the moment.
Right.
Anyway, we're into the Harewood class again. And this is Hazel Petit leading the way in the Volkswagen Up TSI. Hazel set a new PB 78.63 on her first class run before lunch.
This is new to them this year, Steve, isn't it, this one?
Yes, they had a little mini before that. And Hazel, just the final corner to negotiate. Looks like it might be a bit slower than before. Yes, it is a 79.89.
Well, we've got some Ferraris again
That's
now,
right,
haven't we?
Martin Jones.
Yeah, so there's an interesting class of Ferraris, aren't there? And aren't they fabulous looking things? Don't they sound great? I take my hat off to them bringing these expensive cars here, driving them here, and competing up the hill.
Absolutely.
I absolutely do. I think good on you, lads, good on you. And some of them are extremely valuable. Well, most of them are, I think, pretty valuable.
75.59 for Martin, not quite as quick as he was on his second class run. John Kennedy, meanwhile, heads towards Farmhouse with the California.
Whoa, I want to take this one home. I've got real Ferrari envy here. This is the one I said I'd like to take my missus to Monaco in. Probably couldn't afford to get there, but there you go. We're lovely trying.
You probably couldn't afford to park in Monaco. No.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Oh, it's that bad.
Is it really?
65.72, which is an improvement for John Kennedy, but 400ths away from his PB. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, it's Flymo Nunny.
Flymo Nunny, Steve Nunny in the 430, yes, in black. I know this is one of your little favourites, wasn't it, Steve? Or was it?
No,
one of the yellow one.
Brian Jackson's 308. I covered that car.
Well, okay, so at the moment, by the way, David Snelson was the quickest earlier, but this one is gorgeous. This is Rob Samuels in the 458 Speciale, and it is a special Ferrari, this one, folks. You definitely want to take that one home, and he's very proud of that one. Still drives it here, races it up the hill. Fantastic. What a sight. He's going to finish in a time of 63.35, which is second quickest so far.
It's an improvement, but still a few hundreds shy of his PB. Stuart McCabe now in the 328 GTB heads towards Farmhouse.
What a sight. A red Ferrari. This is like your Magnum Force Ferrari, but I think the Magnum Force one had a soft top, didn't it, from
yes,
memory?
Yes, it was
Tom Selleck.
Like a Targa top.
Yeah, lovely. Of course, he was living the life, his best life in Hawaii, wasn't he?
Yes.
Indeed. Tom Selleck. Allegedly. Stuart McCabe, 73.90.
And that's a new PB for Stuart.
Happy days. Now, one of our lady Ferrari drivers, this is Pauline Goodwin. John Goodwin's wife, and John.
And Pauline's done 2 class runs so far, both 71.58.
Extremely consistent
so
driving.
Can she beat that time, or can she do it again?
What do you reckon?
I think she can beat it. 71.32.
Well, now I think this is Steve's favourite one. I'm going to leave you, Steve.
Brian Jackson in the 308 GTB, Fly Yellow, as it's called in the colour chart for Ferraris. Beautiful looking car, sounds glorious. And as I say, this is the one I'd like to be driving home this evening. And Brian up through the finish, 72.61. That's his best time of the day. David Snelson, class record holder.
Whoa, come on, David, the big fella, come on. He's got this beautiful Ferrari. This is a much later model, isn't it? That is, he's got a nice collection at home as well, but this is one of his quickest ones. He's leading the class this morning, so what can he do? David Snelson through to the finish in a 62.48, improves on his time.
And it's a class record.
Brilliant. Well done, David Snelson. Superb drive. So the Ferraris have entertained us regally.
It's a class record by 1/100th.
1/100. But did he hold the class record?
He held it before, yes, with that car.
Good for him.
And he set it yesterday.
Now we're into not Ferraris. This looks remarkably
This is the Mazda
like.
MX-5 of Nabil Zarlan, running in the Harewood competitors class.
Now this is his new car for this year.
That's right,
Steve?
yeah. And already set a PB. But he hasn't improved on that with 80.29.
Ian Downey is also just going by us in the little Clio 197, very popular car on the hills now. Great little package, pick him up relatively cheap money as well, very affordable. And he'll be followed by Mick Wilson, the very potent little Golf, the Polo GTI, 71.07 for Ian.
71.07, not quite as quick as he was earlier. Now Mick Wilkes in this decently quick Polo GTI, 1.7 turbo engine, and over the finish 68.19. Again, not as quick as he was earlier.
Right, Tony Booth on the hill at the moment. Tony's in this beautiful Evo 5. Look at this, four-wheel drive, a stunning car, been repainted over the winter. He was here with his daughter, India, yesterday, who was actually a bit quicker. So very good to see.
I noticed that.
Yes, indeed. But doesn't that look great? Heading off up towards the finish. Going to do a time of 69.20. The class record leader, this morning was Kevin Dodd, and here he comes now in the Lotus Elise.
He's red flagged though.
Oh, why is that then?
Something up at the top of the hill, I'm guessing.
Right.
I'm guessing that somebody might have clipped those posts at the top of the hill, and when they get scattered and end up on the track, you can't see from the camera angle online. When they get scattered onto the track, they are an obstruction effectively, and people, when they come round the corner, see them and slow. So it's
no, I said he was the fastest this morning. Well, actually, Mick Wilkes was, according to that.
No. This, on the first set of runs, Kevin was quicker. Then Mick beat him on the second, and he's still ahead at the moment. But Kevin will get a rerun.
He'll get a go, that's right. So Steve Markham will get a rerun too. David Wingfield will get a rerun. So we've got three rerunners, as they say. Well, indeed. Look at that. Isn't that a lovely sight here? Sun at Harewood. We've got the shadow now, the clouds going overhead. Looks great. Photographer's dream, that, Steve. I love that. Lovely light, you know. But great to see such a wonderful crowd. So many people wearing shorts today and T-shirts. That isn't always the case at sunny Harewood, is it?
Well, unfortunately, being on the side of a hill, you do get the elements intervening. And I've been here when it's been equally blue sky, but you've had to have a pullover and a coat on.
Yes.
Because the wind's just cut straight through you. It's what my dad used to call a lazy wind. It goes through you rather than round you.
Okay. Well, so we've got a few runners and riders to go through before we have our first run, haven't we, Steve?
That's right, yeah.
So, a runoff rather. So, how many cars we got to do? So
I think we've only got about 3 or 4 cars. There's 2 down at the finish, at the start.
Yeah.
And I think we've got 2 red flags.
Okay.
So that'll be 4. But we're underway again with Glenn Collier in the Davrier Mark III Imp. Over to you, Christopher.
Well, lovely little thing, isn't it? A fiberglass car. Imp engine in the back, so that little Coventry Climax, I think it was built by Coventry Climax.
Originally, yes.
Yeah, wasn't it used as a fire pump engine or something like that?
They were, mainly.
Yeah.
Some of them were used as mobile ones you could carry and start, and others were fixed inside the fire tender.
Very light, small engine, but built of aluminium, beautifully constructed little thing. Early ones had head gasket problems, but they sorted the cooling out on them later on, and now very, very effective indeed. But this old school Davrier, so originally produced in London, not many of these left, you know. Probably a few stuck away in barns, I suspect. But fiberglass doesn't rot, does it?
No. But what happens is you get flaking of the paint.
You get crazy paving all over
That's
don't
you?
Yeah, and cracking and stuff.
So Glenn Collier heading up towards Quarry. 2 runs so far in the 69 second bracket and a 69.08. Not only his quickest today, but a new personal best for Glenn Collier. On the hill at the moment, Chris Petit in the Volkswagen Up TSI.
Yeah, he's up and away, and I know the old jokes are the best. And here he comes from Farmhouse now. Got his lights on. My goodness me, he's in a traffic light Grand Prix. This fella. And Adam Riley, of course, was a demon quick yesterday, breaking his own class record in one of these. And we'll also get a quick look at Steve Markham in the Lotus Elise. So Chris Petit finishes in a time of 78.79. Steve Markham goes by us in the Lotus Elise, and will be followed by Dave Wingfield.
Right, so, Steve Markham. We cut to David Wingfield on the live feed. Steve Markham's time 68.42, which is exactly the same as his personal best. David Wingfield charging up towards the top of the hill in this lovely little Series 3 Elan. Great line through Quarry, and over the finish 68.47 is David Wingfield's best time today, and a new personal best to boot. Kevin Dodd now heading towards Farmhouse with the Lotus Elise, and by my reckoning this will be the last runner before the top 12 runoff.
Wow.
Kevin Dodd charging up towards Quarry. His best time so far today 68.59. 68.21 will do very nicely. New PB for Kevin.
Second in the class. Well done indeed. He's got that car working really well, hasn't he? I think he's taken chunks out of his time this weekend,
He has.
hasn't he? Yeah, great.
It is his first visit, I think, to Harewood. 70.93 yesterday was his best time.
And last time I saw him was at Prescott, and he was driving Kirsten, his daughter's Mini.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so a modern Mini. So, no, actually an old school Mini, a Rover Mini, you know, the later series. So, British Championship runoff. Who's the runners and riders, Steve?
Well, first off is Sean Gould. This is the running order. So Sean Gould will go first. And I'm just looking if there's any other shared drives. And there aren't. So then it'll be Stuart Bickley. Then it'll be Jack Cottrell. Then it'll be Tom Weaver. So that's 2 1100s in the runoff. Followed by Jonathan Varley. Then Alex Coles. David Warburton in a 1600. Dave Uren. Trevor Willis. Will Hall. Wallace Mingies. And fastest qualifier, Matt Ryder.
Well, that's a pretty impressive lineup. We've got 2 1 litre cars in there, haven't we? We've got young Stuart Bickley and Tom Weaver. That's a tremendous achievement to get those little 1 litre cars into the runoff. The first car will be Sean Gould, because that's his all-drive car with Matthew Ryder. So the fastest of the qualifiers were actually Matthew Ryder was quickest in qualification, and Wallace Mingies, well, he'll be looking to clinch a runoff win, and as will Hall. Trevor Willis always runs well here too, and David Uren was driving excellent. And of course in the 1600s, David Warburton has qualified the GR59 into 6th place. So it's going to be a terrific runoff, folk. This is for round 5 and 6 of the British Hillclimb Championships. This is round 5. And have I got that right, Steve? Is it round 5?
Yep.
Was it? Yep. And so last year at Harewood, I think we had the first championship rounds.
Yes,
of the
due
weather,
to
wasn't it?
due to cancellations elsewhere, we ended up with the first round of the British Hillclimb Championship, effectively. Right.
So
well,
they've been sneaking down to the start. Steve, who have we got on the line?
That looks very much like a Sean Gould to me. The thing to watch out for, I've just missed putting a time into my qualification sheet. Sean Gould was on 49.02. So it's Sean Gould on the start line. He qualified on a 49.02. And this will be the first of our 12 runners in our first championship runoff of the day. Sitting patiently waiting for the green light. And away we go. Sean Gould off and running. 2.13 for the first 64 foot. Dropping down into the S's. and it's 8.98 in the S's. Heading towards country. The next split is round chippies, and at country it's 19.48.
Heading towards Willow, Sean Gould. Now, he is one rapid driver still. He'll put a right marker down. Obviously, his purple sector's nobody going to be beating Sean this first run, but he's going to put the marker down for more to beat. Now, here he comes around Farmhouse. He wants to preserve the car for Matthew as well. Hurtles up the straight there. That's going to be 119 up the straight. He's heading up towards the finish. Sean Gould, the first of our runners and riders, does a time of 48.38. Well done, Sean.
Super run there for Sean, and over half a second quicker than his qualifying. On the start line in the Force TA 1100, Stuart Bickley qualified on a 51.29. So we're just waiting for the green light, and then Stuart is away. Off and running already, 2.12 for the launch, so quicker than Sean fractionally. Down into the S's, and at 9.4 there, so he's lost already half a second. That's due to the power and torque of the big Gould. Now Stuart heads up towards country, and at country 20.18.
Heads into Willow now. He is wringing every last ounce out of this little tiny 1 litre non-turbocharged engine. But Stuart Bickley, little small light cars, these 1100 class cars are really embarrassing some of the big runners. Now, what can he do? He won't have the extreme power of the big cars, but he's nimble, fast, quick, about approaching 100 miles an hour, I suspect, 99 through the speed trap. Come on, young Stuart Bickley. He's going to finish in an excellent time of 51.38, slower than Sean, obviously, but still a great time for an 1100 car.
And disappointingly, nearly a tenth of a second slower than he qualified.
Yeah, well, plenty of time. That's still a great achievement to get into that runoff, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Who have we got next then, young Steve?
Should be Jack Cottrell.
Yes, I see Jack heading down there now. Here he is heading down the start road. So in that,
and in fact, the next runners are Jack Cottrell, Tom Weaver, Jonathan Varley, Alex Cole, and David Warburton, and they're covered by less than a second. Those 5 runners. So it is very tight in the midfield, as they say.
Tom Weaver, I know he was, when I spoke to him at lunchtime, he was a bit doubtful whether he could get into the runoff, but he's managed it.
Yep.
With an excellent time too. So over to you, Steve.
Right, so Jack Cottrell onto the line in the Dallara with the Cosworth XD engine, ex-Formula 3 car from 2005. Jack qualified on a 51.02. He will probably have a better set of tyres on now for the runoff. So Jack adjusting the visor, making sure everything's right, going through his start line routine. Little rev, smoke out the engine. It's not, and it's away. I was going to say it's not going to go off the line, but it did. 2.12, same as Stuart Bickley. At the first 64 foot, down into the S's, 9.23. Through the S's round chippies, powering his way now up towards Country Corner. Country Corner 19.88, 4/10 down on Sean.
Yes, and here he goes now, going to Willow now, approaching Orchard now. So at the moment he's well about 0.4 down on Sean Gould. So Sean's still leading the way. He's 0.79 down at the moment. Here he comes around Farmhouse. Can he make some of it up now? He's been very quick out of here at the moment, looking good so far. Okay, now he'll be looking to at least get into second place. Heads towards the finish now. Going to finish in a time of 49.5. Takes him second this far. So he actually made quite a bit of time up on Sean, didn't he, in the later part of the hill?
He was a second down as he went into Farmhouse out, or came out of Farmhouse. On the line, Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo 2, little 1100, qualified on a 50.85. And Tom sitting there, visor down, engages gear. And away we go. 2.14 for the launch. That's the slowest so far. Can he pick up any time down into the S's? 9.32, quicker than Stuart Bickley. Rounding Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. And at Country, 20.01, only just ahead of Stuart Bickley. Heading towards Orchard.
Yeah, throwing the car around for all he's worth, revving it like crazy into Farmhouse. Come on, young Tom. Here's the 1100 car. I mean, they are so rapid these days. You can hear it screaming away there. He's 895 through the speed trap, but he is about 1.85 down. He finishes, he's third at the moment. He does beat Stuart Bickley by short, about 0.4.
50.92 the time. On the start line, Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator with the TKD YV8, qualified on a 50.67. So Jonathan checks that the visor's engaged. Waiting for the launch. Away we go. And off the line, 2.19, slowest so far. What's the time going to be down at the S's? Needs to be a low 9, and it's a 9.19. So second quickest. Round Chippies, heading up towards Country. And the split just before Country is 20.05, slower than Tom Weaver.
About half a second down on Sean Gould at the moment, but still absolutely flying up the hill. You hear that engine working so hard. He's giving everything he's got to try and win this runoff now. That would be a big ask, but nevertheless, a 2-litre car, who knows? But anyway, here he comes, puts the power down now, going up that finishing straight, changes gear beautifully smoothly, 110 up the straight, already going around the long corner up into Quarry to finish now, going to finish in a 50.5, which takes him third at the moment. Jack Cottrell second, Sean Gould first.
Yes, good run there. Alex Cole on the start line with the Force TA. Qualified on a 50.29. Visor still up, so going through the start line procedure, visor down, and away we go. Away from the line, 2.14 for the launch, same as Tom Weaver. Dropping down into the S's, 9.16 at that point, quicker than Jonathan Varley. And that's Cole's rounding Chippies, powering up towards Country, and the split at the Country is 19.89.
Alex is on a mission, Steve. I'm telling you now, he's only 0.41 down in this little 1300 supercharged car. Look at this Force, what a quick little car it is, and what a great driver combination. One of our absolute quickest young guns at the moment. Is he a future hill climb champion? Who knows? Already now, he's heading up that straight in the sunshine. He's 113 miles an hour. He's down actually about a second or so. At the moment, he's going to do, he's in third place with a 50.16. Well done, Alex Coles.
Very good run. Means that Jonathan Varley will definitely get a point, and Alex too. On the start line, Dave Warburton in the GR59, 1.6 litre booster, and he's away. 2.31, our slowest launch. Can he pull that time back? Down into the S's, 9.55, still slowest. Warburton a lot to do to move back up the order. Up into Country in 20.13, just ahead of Stuart Bickley.
He is pulling back time at the moment, though. This very, very lightweight Gould, again with the booster engine in the back of it. David, very talented driver indeed. He's looking good. So at the moment, Sean has set that real marker down, hasn't he? And he's heading up the finish straight now. He's going to be around 100 miles an hour, 109, and then he heads towards the finish. He's going to be in the late 40s, Mike, for 50.16.
Equals Alex Cole's time.
Third equal.
Yes.
Sean Gould still leading the way.
Yeah, onto the start line, Dave Uren in the Gould GR55B. Qualified on a 49.9. So Dave Uren patiently sitting there, going through the start line procedure. Visor down, and away we go. 2.19 for the launch, same as Jonathan Varley. Down into the S's. 9.07, second quickest. Is it going to be at country? It needs to be in the 19s. David Uren 20.23, slower than David Warburton at that point.
3/4 of a second down at the moment. Okay, but the car's very powerful. He's a great driver as well. Here he comes now into Orchard, heading between the farmhouse. Now he's about a second down on Sean Gould at the moment. So Sean put down a blooming good marker, didn't he? My goodness, here he comes now. Opens it up now. Okay, it's going to be over 130 through the speed trap. That's rapid into the finish now. What can he do? Under 50 seconds, 49.70, which takes him
third.
My goodness me, it's a hot runoff. And
he lost
Jack Cottrell still second. That's amazing.
Yeah,
well done to Jack.
He lost a fair bit of time at the bottom of the hill, David Uren, and he pulled it all back after Orchard.
Steve, he's got a camera on board. Trevor's got a camera.
Yeah, we've got Trevor Willis on the start line in the OMS 28, 49.84. He qualified, and on the live feed we've got a little inset from the onboard camera. So Trevor Willis about to launch. Oh, no, that didn't work. So he stopped. He'll have to be pulled back and repositioned, assuming that everything's okay and he can restart the car and have another bite at the cherry. But it's being pushed back, and I'm wondering if maybe a drive shaft might have gone. We'll have to wait and see.
Would he need a battery pack to start that?
Oh, I wouldn't have thought so. Oh,
is that a replay?
No, this is, I think we're on the online feed. We've got the car being lined up again.
Perhaps he's got it running.
Yeah, he's in neutral and about to start, and away we go. So we're off and running. 2.14 for the launch, same as Alex Coles. Down into the S's. 8.99, just 100 slower than Sean at that point. Round chippies.
On an absolute mission, isn't he?
Yeah, 19.52 to chippies, just behind Sean Gould.
Well, this Trevor loves Harewood. He's really good here. There's nothing in it, neck and neck with Sean Gould. So he'd be looking to go into the lead if he can. Now, at the moment, he's coming into Farmhouse now. What's he got left in the tank for us? Come on, Trevor. At the moment, he's very rapid. He's only a couple of tenths down at the moment. He's heading towards a finish. 46, 47, 48.85, second to Sean Gould.
Good run from Trevor. Seemed to be on a par with Sean Gould all the way to Country Corn, but then started to lose out when the power kicked in. On the start line now, Will Hall. Will qualified the GR59B with a 48.88. What can he do now? Sitting on the start line. And away we go. 2.17 for the launch. A little bit quicker than Dave Uren. 8.94, so he's ahead of Dave Uren and Sean Gould at that point. So this could be our new leader. Will Hall heading up towards country. 19.68. He's dropped back behind Sean Gould.
Nothing in it really, so Will Hall's got the engine, he's got the power, he's got the experience and the skill. Orchard now, can he claim another runoff win? He did one earlier in the year at Prescott, so here he comes around Farmhouse. Now watch this car come out of Farmhouse, ballistic, absolutely fabulous. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? 130 miles an hour, this is looking good. Can he do it? 48.83, second.
Yes, it was nip and tuck all the way up the hill there between Will and Sean Gould's target time. On to the start now, Wallace Mingies. Qualified the GR59 on a 48.79. 4 times British Hillclimb champion. Going through his start line procedures. Visor is still up. Visor down. And away we go. 2.04 for the launch. That's our quickest so far. Wallace on a flyer. 8.76 to the split. Still up by nearly 2/10. Heading towards country. Into country, 19.06, still ahead by 0.4 of a second.
Wallace, come on, this is a run-off win in the making for Wallace, our flying Scotsman. Has he eaten his porridge this morning? What's he going to do for us? He's heading our way, he's slightly up at the moment, half a second up in this ballistic Gould. Look at that, doesn't that look at him go, look at him go. Wow, he's on a mission, folks. Come on, Wallace. What can you do for us? Heading towards the finish. 45, 46, 47. 4-0 goes into the lead. Fabulous time. Well, that's given Matthew Ryder something to think about, hasn't it?
It certainly has. In fact, 47.40. No, it's not his quick. It's not a new personal best for Wallace. Still a little bit down on that time.
Quickest we've seen this weekend, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Matt Ryder qualified the GR 59B on a 47.63. Time to beat 47.4. What can Matt do? Visor down, and away we go. Off the line, 2.06, just fractionally slower than Wallace, dropping down into the S's. 8.87, still a 10th down. What can he do at the run up to country? Charging into country, 19.07, 1/100ths down.
Absolutely nothing in it. I've seen Matthew do this loads of times. He's right on the cusp, but then he pulls it out at the finish. But here he comes through the farmhouse now.
He's in the lead.
Super quick actually out of here. Normally he's 130 mile an hour usually through the speed trap. He is 126, so he is marginally down. What's he going to do? 46, 47, 5.3 second. So Wallace Mingus wins the runoff.
Excellent run there, but just pipped by the Flying Scotsman.
Wow, I'm really chuffed for Wallace.
Yeah,
that's brilliant run. Well done, Wallace.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure of the actual points difference, but it will have closed the gap to Matt Ryder.
Well, that's a fabulous win, actually, because that's a great time.
And it will mean that Wallace is second on his own, whereas before he was second with Will Hall.
And there's still another runoff to come later on, folks.
Here we go, we've got the championship situation, and I'm not quite sure how that works out. That's far too technical for me, Mr. Danby.
Well, so Matthew Ryder has 47 points, Wallace Mingus has 45, Will Hall has 42, and Sean Gould has 21. So at the moment, nip and tuck, isn't it, between all those top three drivers? Yeah. They've all won runoffs this year now, which is amazing. And so I'm so thrilled because Wallace has had a difficult time, hasn't he, since Shelsley all the way back last year. He's absolutely got the car flying. He's flying as well. Brilliant runoff there. And Matthew is a Harewood specialist, isn't he?
Definitely.
And so fair dues, Wallace has absolutely done brilliantly there, and that was such an exciting runoff. Will Hall, fantastic to see. Sean Gould, Will Hall, Trevor Willis. Oh, it was great, wasn't it? So we're going to do all that again in a bit, aren't we, Steve?
Yeah, well, if you look at the cars that got in, the two 1100s which got in ended up 11th and 12th, which you would expect.
You kind of expect, 1100
but good run from Alex Coles and David Warburton to share 8th.
Yep.
Dave Uren 7th. Jack Cottrell a good 6th place behind the top 5, so he'll be pleased with that, and building up to another number this year for Jack Cottrell.
Top 7, all big V8 cars. So,
Absolutely.
You need power, don't you, in this game? And the big V8s have dominated it.
You notice it more here between Country and Willow. You see the big cars eat into the time. And then the next point that they do it is from farmhouse to quarry.
Yeah.
And that's where all the time is made up by the big single-seaters.
Well, that was a terrific run-off. We waited, and sometimes we get the run-offs before lunch, so we waited till after lunch. So, yeah, very close. We're getting comments on the screen.
Wow, close.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. That was brilliant. We get so excited. This is what we come here to see, these big cars giving it their all.
Yep.
And the pinnacle of British hill climbing on a brilliant sunny day here at Harewood. Amazing. I think you've been watching run-offs for a lot longer than me, Steve. That was a good one, wasn't it?
That's one of the best. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And
well, speaking of run-offs,
yes.
Where's my list of notes?
Oh, you've got info here.
I've got info coming out. Info. Right, here we go. This will interest you. In 1981, 1983, and 1995, every round winner in the British Hillclimb Championship was driving a Pilbeam.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And then in 2006. Every round was won by somebody in a Gould.
Wow, yes. So from when? 2006?
No, just in 2006.
Oh, okay.
It hasn't happened since.
You're right.
Because other drivers have won in cars other than Goulds.
Ah, well, the first championship winning Gould, I think, was Chris Kramer in 85, wasn't it?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, that was the original Gould, wasn't it?
Not quite. The first car that David Gould built was a Terrapin.
Oh, right.
And you bought the plans from Alan Stallyforth. And then you built the car yourself. So the first car he built was that Terrapin. He then designed a variation on the Terrapin, which he cleared with Alan Stallyforth, and the Gould Terrapin came next, and that had a 1.6 BDA engine in. And then the Gould in 1984, which was the one that he built in the garage at home,
in the shed.
that came next, and that was the car that Chris Kramer won in. And that was the start of what I would call the big engine Gould, because that had a 2.8 Hart in it. And that was de rigueur at that time in the British Hillclimb Championship.
Yeah, because the Harts were only 4 cylinders, weren't
That's right. They were based on a Formula 2 2-litre engine.
Okay.
That was based on a 2-litre Ford BDG.
So was that Brian Hart engines?
Yes, Brian Hart engines.
Yeah. And was that the company that became Swindon Racing Engines?
Oh, pass. I don't know.
Who knows? But,
I don't know how these things work.
Yeah, but
we had a tie in that runoff, and the very first time there was a tie for first place in the British Hillclimb Championship was, believe it or not, 1948.
Wow.
At Booley Bay, where Dennis Port and Joe Fry shared the win. But it's happened a lot since.
I commentated one at Prescott a couple of years ago with Scott Moran and Matthew Ryder 2 or 3 years back. So, yes, I remember saying that. It's a tie, folks. It's a tie.
Doesn't happen often.
It doesn't actually, no, it doesn't. So kind of what's the running order now? What are we going to do now, Steve?
Well, I think we go back to the start of the programme.
Right.
With Class A1.
Yep.
I think that'll be our next fair.
Yeah.
And then we run through the whole lot again. And then we have another top 12 runoff.
Wow. Which will finish the day.
It'll be a good way to finish the day.
It will be a great way to finish the day, isn't it? How are we doing for time now? We're doing quite well.
It's 20 past 2. 20 past 2 at the moment.
20 past 2. So very
according
nice.
to the screen.
Yes. So what time did we start back just now before lunch? After lunch? I don't know, was it 2 o'clock or something?
Oh, no, it wasn't.
No, we started quite early for lunch. About 1 o'clock? 1:15, was it?
Like
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, that's incredible. So we've got all the stuff here now.
Yeah, sure. Right, well, as Chris takes a little break, we're waiting for the event to start again. I'll reminisce a little bit about Harewood. When I first came here to watch as a spectator in '74, it was Roy Lane in the McRae Formula 5000 that was the car to beat. And I also remember in that year, John McCartney from Bolton was hill climbing a Formula 1 BRM here at Harewood. Also on that first visit, Tony Dean, the Formula 5000 veteran, brought his Chevron B24 to Harewood, where there was a big money bet placed on whether he could beat one of the locals. And true to form, Mr. Dean always wins when there were, always won when there was money on the line. Anyway, the cars are now making their way down to the start. And to lead off, we will have a flurry of dual-driven single-seaters. And already down at the start, we have Morgan Hamer. So Morgan Hamer moving on to the start. Morgan driving the little OMS Hornet space frame chassis with a 600cc Suzuki engine. Morgan's first run was a 59.24. What can he do this time? Can he get closer to his personal best? As Morgan Hamer heads off the line, his father Ben comes to the line in the OMS 28. So Morgan Hamer charging down towards the bottom of the hill into the S's. 600 screaming away in the back of the OMS. Rory up into Country Corner. Scores a personal best time on the split at Country, so it looks like he's going to improve. Just through the elbow before Orchard. Now charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. So Morgan Hamer just quarry to negotiate. And he's over the finishing line in 58.33. Nice improvement. Already out of Farmhouse, his father Ben in the OMS 28 with the BMW bike engine in the back. And Ben over the finish in 52.51. Not as quick as he was on his first run. Scott Rayson hot on his heels with the Empire 00. 55.3 on his first run. Into the 54s. Scott over the finish in 54.1. Good run there for Scott. Takes over a second off his previous best time. Now we're trying to pick up Tim Thompson. He's down in the S's, rounding chippies. Tim in the OMS 28. Again Suzuki powered. Charging up towards Orchard. .57.88 on his first class run. He's got slight improvements on a couple of the splits and again at Farmhouse out. So can he get into the low 57s? Tim Thompson up through the finish. 57.7, so knocks 0.18 off his time. Stephen Morgan on the hill with the Evo 3 Empire. So can the Empire strike back? Stephen Morgan charging towards Farmhouse, did a 55.99 on his first run. Can he get into the low 55s or even a 54? It's a 54.63. Good improvement there for Stephen Morgan. Richard Weaver heading into Orchard in the Empire Evo 2. We saw his son Tom in that runoff. Richard set a new personal best, 54.91 on his first class run, and he's through the finish, 55.08 62.03, not quite as quick. Now we go back to Class A1 with this change of car for Anthony and Robin Wood, and Anthony Wood leading off in the Suzuki Swift. Now he did an 80.43 on his first run in this little rally car. Anthony up into Quarry and over the finish improves to 79.22. Past the commentary box goes Andy Smith in the Renault Clio 172, currently lying second in Class A1 with a 68.71 and 69.95, no improvement. David Leach out of Farmhouse in the Lotus Elise, leading the class with a 64.24. He is the class record holder. So can David improve on that time? 64.03, so extends his lead in the class. Caroline Ryder heading up towards Farmhouse in the Lotus Elise. 69.62 on her first run. Can Caroline do this time up? It's going to be close to that sort of time. It's a 68.27 and takes her ahead of Andy Smith. Tony Adams out of Farmhouse in the Porsche Cayman. New car for Tony this season, 66.05 on his first class run, and he's over the finish, improves to 65.41. And goes ahead of Tim Elmer. Peter Herbert heading towards Farmhouse, and it's a Porsche 911. 66.1 on his first run. Can he get into the 65s? Peter, highly experienced hill climber here at Harewood, and a 66.17, no improvement for Peter Herbert. Richard Andrews, class record holder with that first run 62.27. Beat Robbie Birrell's time, and Richard over the finish in 62.32. No improvement, but inside the old record. Tim Elmer out of Orchard in the Alpine A110. This is the new version. And as he brakes coming into Farmhouse, the lights flashing. He's heading up towards Quarry. Lights flashing again as he hits the brakes. And flashing again as he goes around the corner. Over the finish with a 66.15, slightly slower than he was earlier. Picking up Tim the Taxi Higgins in the Westfield, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Just failed to beat 70 seconds on his first run. Tim into Quarry. It's going to be very close when he can beat the time. 70.03 just. John Pick in the AMS Murtaya. This is the Impreza running gear. 64.68, was 4/10 away from his PB on his first run, and John over the finish 64.13, new personal best for John Pick. Richard Bryce into Farmhouse, still leading the class with his first run 63.43. He'll be adding to his Hillclimb Cup points, and 62.76 is a handy improvement and a new personal best for Richard. Stuart Wood in the JSW Mini Classic into Farmhouse Bend. smoking quite badly as it heads up towards Quarry. Still smoke pouring out of the back of the car. And Stuart Wood over the finish, 69.33, and that becomes his new PB. Hayden Spedding into Farmhouse Bend with the E-Type Jag. Hayden's first run was a 64.68. Can he get into the 63s? 63.81, nice improvement for Hayden Spedding. Coming into view now at Orchard, Laura Wardle in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Laura, first run was a 69.45. Can she get into the 68s? It's going to be close. 69.49, not as quick. Jim Herbert now in the first of the runners in Class C4, four-wheel drive over 2 litre. Jim did a 62.61 on his first run. And through the finish, 62.46, nice improvement. Richard Hampstead comes into view in his Impreza RA. This is a 2 litre turbocharged engine. Richard established a personal best 65.77 on his first run, so he'll be looking to improve on that, maybe a low 65. It's going to be very close. It's a 65.79, so no improvement for Richard Hampstead. Stephen Moore rounding Farmhouse. 60.47 on his first run. Needs to find over 0.8 of a second to go into the lead. Stephen Moore over the finish, 60.33. It is an improvement, but not enough. That leaves Steve Darley leading the class. So Steve Darley in the Red Baron coming round Farmhouse Bend. 59.26 on his first run. That has the class win sealed, but what can he do this time round? 58.74, new personal best for Steve Darley. Now we're into the Formula Fords. Rebecca Crocombe in the 1984 Van Diemen heads towards Farmhouse. So that's a new personal best, 70.55 on her first run. So can Rebecca get into the 69s? It's going to be very, very close. 70.39, it's an improvement and a new PB. Lindsay Summers out of Farmhouse Bend in the 1985 Van Diemen that she's sharing with Sarah Bosworth. Just over 1/10 away from a PB, 67.59, no improvement for Lindsay Summers. Paul Harris in the 1985 Van Diemen, similar to the Summers Bosworth car. And Paul out of Farmhouse. 65.35 on his first run up the hill. Can he improve? Can he get into the 64s? He's done it before. And Paul over the finish, 65.4, not as quick as earlier. Into Farmhouse Bend at the moment, Paul Jones in the Force TA. We're into Class J2. And Paul over the finish, new personal best, 57.37. Picking up Alan Warburton as he goes into Orchard in the Gould GR59. Again running in J2. 52.86 was Alan's first run time. going to be a little bit slower, I think. Yes, 53.69. Andrew Colborne in the Van Diemen RF02 FX with the Z-Tech 2 litre. Heads towards Orchard. This is the ex-circuit racing car. Whole flurry of them arrived in Ireland and were called Formula Ireland. I think they were originally run in the Far East. Andrew Colburn, meanwhile, 60.37. Not only an improvement, but a new PB for Andrew. Richard Walker into Farmhouse Bend with the MP88 with the sonorous Rover K V6 and 58.33, no improvement over his first run time. Trisha Davis into Farmhouse with the Force TK sporting one of her husband's YV8s in the back. Trisha just calling to negotiate. This looks like it might be quicker. 58.6. It is quicker by something like about 7/10. David Bickley. Next interview, heading towards Farmhouse. 62.83 on his first run. And David over the finish, 63.05, so no improvement. Alan MacDonald, ex-Manx Grand Prix winner, now driving this Force SR4 with the 1.3 litre supercharged booster engine. And 59.6 for Alan MacDonald, not as quick as he was on his first run. Archie Kerr now interview in the 600cc Hornet. Did a 59.5 earlier. Can he beat 58.33 that co-driver Morgan Hamer posted? And Archie 57.48.
Now we've got Will Hamer back on the scene. Will's been super rapid. They've got this very rapid BMW engine in the back of this little 1 litre car. Been absolutely screaming this weekend with great times. He's heading up towards the finish now. He's going to finish in a time of 51.5. Great time.
Fractional improvement over his last run and a new personal best. Dougie Camp now. What can Dougie do?
Dougie, of course, loved God. He says he's signing autographs and hats in the paddock afterwards. If all you girls want to meet famous Dougie Kant, go and see him in the paddock. He's up by the office there. Go and check him out. But here he comes now. He can drive a bit.
What's he famous for?
He's Love Island and he's ladies superstar and all this stuff.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I don't make any comment.
Well, indeed. But he's going to get he's looking for a PB. Does a 55.40.
Slower than before. So Dougie can't.
Dougie can't on this occasion. But he's still, big slide for Gary Warren. Gary from Aberdeen, he's sliding up the hill. He's all over the place. He's like Colin McRae driving the rally car.
I think he's got a bunny in that cockpit.
Well, I tell you what, he's having a go, isn't he? My goodness me. Come on, Gary, after the finish, get your run finished at 53.38.
That's an improvement.
He told me it takes him 3 hours to get to the border from where he lives in Scotland.
Robert Clark heading towards the top of the hill in the Empire Evo 2. 53.44 on his last run. 52.89 new PB on his second.
Fabulous. Emma racing now from the Channel Islands, here with her husband Scott this weekend. Emma in this little Empire 00. Beautifully turned that little car. By goodness me, she can drive it well already. Nice clean line through Farmhouse there. Hard on the throttle now, changes gear up through the speed trap at 98 miles an hour. She's going to be just over 50 seconds, 50 54.68 for Emma Rayson, and the next one we'll be seeing is Stuart Bickley in the fluorescent force. He's already out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse now. Stuart Bickley got into the runoff earlier, which was an amazing achievement. Anyway, here he comes now. He'll be looking to qualify for that runoff again. What can he do? So he's 109 through the speed trap. He's going to be in the times in the low 50s. He's going to do a 51.22. Do you think that'd be good enough, Steve?
Well, it's a new personal best time, and 700's quicker than he was earlier. Heading into Orchard at the moment, Jonathan Flesher.
Jonathan Flesher, retired dental technologist, lives in Harewood. He's driving this single-seater now, and he's absolutely loving it. My goodness me, he was in the runoffs at Cregantic last week, 98 through the speed trap. He's going to be in the low 50s at 53.17.
No improvement for Jonathan. No, it's not Tom Weaver. It's the young Morgan, Tom Morgan.
Yeah, Tom Morgan, look at the helmet. You won't miss him, can you? This is a very rough little empire, actually. Father and son combination driving this car this week, and Tom Morgan, he'll be looking to try and get in that runoff. What can he do? He's going to be just over 50 seconds, 53.64, and the next one we'll see on the hill is Tom Weaver.
Yeah, Tom Morgan was quite a bit slower than his first run. Tom Weaver, meanwhile, set a new PB on his first class run, got in the runoff. Can he improve again? Can he beat 50.85?
Can he? Tom Weaver, what a young star he's turning out to be. Young lad from Ludlow in Shropshire. He's here with his father Richard. Tom Weaver, he's looking to qualify for a runoff, and he's got a good chance. He's going to do a 51.06.
Well, it's quicker than Stuart Bickley, so he has a chance, I would have thought. Yeah. But not as quick as he was earlier in the day. Now we've got Robin Wood on the hill with the Suzuki Swift, not the Force PT for those at home, which is what the caption says.
Yeah, the Force PT broke, didn't it? There was a bit of oil. It put oil on the track yesterday.
There was a problem with the clutch housing.
That's right.
They had a spare housing, but the bolt that holds it in looked like the thread was stripped, so they couldn't do anything.
Yeah. So this is daughter Emily's car.
Well, it's the car that the Wood family use for rallying.
Still got rallying headlights on the front, hasn't it?
Well, the extra weight at the front will help with the grip, with it being front-wheel drive.
They changed the wheels and tyres.
Did they?
They washed the car in the paddock last night.
Too much. They're doing too much. They're doing too much. 79.24. Nice improvement there for Robin in that car. And it's John Wood. No relation. In the JSW Mini Classic, heading to the top. 69.33 was Stuart's time. Can John beat that? Short answer, no, but he improves to 70.78.
Now this is the growl of the big six-cylinder air-cooled Porsche of Jonathan Williamson. Been campaigning this car for many years. He's sharing the car today with Laura Wardle. And Jonathan is a resident of the Taunton area, competes a lot at Gurston and Wiscombe, but I do see him on the regular hills of the Midlands. So he does a 64.8, Jonathan Williamson's, and then we're going to look at Bernie Kevell in the OMS 28.
Right, so, we've got a red flag, it says, on the screen.
Yeah, we get. Is that Steve or Lynn Owen?
I think Bernie has had a rotational delay at Orchard.
Oh, yeah.
Because I can see a rear wing, and I can see a nose cone, and I can see Marshall's.
Oh, yes, Marshall's busy.
I think he might have visited the kitty litter on the left-hand side of the track.
He was telling me at lunchtime they've been having a few difficulties with the car this weekend, and it may be.
Well, it looks like he's having another one.
Throttle issues, or whatever, that maybe had too much throttle, or who can say. All we know is he's getting dealt with. That was Lynn Owen was in the OMS following. She'll get a rerun. And as you quite rightly say, Steve, there's marshals down there dealing with it. So
we're getting it on the live feed now. He's done that. He's gone over the top of the gravel. Now the best way to get him out is to push him all the way behind the gravel, back to that gateway, and bring him back on there. Yes, because by the time he gets there, a lot of the gravel that's in the side pods will have come out.
Okay.
So the marshals will have less sweeping.
So there might be a slight delay. So, look, 18,878 subscribers. We want 20,000 folks. So like and subscribe. That would be lovely. So all you folks watching all around the world, as Jeremy Clarkson would say.
Yes. We've got the snatch recovery vehicle down there to help.
Oh, it looks like he's going to be doing a reversing towing job, do you think?
Could be. But as I say, the easiest way is not to drag him over the gravel, because all that'll do is pick gravel up and dump it on the track, is to take him behind the gravel all the way down to that gateway. Anyway,
we've got Steve Recovery.
Well, it's experience.
Yes, experience.
I'm just looking at my notes from past years, and I have a photograph of the fantastic David Franklin, Hillclimb and Sprint champion, driving his March 782, spinning at Orchard and doing exactly what Bernie did.
Oh, interesting.
and that was in 1981. So,
do you know what? David Franklin was still competing last year.
Yeah, he still is this year.
Yeah, and he was driving a Porsche at Prescott, and at lunchtime I did an interview with him, actually.
Really nice guy.
Yeah, smashing guy. Used to own a garage.
He was racing at Goodwood at the members' meeting as well. So he does a lot of circuit racing.
Now I think you're right. Look, he's reversing back up the grass, and I think he's going to turn along the grass, as you say. You know stuff, don't you, Wilco? You've been doing this a while.
Well, I've seen a few rodeos in my time.
You see, you're not your first rodeo, as they say.
That's right. My other memory from that sort of period was Nick Mann in the Morris Minor with the Rover V8 twin turbo.
What a mad car.
I have a picture of it coming out of Farmhouse, and the front wheels aren't quite off the ground, but they've only just got minimal contact. It's just incredible beast it was.
That was the car that he used to drive to the hills with the slicks sort of piled in the back, I think.
That's right, yeah.
And he converted it basically from a Moggy 1000, didn't he?
Yep.
And the one that I really like, the Manic BT.
Oh, that one.
Now that thing
with the helicopter starter motor,
superchargers, and goodness knows what else.
Yeah.
Still the fastest accelerating car to 64 feet ever, I think. A little 1.7 crossflow or something crazy.
Well, it was a crossflow engine built by John Beattie, who is the maestro of those sort of engines.
Is that right?
Yeah, John Beattie was probably the best. The next best would be Connaught Engineering. They always make a cracking crossflow.
Well, of course, in those clubman's cars and the like. So, they're fantastic little engines.
But that Manic BT, I went all the way down to Gurston one year just to see that car.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a haunt that he likes, isn't it?
Yes, I think
he's down that way.
I think it's local.
Yeah.
Another abiding memory from Harewood was when Christian Manif was running a Lancia Stratos, and he embedded himself in the kitty litter at Farmhouse.
Yes, Christian Manif from Minchinhampton, very successful driver, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But the Stratos, my goodness me, genuine Stratos, was it?
Yes, genuine Stratos. Then there was the great Tom Hammonds with his
the
Audi Quattro short wheelbase Pikes Peak replica.
Yes.
I have a picture of that coming through the farm buildings, and it's sort of like 2 inches either side. It looks like there was more space, but it was tight fit.
So now the marshals are pushing him. The recovery truck.
Well, I think
is he going to go through the cut through?
No, he'll have to go to the top of the hill.
Oh, will he?
Because he was the cause of the red flag.
So he'll pull him over the grass, will he? Is that what?
Well, I think what they'll do now they've got him there is they'll make sure there's no debris coming out of the car, so they'll try and get all the stones out.
Oh gosh, you don't want them
off the track.
Do you know?
You can see the two marshals on the track are sweeping at the moment, so they'll be sweeping all the stones that got chucked up in the air. Because when you hit those gravel banks, it's like a bow wave of gravel goes up.
Oh yes.
So one half of the gravel you kick up goes to your left and one goes to your right. So if you're spinning, it could go anywhere. because you're moving round. So it's really spectacular.
Now let's give Rich a mention now. So we're up to 18,902. So wouldn't it be great if we get to 19,000 today? So come on, folks, press those buttons, like and subscribe.
Absolutely.
And this is brought to you by HillClimb.TV, run by Rich Danby and Eleanor Taylor. And he's up the top of the hill behind us here.
I met the Hound of the Baskervilles today.
Who was that?
Mr. and Mrs. Danby's little...
Oh, Senna. Senna the dog.
Senna Pod.
Senna Pod. Lovely little dog, isn't it?
Oh, good.
It's just so over you, isn't it? It's just a friendliest little thing. It loves a cuddle. It loves a...
He didn't know whether he wanted to lick me or bite me.
No, I don't think he wanted to bite you.
I think it settled for biting me.
I don't think so. Senna's a lovely little thing, actually,
Another outstanding memory from a farmhouse. I got a picture of Mike Kerr, and those Harewood regulars from the 1990s will remember Mike, in a Ford Escort Mark III that was set up to be rear-wheel drive. And he's actually in the air over the gravel trap at Farmhouse heading for the barriers.
Wow. So Mike Kerr, was he Will Kerr's dad or something?
I don't think so.
No relation.
No,
we got the Kerrs on the hill, haven't we, today?
Yes, that's right.
We got sons of Kerrs, and it's all very, very tricky stuff. I know.
You've got to be careful how you say
it's
that.
It's incredibly tricky. There's a lot of things that's very hard to say quickly that you've got to say not at all.
That's right. I was here in 1990.
Yeah.
In September. Oh, first time viewer, enjoying it very much.
GX Blast, thank you. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah.
1991 September, British Hillclimb Championship. Alistair Douglas Osborne debuted the Pilbeam MP62.
Right.
And that weekend, it was my job to write the report of the event for Autosport and put the pictures in. It was fabulous. I had about 8 pictures in.
Did you?
Because they put a whole load of the Pilbeam in.
Wow, ADO, of course.
It was one of my bumper weekends.
Now, ADO won the championship, didn't he?
Yes.
How many times did he win it?
Oh, God, blimey.
More than once? More than once? I know.
I think he did it more than once.
Well, because you do know stuff, Steve, but I know I ask you difficult questions, don't I?
Well, you ask me embarrassing questions.
No, because
I've got all my notes and I haven't got that sort of stuff down.
No, don't worry, because I ask you questions that are not on your notes, you see, to make it really difficult for you. But don't worry, this is all part of the fun. This is ADO, yes, Alistair Douglas Osborne. He was a legendary hill climber. I used to have memories of him ascending Shelsley Walsh and setting hill records and things.
Well, he started off with a little Brabham single-seater, which he took to Pilbeams, and they, if you'll pardon the expression, Pilbeamised it and made it a better car. He then took it back to them, and they shoehorned in to replace a BDG engine, because with DFV.
Wow, did they really?
And then that became the basis. That car was copied by a team in Leeds, and they built 2 more, and Mike Pilbeam was so impressed with them that he allowed them to call the cars Pilbeams.
Did you really?
Because they were so accurate to how they...
brilliant job.
Yeah. So there were 2...
and they put DFVs in, did they?
They put a Repco V8 in one.
Right, it's good engine, good engine.
And if memory serves me right, a Hart 2.5.
Well, cars are going down to start, Steve. Single seaters.
They still are, yeah.
Yeah, still.
But we've still got the clean-up going on at Orchard.
Yes.
Because they've got most of the gravel out of the side tunnels, but there'll be a bit of sweeping now, because as they tow him up, I'm pretty certain more will drop out.
Okay, yeah. So
the marshals are going to be stuck by that gateway for a minute or two.
So there might be a bit
sweeping.
of, as much Miss Steve Wright would have said, serious sweeping will go on in a minute.
Absolutely. And
there's the serious sweeping down below Orchard.
Now what you'll find is the tow truck will only go up very slowly, so as not to disturb any more stones that are in the air tunnels down the side.
Oh gosh, yeah. Wow.
So I did pop up to the paddock and I had a chat with Wallace and Matthew, and congratulated Wallace, absolutely thrilled for him, and he was obviously very pleased. Matthew, a little bit disappointed, but he said there'd been a bit of maybe a tyre issue, so they're trying to sort that out. And so he did say that on this hot day that sort of sometimes the tyres can actually get over hot if there's 2 runs, so it might have gone against him today. You know.
Well, quite often if you're running second, it's an advantage because the other person's put a heat cycle into the tyres. But on hot days it can be a disadvantage to run second because they get so hot they stop gripping.
Yeah. So currently, folks, we're red flags on the hill. That does mean that very shortly, once the cars are cleared, the runners and riders that are down at the start will bring us back into action. And these single-seaters are trying to qualify for the top 12 runoff. In fact, he's nearly at the top of the hill there with the recovery truck. Unusual to see Bernie Kevell get in the gravel, isn't it?
Well, I'm half inclined to believe that the problems they're having with the car have contributed to the accident.
I think so, yeah.
Maybe as he shifted down, the engine's misfired, something's not quite right. A slight loss of concentration as a result of that, and then you're in the gravel trap.
Yeah.
So I would be inclined to believe that the problem was with the car rather than with Bernie.
I'm sure you're right. Very experienced drivers both, aren't they, Bernie and Simon? And I
was chatting with Bernie earlier today, and I got the impression he was just here to hopefully sort out the problems, so he wouldn't be pushing too hard.
Yeah.
So he wasn't trying to get in. He wasn't trying to get qualification. He was just trying to get a clean run. And as I say, if something's misfired or not quite worked as he anticipated, that can cause a distraction and off you go.
I'll tell you what, Steve, we've got a lovely crowd here today. Look at them on the bank here. It's fantastic to see, isn't it? Really, all got their sun hats on and factor 50. That's not often you do that at Harewood, is it?
True.
You know, so
on the start line now we have Nicola Minguez, the ladies hill climb record holder here at Harewood with a 50.74. Well, Nicola lined up and away, heading towards Clark's. Through Clark's, now dropping downhill into the S's. Round Chippies, passing the old start area. Up into Country Corner and heading over to Willow.
Nice little car, nice car, great driver, lovely lady as well, and she can drive this car, and very competitive indeed. She was up there cleaning the tyres when I walked up into the paddock. Very busy lady, coming around Farmhouse now. She's trying hard, twitching about a bit there. Blast it past the speed trap now. What sort of time can she get? She's 105. Can she get into a runoff? Who knows? If she beats her PB, she might. Does a 52.36. Good time for Nicola.
Well, that's a great improvement over her first run time. Lynn Owen on the rerun. That's a result of that rotational delay for Bernie Kevell. And Lynn Owen in the OMS 28 with the RPE V8 is round Farmhouse.
Yeah, well, Lynn's another excellent lady driver. She was working hard at lunchtime too, cleaning the tyres. She was too busy to give me an interview because I said, you've got to get on with it, Lynn. She's doing a great job. Anyway, she's through the finish in a 58.39. And, of course, the next person you will see will be Sean Gould. Sean Gould, what is that?
Yeah, 49.02. Was the time he set in qualification for that runoff. So what can he do this time? He needs to be in that sort of ballpark to be sure of getting in.
Looking good, isn't he? Look at that car. It's like a ballistic missile, isn't it? 119 through the speed trap there. Already heading up towards the finish. Going to be a good time. 49.43. Good time for Sean Gould. Excelente.
Not as quick as he was earlier, but I think that might be down to the heat. So down in the Essex we have Joe Mackerel.
Joe in the Tigger, of course, this little Peugeot engine Tigger that Steve quite pointed out to us was a Formula Ford 2000 car back in the day, and it's got all the aero, got all the wings, a quick little thing on slicks, isn't it?
Yeah, when it ran in Formula Ford 2000, it had full-length side pods. It's now got sort of vestigial side pods, little bits of them left, but it had almost like a full, almost ground effect bodywork. But that's all been stripped off because it's unnecessary in hill climbs.
Oh, so what were the pods for when they were on
circuit racing?
Just literally for circuit racing, more efficient.
So Joe Mackerel over the finish, 62.75, and quite a bit slower than earlier.
Now we got the Formula Ford, the battle of the Formula Fords. We got the flying barber from Sheffield, Sarah Bosworth.
It's not flying barber, Demon Barber from
Sheffield. Well, there you go.
Demon Barber.
Very quick.
RF85, so 1985 chassis, and Sarah through the finish 63.56, not as quick as she was earlier. Looking out now for Jimmy Harris, leading the class with a 61.14, which was a new PB for Jimmy here at Harewood. So he's already got one load of Hillclimb Cup points in the bag. Can he win the class again this afternoon? Takes the scenic route round Quarry and over the finish in 61.57.
Fractionally slower than his time earlier, but now Rob Spedding is looking to try and take the class win. Can he do it? He's in his little Vector. Beautiful little car, and it's silver Mercedes colour. It's sitting lower. He's changed a few things on the car this year, including the seat. 75 through the speed trap. He needs to beat a 61.14. 61.84 takes him second still.
Yeah, and it's slower than Jimmy on the second run, so Jimmy will have 2 wins in the Hillclimb Cup. Mike Shalanka charging up the hill in the first TA. Mark's first run of 56.69, that one of 56.02, so that becomes his new personal best at Harewood. Darren Gumley.
Yeah, we're going to look at Darren from the Team Valley, sharing with Paul Jones. Now, Darren actually, I don't know how many trips he's had to Harewood, but this little 1600 booster in the back of it, running on methanol. Beautiful little car, isn't it? Nicely put together, drives it very well indeed. 101 through the speed trap. He's going to do a 54.08.
Well, that's a good improvement over his first run time. And David Warburton now into Farmhouse, qualified for the first run off with a 50.1. He's already got one purple sector on the screen. Can he do better? 50.7, that'll do nicely.
Okay, well done to David. Ian Tucker from Cornwall. He's out in his little OMS 28 again with a stretched booster engine.
Yeah, I think this is about as stretched as you can get at 1670.
Yeah, and I don't think he's running methanol, but little OMS, pretty little car, isn't it? He travels all the way from Cornwall. He drives it very well indeed. Yeah, 107 through the speed trap. Now he's going to be in the 50s. This is probably not his favourite hill, so he finishes in a time of 60. Oh, I don't know what is. Let me have a look here.
That's not the right time.
No, I've got it here. It's a
60.56.
Yes, 60.56. Aaron Colborne, sensational young driver in this little Van Diemen. Got into the runoff last week at Crigandlet. Can he do it again here in this little 2-litre car? What do you think, Steve?
Well, I don't think so, personally. His first run, 56.27, actually established the PB, because when he was here last year, he didn't get to do a timed run. The car broke down. So he's got to beat a 56.27 on this run. And over the finish, 55.71. That'll do nicely.
John Cottrell in the lovely old Pilbeam.
MP82.
MP82, yeah, runs a little 2-litre Millington engine in the back of this one. I love all the paintwork on this car, all the flames. It's so pretty, isn't it? Great car. Can John get in?
I wouldn't have thought so. He would have to be quicker than Jonathan Varley to get in. So I think this run will not be that, and I think he's going to be in the 60s, a 62.59. So a little bit slower than he was earlier.
One of your favourites on the wheels.
Yeah, love this car. Gavin McLaren and the MP88 V6 Rover K engine, driven by the lovely George Bleasdale in the past. George unfortunately passed on, and this car has now been snapped up by Gavin McLaren and Richard Walker. Gavin over the finish, 62.89.
Okay, well done to him. Here comes Terry Davis. He had an off earlier, didn't he? He got over the grass. But here he is now, trying hard, charging hard at the moment. So what's he going to do for us? Terry Davis, could he qualify for a run-off? So his little 2-litre powered car, isn't it? He builds the engines, 91 up the straight there, heading up towards the finish now. Going to be in the 50s. Finishes in a time of 58.1.
Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Andy Woolgood in the fourth PT all the way from Guernsey. He also failed to trouble the scorers on his first run, but he's making it to the top. A whole load of smoke coming out as he went into Quarry over the finish, 53.63.
Now we're going to get a look at Jonathan Varley. Jonathan Varley, reigning Midland Championship winner for the last 2 years in the incredible Predator. This is a Graham White Jr. car that had a V10 Formula 1 engine at one time. Now he's put a 2-litre engine into it now. Terry Davis engine, very quick indeed, was in our last runoff as well. He's going to head up towards the finish. He's going to do a time of 50.52. 50.42.
Yeah, and that's quicker than he was on his first qualification. We have Les Much now into and out of Orchard in the GWR Raptor.
Yeah, I do like the Raptors. They're beautifully constructed little cars, aren't they? Les is from north of the border, and he's our massive moustachioed gentleman, isn't he, from Scotland? He can drive a racing car, though.
Oh, Les is not slow in coming forward.
53.86 for Les Much.
That's an improvement over his first run time. Now, Alex Coles, stand back. All the marshals will be taking one pace backwards when Alex comes flying up the hill. Lovely slide through Orchard there, heading up into Farmhouse.
Well, he said his tyres got really hot on the last run, but anyway, hopefully had a chance to cool down. This looks like a quick run to me. What time is he going to do? He's going to finish in a time of 50.34. That should be good enough to get into the runoff.
He's not as quick as he was on his first qualification, but I think you're right. I think he'll be good enough to get in. Paul Haynes, meanwhile, in the GR59 with the turbocharged booster, he's on the hill heading towards Orchard.
Yeah, I do like Paul Haynes, this little GR59. Great combination, drives it so well. Doesn't that look beautiful too? Great colour scheme, great driver. Screams up towards the speed trap there now. He's 119 into the speed trap, very quick indeed. He's going to have a lovely time here of 50.97.
Keeps him in second place, and he'll be on the cusp of qualification. Simon Jenks in the Force TA heading down towards the S's. This is the first Force TA with a V6 engine. This is the Cosworth V6, the one that Cosworth produced for Opel in DTM.
Yeah, I do like it actually. It sounds great. You love a V6. And Simon, what's that noise there? Okay, has he had a problem?
I think that's the engine letting go.
Oh
we just
dear, we hope not.
That sounded almost like a terminal bang.
That did sound pretty bangish, didn't it? So there's going to be a delay.
Red flags are out.
Yeah, delay, folks, while Simon gets dealt with. Yeah, he hadn't had a lot of luck with that car because they had a problem with it at Shelsley with somebody at the start line. I can tell you more about that later. But either way, Simon, poor Simon. I hope he's okay, though. More importantly, I hope he's okay.
Well, it just depends what's happened, because that sounded that bang sounded engine-y, not car. So whether or not the car has then spun as a result of the engine blowing, I don't know. But we'll have to wait. We might see a replay of it.
We might
on our screens in the
I guess Rich is
commentary
just
box.
waiting to see what's happened, and
that's right.
Blah blah blah. So they're having a go, aren't they, Steve? There's some good times being set. So what are we thinking? What are we thinking you're going to need to get in that runoff?
Sub 51.
Sub 51.
I would say. That would more or less guarantee you. I mean, if you get sub 51, you'll be in with a shout.
And what price? If Wallace qualifies, Matthew qualifies, who's going to win? Who knows? Such nip and tuck, isn't it?
Again, it's really down to tyres and what condition the tyres are in on that final run.
Sure.
Wallace did brilliantly, fantastic.
It was a fabulous run,
Matt, as you said, was disappointed, so that's always good. If people come second and they're disappointed, that really says, you know,
Matthew wants to win. Matthew wants to win, and
so it's.
But interesting this year, the runoff so far, they've been spreading it around a bit, haven't they? Will Hall's won one.
Well, that's why it's a good championship this year.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's stepped up a notch. It's a shame that Alex Summers is only doing a partial season.
Yes,
because he'd be another one to throw into the mix.
He absolutely would. Yeah, that Firestorm and Alex are always capable of doing great things, aren't they?
Yes.
So tell me this, all these years you've been coming here, so this, looking back at the farmhouse here.
That's right, we see on the online feed,
Now, I think Tim Thompson was telling me earlier he used to live in that cottage.
Well, that's not good.
Okay, what's this?
It's the HIAB type thing that picks cars up.
Oh dear, big Tonka toy.
I'm half expecting that it's not going to be towable and it'll have to go on the flatbed. So I don't know whether the flatbed's made it down there, but I think the car's going to have to be picked up and put on the flatbed.
Oh no!
Which again maybe indicates a blown engine.
Okay, so that's not good.
If the engine's gone, there could be a lot of oil about, and they don't want that on the track. So what was Tim?
Well, they because Harewood and Yorkshire, they own the premises, don't they?
It's owned by, I think, part of the organisation, but I don't think it's necessarily Harewood Hill that owns it.
No.
It's a complex thing.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll find out one day.
But yes. It is a fantastic place. I mean, it was a working farm. I have photographs taken in the 1970s when I used to go and spectate down at Orchard of the dairy herd being brought across the track to be milked during the day.
Oh, wow.
And they used to leave little messages on the track for the racing drivers.
Did they? I'll bet they did. Yes, glutinous ones sometimes.
Sticky ones.
Sticky ones, yes. That's a little.
So the marshals used to have a bucket of water and a stiff bristle brush.
Did they? Well, actually, when it dries, it can be pretty hard stuff to get off, isn't it? Really? Yeah. I have such experience of these things with my fishing and treading in the stuff, and can be quite challenging.
Guano.
Yeah, guano. Yeah. So I saw the Tonka toy go down there, and then I'm just gutted for Simon actually.
I think the flatbed might live down by the farm buildings.
Really?
It might have gone to the incident already.
Yes.
And we can't see it because of that tree.
We can't. There's probably people that see it a lot better than us, but hopefully Simon's okay, and. It's when they have a new car, you're just absolutely
that's right.
gutted that it's.
Well, I mean, if something like that had happened to Gavin McLaren or Richard Walker, although it's not a brand new car, it's new to them, so it's always a bit of trials and tribulations when you've got a new car. Even if it's not a brand new one, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
You're always seeing a bit more of it now.
Oh, right, okay.
So we've got that other angle on the screen.
Yeah, so there's the flatbed by the look of it.
It looks like they are lifting the car.
Yeah. So what's that down? Is there a hedge down there or something?
Well, yes, running parallel to the course from Willow up towards the elbow at the corner before Orchard.
Yeah,
we just switched. There's a big hedge.
Yes.
And if you notice on the left-hand side as you come out of Orchard, there's a tyre wall and then recticel.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so, well...
But it looks to me, judging by how everything is standing, that was engine rather than thumping the scenery.
They've got the big high-ab thing, and that will probably lift the car onto the trailer, and then they can assess it and get it out the way.
Yeah, well, there are two reasons why you use the flatbed. One, there's wheels hanging off, or two, the engine's blown and there's lots of oil about. So you put it on the flatbed, so the oil goes on the flatbed, not on the track.
Yes, yes.
I mean, I do remember being here many moons ago at what we would call an interclub meeting, and a guy left the line, and there was a trail of oil from just before Clark's all the way to the finish line. And it was as he crossed the finish line that the red light came on to tell him, oh, we're getting a replay now. Okay, so we could be able to see what happened. There goes Simon through the corner, back end hanging out, over to Willow,
turns
through Willow, no problems at all, and then suddenly he's gone wide on the left.
Yeah,
that's what's happened. He's just drifted onto the grass, and clipped the last of the recticel with the left rear wheel, which is spun him round.
Right.
So maybe what we heard was not the underfloor, the Venturi's braking. If that wheel got twisted into the Venturi, that could cause that to break, and possibly the wing. And if it's ripped a wheel off, that's why we've got the flatbed. So
here we go, another replay.
That's him going in. And now he's heading across to Willow.
Yeah.
And as he gets towards Willow,
hang on.
We just saw the impact. He's ended up on the course.
Sort of kind of hit it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He hit it quite hard because it's
Yes, well,
noisy.
I think that's because once you get your left rear wheel on the grass, the right rear, which is still on the tarmac, pushes you to the left. So no matter what you're doing, you're going to almost get sucked into that barrier.
Yeah. Well.
So it's looking more like car than engine.
Well, there's a slight delay here, folks. We'll get it all sorted, and I'm sure we'll be back in action. So we're running through the big single-seaters at the moment, who are trying to qualify for the second runoff of the British Hillclimb Championship, which was won this afternoon very excitedly by Wallace Mink.
Absolutely.
Which we were absolutely thrilled about. What a brilliant win. He's had a bit of a lean spell, but he's back with a...
You can't keep a good man down.
You can't keep him down here.
Now,
so here we go. The car is actually on the flatbed. Look, it is being driven up now around Orchard.
We'll get a better view of that corner.
Recovered. So
front corner's gone. So maybe it was the front got on there and it pushed him in and he's clipped it with the front corner. So that's why it's on the flatbed. So thankfully not the engine, which was my speculation.
Well, this of course was brand new last season. Ian Dayson built Force, and Simon's really been bedding it in and getting it all sorted. Ian's up in the paddock today, so obviously nobody's going to be very happy about seeing this, but Simon Jenks, he'll so the front nose cone is gone. Well, unfortunately that's another repair job. Hopefully the tub is in one piece, Steve.
Well, I would think it would be, because again, the suspension arms are designed to brake rather than twist and turn into the tub.
Yes. Well, experienced driver. Now everything has been put back into position. The ambulance is getting into position. Where does that ambulance live?
Well, that will come back up to.
Will it come back up?
The farmhouse building is where it's on station.
Yeah.
So they will have done a checkup from the neck up for Simon.
Yeah.
Make sure he's all okay. If he's fine, then he's probably gone up with the car, as opposed to still being in the ambulance.
So the marshals.
But it's standard procedure when there's a shunt like that. You scramble the rescue unit and the ambulance.
Well, let's big up all our marshals here today, doing an amazing job as ever. Motorsport needs marshals. Without you marshals, it would not happen. Without you timekeepers, it would not happen.
And if you want to get closer to the action, if you turn to page 36 of your programme, it gives you all the details about becoming a marshal here at Harewood, and an email address of a chief marshal if you want to get involved. And you get to see a whole different aspect of hill climbing when you're stood next to the track. I've marshalled on quite a lot of occasions in hill climbs and sprints, and I've also done marshalling at rallies, and it is different, very different.
So again, slight delay, but don't leave us, folks. It won't be long before we'll be getting the second runoff. We're just trying to find out who's going to qualify for that runoff. Do you think after these single-seaters, Steve, that we'll get to see our Ferrari chums again, or?
I'm not sure.
No, not me.
I think it may well be that we won't, because in a lot of these championships, it's your first 2 class runs that count. So if there's more than 2, quite often the championship drivers decide on block they'll only do 2. So if there's a third on offer, they don't. Nobody takes it.
Right.
Because it would impact on the event results, not on the championship. So they do the sporting thing.
So it's at 3:30 at the moment. So what have we got here? Sorry, last updated 11th of May 2025, 15:24.
Yeah, that gives you the time.
Oh, okay.
If you need the time.
Oh, well, there you go.
Just look at that.
I was going old school on my clock, on my phone.
Old school.
Old school phone, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, iPhones.
No, I don't have anything as posh as an iPhone. This is some old Samsung Galaxy or something. Now, you got a Nokia 3310, haven't you?
I've got that one.
Yeah, so is that a Nokia?
That's a Nokia.
A Nokia 3310, that's
No. This is the cheap and cheerful 20 quid job.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's got so little memory. If I try to download an app, it goes wonky.
Really? So it's really only any use for
as a phone.
Ringing.
It's a phone.
It's a phone.
What more do you want? You want a phone?
Well, there you go.
I bring a laptop to the meetings because I've got a lot of data stored on it.
Yeah, sure.
Cross-reference. Why do I need an iPhone?
Well,
what's the point?
There you go, Steve. Steve doesn't need an iPhone, and he is Mr. Statistic.
Particularly when you look at the cost of the damn things.
You don't worry about money, do you?
Ooh.
You're a rich old chap you are, aren't you? Living in sunny Southport on Lancashire's Gold Coast, eh?
Gold Coast.
Gold Coast.
Hello. We've got some adverts coming up on the live stream.
Okay, thank you, marshals. And Rich is just wandering around the paddock. He's been doing a bit of filming around there, hasn't he? And there's the tyre man. The tyre man's. Well, yes.
Who he is.
Some of these might have been filmed yesterday, perhaps, when it's a bit quieter.
Yes.
That's right. But you can see the lovely
your favourite down for you.
Yeah, there's Robert Meds, MGC.
He broke down yesterday, didn't he?
I know, he did, yes. He had to be towed up the hill, actually. So, but Mrs. Med gave us some lovely butter winged cake things. They're lovely. Butterflies.
Butterfly cake.
Butterfly cake.
They're like a little sponge with
That's
two
right.
things
Yeah,
stuck
you
in
got it. You got it.
Yeah.
They were delicious.
Yes, and you didn't save me any.
Well, I only got one. I ate it. That was my breakfast yesterday.
Oh, right.
Yes. Because I didn't
go... the first time they were here, he arrived at up with a box and have one, and it was a lovely flat.
They're lovely, aren't they? Yeah.
Brilliant.
Well, Richard's just shown my favourite Garrison grill there, and yesterday I had the butterfly cake for breakfast, but then I had a steak burger for lunch.
Steak burger.
I know. And then I had a salad for tea because I had it. My missus had made me a salad.
You went for the healthy option.
Well, I did because I had to eat it, didn't I? Because it was a chicken tikka salad thing.
Oh, right.
And then, but today I did go for the bacon, egg and sausage roll, but actually I've eaten nothing since. So I figure I'm doing okay.
I had porridge for breakfast.
You had porridge? Ah,
Yes.
yeah, good old porridge. Yeah, that's it.
And followed it up with a ham and cheese sandwich.
Yeah,
and a banana.
Oh, well, it's pretty healthy stuff, isn't it, really?
So you've got to look after yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody else will.
Well, indeed. Absolutely, indeed. Look,
fantastic commentary this weekend. Well, thank you for that, Kingston Weatherby. Best of a bad situation. Yes, well, it is, but you've got to soldier on, haven't you? You've got to try and talk about the event, talk about the people, talk about the venue.
Yes.
And
talk about anything comes into your head very often. Yesterday, when we were stopped for an hour...
Still no washing on that rotary line. Brian Adams, it's Sunday. One doesn't do washing on a Sunday.
I don't do washing at all. My missus does it. And she's been brilliant to me, my missus. That's why I married her, Steve. Look, we're up to 18,952. We've jumped up, Steve. We've jumped up.
Yeah, Neil Parkin, terrific coverage, guys. Lovely day for it.
Yeah.
Yes, you wouldn't be saying it's a lovely day for it if you were in here. It's getting a bit warm again.
It is warm, but we mustn't moan. It's lovely. We'll take it. I've sat in here and I've had a lot of clothes on, you know. And the poor spectators have been struggling a lot more than I have because they're out in the wind. But today, what a glorious day. Look, I mean, the view from our box today across the valley is just beautiful. And we've got fields of winter wheat, I think it was.
Winter wheat and winter barley.
Winter barley, that's right. And also, when I was up the top just now, it was pointed out to me we could see the wind farms in the distance.
Oh, right.
So that was pretty good, wasn't it? That's a long way away.
Well, coming in this morning, there's one particular point where you can see about 7 windmills.
Okay.
There were only 2 turning round.
Really?
But those 2 were going around like a bat out of hell.
Were they?
Really going.
Doing a meatloaf, eh?
But the others were doing nothing.
Yeah, we're back in business, Steve. I'm hearing engines.
Big V8s.
Well, I am. In fact, that looks like Jack Cottrell driving down to the start there.
Mm-hmm.
Young Jack. Oh, look, here come the big boys.
The big boys.
The big boys are in town. Look, there's David Uren, Trevor Willis. Ooh, look.
Coming to the start line, Stephen Owen.
So, Stephen Owen builds OMS cars, doesn't he? Been doing it for years.
Yes.
Loves competing.
I can remember coming to a meeting here in, I think it was a September, and he'd brought 4 cars out of storage that he owned, OMSs, and different people were driving them. And Bob Dayson was one of them.
Oh, Reverend Bob.
The Reverend Bob.
Yeah.
Wonderful character.
He was, wasn't he?
Right, we're off and running again with Steve Owen in the OMS 28. Runs the RPE V8 engine. Down into the S's. Sweeping through the S's. Into Chippies. Now passing the old start area and up into Country Corner.
Well, yes. Okay, young Stephen Owen. Well, he's also a motorbike fiend as well. He's got a great collection of motorbikes. Some of them he's built himself too. Fantastic. But Stephen Owen, he can drive a racing car too. He builds these cars, as I say, as Steve says, got V8 power, so it's rapid, isn't it? Comes round farmhouse. Must have done this a few hundred times in the past too, I fancy. Here he comes now. Puts the power down up the straight there, through the speed trap at 100 miles an hour. He'll be looking to try and qualify. You're going to need a 50... He's not going to do it, I don't think. A 53.69.
That is an improvement over his first run. Down in the S's we pick up Harry Pick in another OMS 28, this with the Cosworth XD engine.
Well, the XD, of course, there was a load of them got sold. They were basically IndyCar engines in the States.
and they're turbochargers on them. But anyway, look, here he comes now. Harry Pick from Leamington Spa in the Midlands. This beautifully constructed OMS, which was, I think, new to him last year or the year before, in red. Looks immaculate, doesn't it? One of our young chargers. Can Harry get in the run-up? 106 through the speed trap there. He's going to need to do a time in the low 50s. He does a 52.76. Who knows? That might get in.
Not as quick as earlier. Away from the start line, Jack Cottrell in the Dallara. This is a Formula 3 car from 2005. Now fitted with a Cosworth XD V8. The work being done by DJ Engineering. Jack Cottrell rounding chippies up past the old start. Now heading into Country Corner and heading now towards Willow.
Yeah, Willow Corner, and then there's the blast up towards Orchard. Quick little section of the track, hard on the brakes. Oh, he's got quite wide to look at, but there he goes, coming down through the farmhouse now. Now this long corner keeps it on, then blasts out of there. Beautiful line out of there, wasn't it? That was rapid. Jack Cottrell there, 118 through the speed trap. He's looking to qualify. I think he will. He's done a 49.95. That's a good time.
I think that's more or less guaranteed him a run-off place. Dave Uren on the hill now, heading up towards Orchard in the GR55B.
Yeah, well, David, he'll be looking to qualify, and there's a very good chance he will. Looking at this time at the moment, very experienced driver from the Midlands. My goodness me, that was 118 through the speed trap. That's quick. Round to the finish now, going to be in the low 50s, 50.30. That probably will get him in.
Trevor Willis heading towards Orchard in another of the RMS 28s. This, like Steve Owens, has the RPE V8, but it's a 3.2 litre version.
Yeah, quick, isn't it, that one? Trevor Willis, such an experienced driver, 3 times the champion in the past, 116, and he heads towards the line, going to be about 50, 49.68. That'll get in.
That's quicker than his last qualification. Wallace Mingies away from the start in the GR59 with the Cosworth XD V8 3.3 litre version, and Wallace rounds chippies past the old start area into Country Corner. This is where the car picks up its heels and blasts it towards Willow.
Wow, good old Wallace, I tell you what, winner of the last run-off. He'll be looking to qualify first and then see what he can do in the second run-off. So what he needs to do is qualify. And looking at his times thus far, looking good. Watch him blast out of here. Whoa, ballistic, isn't it? Ballistic. 125 through the speed trap. Oh yeah, he's going to qualify easily. He's going to do a 48.61. That'll be good enough.
Quicker than he was last time. So on the hill, Will Hall dropping down into the S's. Now into chippies. Past the old start area, up towards Country Corner.
Oh, he spins it.
Oh dear.
And Will spins it, so he will not qualify for the runoff. He's given it his all. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too much. I don't think there'll be any damage. It was just a straight spin onto the grass.
No, the only thing that will be damaged is his pride.
He won't be happy. He won't be happy. He was on a good run there, wasn't he?
He was
in purple sectors, wasn't he?
Yep. Yeah.
So well, he will be quietly gutted. I hope there's nothing mechanical that's caused that.
I'd like to see a replay of that.
Yeah.
Oh, here we are. We're about to see that on the screen. And as he arrives into the corner... No, we're not. That's not the replay. That's the as it is. Oh, here comes the replay. So he's coming through chippies, powering up towards the corner. Oh, and he just gets out of shape going in. There you go.
Yeah, maybe just going in a bit too quick.
The back end came round on him as he was entering the corner.
So he's been pushed by the marshals. They'll get back on track, but it will be a failed run. So Will Hall will not be in the run-up.
No, so that opens the door
for a younger 1100 driver.
Maybe another 1100 driver, or
Tom Morgan or somebody.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the. I was thinking. Yes, maybe Harry Pick.
Harry Pick,
Can't get in.
Yeah. So unlucky for Will there. Don't know why it exactly happened. He had to be trying. He was trying. We know he was trying very hard, and just slightly overextended it. But as you say, his pride would be hurt. He'd be annoyed. But that's hill climbing, folks. You don't win by going slow, so you have to give it a go, don't you? And the marshals are down there with him at the moment. No medical crew, so obviously no problems in that area. Now I see all the Ferraris, Steve. So
we are getting the Ferrari.
Bunch of Ferraris for the runoff.
A bunch of Ferraris.
A bunch of Ferraris. Do you like that? A bunch of Ferraris.
Actually, it should be a herd of Ferraris.
I don't know.
Well, the prancing horse.
The prancing horse, yeah. True. I'm going to stick with a bunch of Ferraris.
A bunch. Well, I was walking around the paddock at Myra, and a friend of mine saw me and said, "Do you like all the Fiats?" And he pointed across, and there was this row of Ferraris. And I'm going, don't say that.
Don't say that.
He was not popular.
No, he wouldn't. No, I'm going to stick with my bunch of Ferraris, all getting ready to have a go.
I mean, the Ferrari. I mean, my favourite car, road car, would definitely be a Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase.
Very nice.
3 litre V12.
Yeah. What's not to like?
I mean, modern day doesn't hold a candle to it. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah, I would agree. That's a beautiful bit of kit. And what about the value of a 250 GTO? They're just off the planet, aren't they?
The 250 GTOs definitely are, because so many of them were used in competition.
Right.
It was a competition version.
Right.
So consequently, if you've got competition history, if it's been driven at Le Mans, even if it's broken down, it doesn't matter.
Right.
The price goes up exponentially. It just goes through the roof. So yeah.
Well, Nick Mason didn't pay a lot of money for his, but it's certainly worth an awful lot of money now.
Years ago, I think it would be 1968, I could have bought an AC Cobra for 495 quid.
Hey.
And the only reason I didn't buy it was it would have cost me 1,500 quid to insure it.
Is that right? You could have bought one for 400 quid.
400, and I think it was 495.
Wow.
And I had 535 quid in the bank, and I was tempted.
I bet you were.
But
I bet you were. When I was a young lad, my first actual car, that I owned, was a 1300 GT Austin, right? Mm-hmm. No, Morris 1300 GT. I also had a 7.
We're about to
there's
go
that lovely Elva near the line.
Yeah, but we've got Matt Ryder sitting on the line.
Matthew Ryder.
About to qualify, we hope, for the top 12. Oh, Visor's come back up. We're maybe not getting the green light. They're wheeling him back for some reason.
To reset the timing beam or something?
I don't know. But
oh, look, there's his wife is down there, Kirsten Dodd.
Is that Kirsten?
Yeah, that's Kirsten, yeah. She's watching.
Right, lined him up again.
Watching her man.
Oh, no, that didn't go. Now that is exactly what happened to Sean Gould when he was on the start line for his second run, and it sort of juddered and stopped.
Yeah.
So it's obviously something to do with launch control that's not quite working properly. So Matt's going to give it another go, and he's away this time. No problems. 2.08 for the launch, so that's not a bad start. 9.02 down into the S's, so this is going to be a quick run to qualify. Round chippies, heading up into country corner. Sub 20 going into country, so on track for qualification.
And that's all he'll be trying to do here, folks. He just wants to qualify so he can get into that runoff and try and win it. So this very fast young driver in this beautiful gold, he's going to do what he needs to do without going too crazy. Quick through the speed trap by the look of it, 133. Oh my days, he's giving it a bit of a go, isn't he? He's heading into the finish with a 48.92. Excellent time, that will qualify him. Now, one of your favourite cars, Steve, the little Elva.
This beautiful Elva. Elva, she goes. Mark 7, Ford twin cam engine with the PRM cylinder head. Ex-Haas Racing from America. And 63.72 on Richard's first run. Can he improve on that time? In third place in the class out of 3, but it is a beautiful little car. A little bit slower this time, 64.58. I hear a V8. It must be the Brabham BT30X of Andy Tippett.
It absolutely is. Here he is already at Orchard now. This growling, burbling V8, isn't it? This long corner, trailing throttle around there, around Farmhouse. Now put the power down. Oh, look at that go. Impressive sound, isn't it, too?
It's guttural, that thing.
Guttural, we do love it. Heading towards the finish. He's an historic car, of course, historic pre-1971. 63.05 for Andy Tippett. And now David Tatham, who was thrilled with his times earlier. He's knocked about 2.5 seconds off the old record in this car over the last year.
So Dave Tatham through Willow in the McLaren M12C. Car originally built for Phil Stagg. Then it went, I think, to Tony Harrison before George bought it. So it's had some illustrious owners, and Dave Tatham over the finish, 58.99.
Sub 59, he'd be very happy with that. Still a lovely crowd out here on the bank as well, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the hill climbing.
Robin Johnson, meanwhile, in the Tiga, is heading towards Willow. This is the 1983 Formula Ford 2000 car, now running a Peugeot 1.9.
Yeah, nice little thing, isn't it, really? They've been campaigning this car for a couple of years. Old school technology, and didn't you say, was it Tim Schenken Tim
Schenken and Howden Ganley were Tiga. TI from Tim, GA from Ganley. So that's where that name derived from. And Robin Johnson over the finish, a little bit slower than he was before, 69.96. Now we're into the Harewood. First of our Harewood runners, Hazel Petit. And Hazel's best run so far is 78.63. And this will be the 4th times run for the Harewood competitors.
So they're having a pretty good day then, aren't they?
Yeah, and the Ferrari guy. In fact, they've had 2 practice runs as well.
I know. This is a terrific time for them. Look, here comes Hazel now, and the little VW up. Again, popular little car all of a sudden. You know, you'd think this is a car for going to the shops. Little 3-cylinder thing, isn't it? Some were turbocharged, some weren't they?
Well, most of the ones that are running in the Harewood Championship are turboed.
Right.
And Hazel 79.41, no improvement overall run time. Martin Jones now in the first of the Ferraris.
Yeah, I do like the Ferraris. Thank you for bringing them, guys and girls. That's terrific to see them, isn't it? A lovely Ferrari on the hill in front of me now. Car I can only really dream about owning, if I'm honest.
Yes, this is the 360. Turning left at Quarry is not recommended. Martin Jones over the finish, 78.36. And now your friend.
Yeah, I do. John Kennedy in this California. Isn't that beautiful? That's stunning. Yeah, that's one I will think about on the way home. But I think that's as much as it'll get. As close as I'll get to it is thinking about it.
And a 66.7, no improvement over his earlier run time. We're looking out now for Steve Nunney in the the 430.
Pretty, aren't they? Yeah, they like the little 430 in black as well.
Yeah, Steve's best time so far today, a 69.84, which was a new personal best. So that's the time he's gunning for.
And they're a car, let's be honest, that when you drive by them on the motorway, they drive by you, you think, oh, nice Ferrari, you know, never turn one down.
It's a 70.79 for Steve Nunnally, so no improvement over his earlier run time. Rod Samuels in the Speciale 458. His best time today is 63.35, 63.6, no improvement.
Now Stuart McCabe. He's from Ireland, but he's a property man, and he's got property in London. David Snelson did say to me yesterday, yes, this is Bob Geldof's manager, but he is a wind-up merchant. Snelson is well known. So I did confirm with Stuart.
We've just lost the
we've
video
lost the live stream. Yeah. Okay, so we might have to go old school in a bit, Steve.
Yeah. It's rebooting.
Rebooting? Is that because we've lost it?
I don't know.
No, we're back in the game. We're back in the game.
Phew.
Oh, thank you, Richard.
What was Mr. McCabe's time, please?
I don't know. Oh, I can tell you.
On the sheet.
Okay, I'll look on Mr. McCabe. It was a 75.66.
Oh, no improvement.
Yeah.
66, right. We're looking out for Pauline Goodwin. So she's coming out of Farmhouse up towards Quarry. 71.32, the best time she's posted today. Pauline 72.29.
Your favourites on the hill, Steve?
Oh yes. Brian Jackson's 308 GTB. This is lovely. This. There's just something about the proportions of this car that are right. I think it's a lovely car. Brian drives it very well. 72.61, his best time so far today. And what can Brian do? It's a 72.6, so 1/100th of a second quicker.
Now here's the quickest one here today. David Snelson, this glorious car, isn't it? The 488 Spider.
Yeah, broke the class record yesterday and has broken it again today.
And who going to bet against him? 90 through the speed trap, going to head up towards the finish. Oh, he's wide and going in there.
Yeah, taking the scenic route.
Gets round and he does a 62.91.
No improvement, but he still takes the class win and a new class record. Back to the Harewood class. Nabil Zarlan in the MX-5. Nabil's best time, a 79.75. New car for him this season.
This is one of those modern MX-5s, I think, Steve, isn't it? Yeah, looking at that. I think, not sure where Nabil comes from. But either way, he's probably a local man, I'm going to guess. Can you shed any light on that one?
I think he is local to Leeds.
Yeah. 81.02 for Nabil.
No improvement, unfortunately. Ian Downey in the Clio 197 past the commentary box. Heading up towards the top of the hill.
Sorry. Yeah, heading towards the top of the hill, be looking to improve on his time. Let's see what he can do. He was heading into the finish now. This lovely little Clio, they're such a popular little car.
And
a 71.35 as Mick Wilkes comes.
Yeah, fails to improve. Now Mick Wilkes in this indecently quick Polo GTI, 1.8 turbocharged. 67.72 his best time so far today. And Mick over the finish, 67.85, just fails to improve. Looking out now for Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi. Into Farmhouse. Tony nowhere near as quick as he has been in the past. Best today was a 69.2. And Tony over the finish line, 69.84, so no improvement.
Kevin Dodd on his way to us now in the Lotus Elise. He's been quick all day, hasn't he? Getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah.
And well, that's a perfect little hill climb car, isn't it? Really,
Yeah, he's set 2 personal best times today, has Kevin. It's 68.21 at the moment, so that's the time he's gunning for. And he's over the finish in 68.69, so no improvement.
Another little Lotus Leeds of Steve Markham. Here he comes now. The S1 in Leeds, so I think this is a relatively earlier Leeds, but you said to me earlier, Steve, these are the ones to have, the earlier
yes,
models.
the S1s are the preferred ones because they're lighter and more orientated to track day and racing. 68.61, no improvement for Steve Markham either.
Now this is all the Elan. Love a little Elan. You've had an Elan in the past, haven't
beautiful
you?
little cars.
Little Lotus twin cam in the front. They handle so brilliantly, don't they?
Oh, they're fantastic cars. I sprinted mine and hill climbed it occasionally. 69.06, no improvement for David Wingfield. And coming up the hill now, Glenn Collier in the Davrier Mark III Imp, the penultimate runner before we have the top 12 runoff.
Wow, my goodness me. Yes, Glenn Collier, the little imp engine Davrier. Look, there he goes now. Old car, that one, but still competitive, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
What's he going to do, Steve?
Well, I'm hoping he can get into the low 69s again. But he isn't, because it's at 70 odd.
What's going on with that then?
An 81.66. So I think he's been exploring the undergrowth.
Do you
somewhere.
think so? Do you think so?
Yes, at that time.
Could well be
so
right.
Last runner, Chris Petit in the Volkswagen Up, set a new PB on run number 2 today at 78.57. So he's going to look to improve on that time. And Chris over the finish. 79.94, so no improvement. So very, very few of the runners at the end of the day have actually improved. So that tells me the track is not at its ideal state
interesting.
at the moment. But next up we have our second top 12 runoff.
No, but the excitement's mounting, folks. Who's going to win the next runoff? Is it going to be Wallace? Is it going to be...
Hopefully we'll get the... running order coming.
It won't be Will, because unfortunately he didn't qualify.
No.
So Sean Gould did really well earlier too. So we're going to see. We're going to see. Now, it looks to me like the track officials, clerks, are just having a little drive around all the posts, checking everything's good. There's no debris on the track or anything like that. So there's they're just on their way now from Chippies.
They may have been taking out more bottles of water for the marshal.
Ah, indeed. That would make sense, wouldn't it? It's a warm day for them, isn't it?
Hot old day to be out there. So
it is a hot old day, but no, they're not getting any more water there.
Well, that's one of the snatch recovery vehicles.
Is it?
Not an event official. So he's coming to.
Well, he's just saying hello to those marshals there down.
Is he dropping
Willow?
something off there?
I don't know. Not sure. Well, bit of wind outside. I see things floating by the window here, and just having a little look outside. Yeah, we've still got a nice crowd up here on the hill. Excellent, enjoying it. Looking forward to the runoff, the same as we are. In fact, on your left here, there's lots of people up there as well. There's still loads of people down there at Farmhouse, so hope you're enjoying it, folks. We're loving it too. Great to be here, isn't it, Steve?
It's not 4 o'clock yet, so
no. Which means,
well, it's early.
Well, it's early.
It's early.
You mean I might get home before midnight tonight?
Yeah. Normally we're here at about 5:30.
Well, this is true. And they've all had loads of runs, haven't they?
That's plenty of runs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're just waiting for the top 12 running orders to come on the screen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And as if by magic,
just like that.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hello.
Hang on, they're changing it around.
I wish he wouldn't do that. Sean Gould with the first car we see, followed by Stuart Bickley, Tom Weaver, Paul Hames. He's the extra runner as a result of Will Hall not getting a time. David Warburton next. And after David Warburton, Jonathan Varley. Alex Coles again. David Uren. Jack Cottrell. So a good qualification for Jack. Trevor Willis. Matt Ryder. And our fastest qualifier and running last, Wallace Mingies.
So any minute now, they'll be running down to the start. It'll be, in fact, I think Sean Gould's already down there. Sean is, because he dual drives with Matthew and all his qualifiers, he's nearly always the first one, isn't he, these days, Sean?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
And he's still doing it. He's 60 years old, and he's still mixing it with the pups, isn't he?
The pups.
The pups. We've got to call Matthew Ryder a pup, haven't we, really, compared with us older gentlemen.
Compared with me, he is. So Sean onto the start line. And Sean qualified 49.43.
Good time.
So sitting on the start line, and waiting for the revs to rise. Helmet visor down. And Sean, revs rising and away he goes. Off the line. We're not getting the splits showing on the screen at the moment, so he's dropping down into the S's. Bit of a swerve there through the first part of the S's, and he seems to have come to a halt.
Well, I'm not seeing any times on here either.
And
have we got a timing issue?
I'm just wondering if he got red flagged.
Well, I'm not sure. I think there might be a timing issue because A, we're not getting it there, but also I wasn't seeing it on here as well.
And it's not on there either. So
Sean's going to go to the top of the hill or cut through. No, is he going?
I wouldn't advise cutting through.
No. Would he have to go over grass and gravel?
Well,
and stuff?
it's a bit dusty.
Yeah. No, he's not. He's
so
going to.
He'll go to the top of the hill, and then they'll have to wangle him through to the front.
Hopefully, he's got enough fuel there. By the way,
well, there should be enough fuel in for 2 runs, but they'll probably have to refuel after Sean's run for
Matthew. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was a timing issue, Steve.
Well, we didn't get a 64 foot, so
no,
we didn't get any splits at all coming up.
We didn't get anything, did we? No.
It looks like it's a bit of a glitch.
Well, Stuart Bickley's waiting down there, of course, but I think there's something to be sorted out, probably.
Well, they've pushed Stuart Bickley back to give Sean room to get to the start line.
Gotcha.
If you look down there, he's in the little lay-by down at the start.
Yes, indeed.
So we're now having to wait for the return of Sean Gould to the start.
The mighty Gould to return.
So while that happens, I'll have a look through and try and get the qualifying times sorted out.
Okay, so we're still bathed in glorious sunshine at the sunny Harewood. Isn't that fantastic? It's not even 4 o'clock. We're in the second runoff, and Wallace Mingies will be looking to win. Matthew will be looking to win, but no Will Hall this time. So, who's it going to be? Maybe Sean Gould with the runoff. He's certainly well capable of doing it, isn't he? Trevor Willis always runs well here, but whether he's got the power there to compete with these big Goulds is questionable. Certainly got the skill.
Right.
So it's not going to be long, is it? So where's young Sean? Is he having a splash and a
There
dash?
we go.
Oh,
There
here he
goes
comes.
down.
Here he's coming back down, yeah.
So maybe they only run enough fuel for one run.
Yeah, maybe.
So it may be that they've had to top it up, just to be on the safe side.
Quick splash.
Because the last thing you want to happen is, as you're tanking it up quarry straight, is for it to run out of fuel.
That wouldn't be good. You wouldn't be happy.
It wouldn't be good for the engine either.
No, that's true. That's true. So a very experienced campaigner, Sean, knows everything there is to know about these cars. He builds them. And this is the car to have, folks. If you want to go hill climbing and compete at the very highest level, you need to get a big checkbook out, don't you? Big checkbook. Go and see young Sean and say, well, we're going to need a bit from you. So we won't go. In fact, I once did ask Sean. I said, what do these things cost then, Sean? He didn't really answer, because I think he probably thought, well, you can't afford one anyway. Which is right. You know,
yes,
I'm more Ford Mondeo than Gould.
I think you're talking north of 150.
Oh, and the rest, yeah. But anyway, this is top-level motorsport, top-level hill climbing. But these people don't do it for the money, do they?
They're just waxing and polishing the slicks at the moment.
Oh, my God, they're taking it proper serious, aren't they? Yeah. Yes, they are. Oh, this is really giving it their best shot here, aren't they? Interesting day for the tyres, isn't it? Because we've got a lot of these fast runners are on Avon still, aren't they? And some of them are switching to Hoosiers because of lack of supply.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the people who've got Avons will run them until they've no more Avons left.
Yes.
And then we'll have to switch to Hoosiers.
Yes, that's correct,
but
I'm sure.
The switch to Hoosiers isn't as simple as just bolting another set of wheels on with different tyres. There's all sorts of implications to the setup of your car.
Gotcha. Well, various others. Will Hames going down, yeah, that lovely little Gould with a bike engine.
Well, are they ready?
They're getting there, aren't they?
Sean's now moving forward,
he's moving
out of the car wash and heading to the start line. Oh, here we go again.
We've been here before.
Touch of deja vu.
It is a touch of deja vu.
So Sean on the start line, qualified on a 49.43. Just checking that the PlayStation's plugged in. Visor down. And away he goes. And 2.11 for the launch. So that sets the standard. Sean down into the S's, 8.87. At the S's, that's a quick time. Heading up towards country. 19.61, so sub 20 seconds straight off the bat. Heading towards Orchard.
Well, here he comes. Here comes Sean. Now, he always lays the marker down for us. He's still very quick indeed, is young Sean. So here he goes. 60-year-old, still driving like a 20-year-old. My fair play to the lad. Look at this. This is going to be about 120 through that speed trap. 123, heading up towards the finish. What time's he going to do? Going to do a time up 49.87. Very good. That's a good marker, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll do for starters. Now it's Stuart Bickley's time to come forward. Stuart in the Force TA 1100, qualified on a 51.22. Revs rising. And away he goes. 2.17 for the first 64 foot, dropping down into the S's, and it's a 9.5. Rounding chippies. This is going to be over 20 seconds at the split at country. 20.57 heading towards Willow.
Yeah, well, obviously, don't expect him to be on Sean's pace. He's only got a little 1 litre motorbike engine, screaming it for all it's worth. Absolutely high revving, but he's a brilliant young driver from the Midlands. Bickley Motorsport here. Dad's watching as well at the moment. Comes round Farmhouse now. Oh, something's happened. That was slow round there.
Yeah.
I think that run's blown. Car's still running. Yeah, it's 79. I think that time is going to be well into the 50s and approaching the finish now. Yeah, something happened there at Farmhouse. Lost power, 58.12.
All right. Maybe when he shifted, he got the wrong gear.
Possibly, yeah.
So, on to the start line now. Tom Weaver qualified with a 51.06. The Evo 2 Empire. Again, 1 litre Suzuki engine. Visor down. Revs it up and away. 2.22 for the first 64 foot. Now heading down into the S's. 9.37 in the S's, so second quickest at that point. Whizzing round chippies very quickly, heading up into country. 19.94. Second quickest there. What's he going to be at Orchard?
Yeah, it's all about momentum, he was telling me, particularly these little bike engine cars, so he's got to keep it all going. He's now into territory of qualifying for run-offs on a regular basis. Fair play to young Tom, star of the future without a shadow of a doubt. Anyway, here he comes, giving it everything he's got through the speed trap. He's 95 through the speed trap. He turns it in to the final corner. 50.69. I think that's a pretty good run.
That was fantastic. Coming out of Farmhouse, he was only 2/10 down on Sean.
Wow.
That is fabulous run for Tom Weaver.
Terrific.
Certainly punching above his weight. On the start line, Paul Hames qualified on a 50.97 with the GR59. Paul still checking the helmet. Finally has another check to make sure the visor's snapped shut. And away he goes. 2.31 for the first 64 foot, slowest so far. Dropping down into the S's, where it's a 9.7, so again, slowest. What's it going to be coming out of chippies and up towards country? 21.03, so still slowest on the
Slowed down, he's slowed down.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Something's happened.
So,
wow.
Yeah, has the elastic broken?
Well, that's 2 of our smaller engine cars have experienced a problem on their run, haven't they?
Yeah.
So that means that some of the other runners and riders are going to get promoted, aren't they?
43.53 to Orchard. Paul needs to keep running because you never know what might happen. If he gets to the top and gets a time, it could earn him a point.
Possible, but it's not the Grand National, is it? This isn't a Foynaven moment, Steve, I don't think.
No,
but anyway, he's heading up towards the finish. He's going to be well into the 60s, into the 70s actually. But as you say, you never know what happens. But already 2 of our cars have experienced difficulties, but they're still running. And then we're going to be looking at David Warburton next, aren't we, Steve?
That's right. So things weren't going that well for Paul as he left the line. and then it all went pear-shaped heading up towards country. David Warburton on the start line. David qualified on a 50.70 with this little 1.6 litre Gould GR59. Tom New spectating in the background, and David Warburton revs rising and away. So he's off on his run, 2.29. Just quicker than Paul Hames at that point. Dropping down into the S's, 9.52. He's ahead of Stuart Bickley. Rounding Chippies, heading up towards country, 20.06. And he's second quickest.
He's taking chunks of time, actually. He's getting it back, isn't he? Come on, young David. This glorious little Gould, little bike engine, but a 1600 in this one. And running on methanol. Dave is a brilliant young driver, used to getting top 5s and 6s in runoffs. He's already flying up towards the finish now for the time. He's up on the time at the moment. He's quickest on the hill. Come on, come on. 50.01, just second to Sean Gould. Brilliant run though.
Yeah, very good run there from David. On the, as they say in the trade, on the twiddly bits he was electrifying. Jonathan Varley on the start line, qualified with a 50.42 in the Predator. Jonathan, helmet visor down. Clicked into position. Revs rising in a way. 2.22 for the launch. Third, or equal time with Tom Weaver. 9.23 down into the S's, and that's second quickest. What's it going to be at country for JV? 20.31, and he's lost. Sorry, he's picked up a bit of time there, in fact.
We can hear that V8 screaming now. Here he comes now, this glorious Predator. Looks fantastic. Great driver as well. Beautiful car. 2 litre, one of our 2 litre runners, this one. And look at him now. Here he comes now. He'll be looking to really qualify. Looking at his split times. He's about half a second down on Sean Gould. So it's a very respectable time indeed. And he heads to the finish and he does a 50.66 to be third.
Yes, he was ahead of David Warburton up to the S's and then just dropped back. Alex Coles on the start line, qualified the Force TA with a 50.34. Visor locked down and away we go. So Alex Coles 2.13 for the launch, just 200 slower than Sean. Down into the S's, 9.06, second quickest at that point. Out of Chippies, and it's 19.92 at the split, still second quickest.
Rapid run from Alex Coles. He's getting good at this now, isn't he? This little Force, little 1300 supercharged engine. Young man from Plymouth, trainee apprentice electrician. But he's making the sparks fly here, isn't he? Come on, Alex, come round Farmhouse now. At the moment, his time is very, very good indeed. He's only about 3/10 down at the moment. Come on, Alex, 112 through the speed trap. Heading up towards the finish, does a 50.37 for third.
Yes, yeah. At one point, he was ahead of David Warburton, but then just dropped back and was never able to recover the time he lost. So Dave Uren next to the start line in the Gould GR55B, qualified with a 50.30. He needs to improve on, he needs to be sub 50 really to put the big V8 where it belongs. Up with Sean Gould. So what can David do? Visor down, revs rising and away. 2.25 for the launch, slightly slower than Tom Weaver. 9.17 down in the S's. That's just on the tails of Alex Coles.
Very, very slow.
And he's pulled off on the outside of the corner. But he's carrying on. He's dropping time though all the way. 23.72 coming into country.
Another one of our top runners has experienced difficulties, so he's cruising up to the top now. As Steve says, you never know what happens, but this ain't no Grand National, this ain't Foynehaven. So unfortunately that run is blown. The car's still running, but something wasn't right. You can hear him now. Here he goes.
We're getting a replay as he comes in. And he went very, very wide on the exit of, at the apex of Chippies. So it looked like he went in about 10 or 12 mile an hour quicker than necessary. 67.02 is his final time. So that, I think, puts Paul Hames and Dave Uren out of the top 10. Jack Cottrell on the line, qualified with a 49.95 in the Dallara. Revs rising, visor still open. Visor down and locked. And away he goes. 2.08 for the launch. That's the quickest so far. Down into the S's, 9.15. Just behind Sean Gould at that point. So Jack heading up towards country corner. 19.91, 3/10 down on Sean.
Slides it out of there. This is a great run by Jack. He's starting to really like Harewood. Got a big crowd with us watching it. Can Jack get in the top 3? Who knows? He's going fantastically well so far. Looking at his times, he's only 4/10 down on Sean Gould. Puts the power of the engine down now. He's going to be 119 through the speed trap, heading up 42, 46, 47, 48, 49, 67, takes him into the lead.
Excellent run. He was ahead from Orchard. The split at Orchard was where he took it into the lead.
Brilliant run.
And he just kept ahead of Sean all the way to the finish. On the start line, Trevor Willis.
3 to go.
Qualified on a 49.68.
Jack's guaranteed 4th at least.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Amazing. That'd be his best ever result, I think.
So away we go. We're on board on the online feed with Trevor Willis. 2.25 for the first 64 foot. What's it going to be down into the S's? 9.11. So just ahead of Jack Cottrell. Round Chippies, heading up towards country. 19.59.
Trevor is up at the moment on the live feed. He's in 2nd gear. He's changing it into 3rd gear. And here he comes now. He's absolutely on a mission. He's in green sectors. He's nearly half a second up on everyone at the moment. Come on, Trevor. Why would he take a runoff win, wouldn't it? Get the power of that V8 down. Go on then. Up towards the finish now. 115. He's still up. He's half a second up on everybody coming into the finish.
49.
And he's done a 49.28 to go into the lead.
Yep.
Fantastic time, Trevor. Clever Trevor.
Scary Trevor.
Scary Trevor. Wonderful stuff.
So on the start line now, Matt Ryder qualified on a 48.92. So he's going to have to put in a 48 or maybe even a 47 to win this, to be certain of winning it. I would have thought. Anyway, he's on the line. Visor down. Oh, and that's the same thing that happened with Sean. So he's having to be pulled back. The car started to go into launch system and then stopped. So being reset on the start line. And he's away. 2.13 for the launch, ahead of Trevor at that point. Dropping down into the S's. 8.99, the quickest. Oh, sorry, slower than Sean. Second quickest.
Slower than Trevor.
And up to country, 19.15. He's up on the clock on everybody. 4/10 up.
Another scintillating run from Matthew Ryder. At the moment he's showing lovely. He's in the lead at the moment. He's got to get around Farmhouse. This lad comes around here quick. He boots it out of here. He'd be about 125 mile an hour. He's gone through 131 miles an hour. He is up, folks. 1.3 seconds up. Come on. It's going to be a 47.49 into the lead. So Wallace has really got to go some now to beat that 47.49. What was Wallace's qualifying?
Wallace qualified on a 48.61.
So that's a Matthew Ryder special, wasn't it?
So I did say he needed to be in the 47s. Wallace Menges on the start, qualified 48.61. Visor down, revs. Oh, and he does the little stall as well. So the car being pulled back to be reset. I'm wondering if Tom New is off to get a battery. Yes, he is. He's getting the little battery trolley. So Tom New down at the start line. The auxiliary battery plugged in. The car started. Tom will retreat. And we're now waiting for Wallace to go through the start procedure. Visor down, and away he goes. This is it, ladies and gents. 2.11. He's up by 0.02 of a second. Down into the S's. 8.79. He's the quickest so far. Round in chippies. Is this going to be back-to-back wins? 19.23. He's down on Matt Ryder's time.
Well, here he comes, the Flying Scotsman. He's got to really go some to beat Matthew's time there. At the moment, he's only 0.16 down, so there's nothing really in it. And you take the power of this big Gould as he comes around Farmhouse, he sets it up, blasts it now. Here he goes. Come on, Wallace, get this run-off win number 2. 130 miles an hour. It's looking good, but Matthew, I think, is going to pip him. He does by 0.32, so it's Matthew Ryder is the second run-off winner. Wallace Menges is second, Trevor Willis is third, Jack Cottrell fourth, Sean Gould fifth. Wow, another scintillating run-off. Matthew Ryder nips that one in the bud. Well done to him, and well done to Wallace Menges winning that first run-off. Brilliant to see. Well, we kind of hope you've had a lovely day, folks. We've had a great day, haven't we, Steve?
Absolutely. Very entertaining run-offs, some fantastic competitions, loads of competitors setting PBs. What's not to love?
Thank you to all our marshals, done a brilliant job as ever, our timekeepers, medical crews, clerks of the courses, everybody else that's been running the event, fantastic. We've all done a brilliant job. We've had a fabulous 2 days of hill climbing, and today has been the icing on the cake. 2 fantastic run-offs split between Matthew Ryder and Wallace Menges. Fantastic. Well, I think it's time for us to sign off, folks. Have a fantastic, I hope you had a wonderful day. Have a safe journey home. I'm Chris Ponsard signing off. Steve?
And I'm Steve Wilkinson, and I'll see you again in June.